Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. Konoha. Stir-frying Tsunade, Tobirama goes crazy. 1SF001 Emotional System. Sign in for both Hokages. 171st 001 Emotional System. Sign in for both Hokages. Early morning. Inside the bustling Konoha village. Two little boys, one tall and one short, were walking down the street holding hands. The fan-shaped emblem behind them indicates the identity of the Uchiha tribe. The villagers on the street looked at the two of them one after another. His eyes were filled with alienation, wariness, and even disgust. Damn Konoha high-ups. Uchiha Liu's eyes narrowed slightly, and she couldn't help but hold her brother Uchiha Itachi's hand a little tighter. No, I should say, damn Senju Tobirama. He is the reason why Uchiha ended up in this situation. Today's top leaders in Konoha are all disciples of Senju Tobirama, the extreme Uchiha hater. Completely inherited Senju Tobirama's discrimination and defensiveness towards Uchiha. There is even a tendency to carry it forward. Especially after Nine Tails attacked Konoha 3 years ago. Konoha's top officials spread rumors everywhere. It was the Uchiha clan that controlled Nine Tails, causing heavy losses to the village. Even killed the 4th Hokage. Since that time, the villagers' attitude towards the Uchiha family has become increasingly bad. Moreover, the time for the night of genocide is getting closer and closer. What should we do? A flash of deep worry flashed in Uchiha Liu's eyes. Yes, he is not a native of the ninja world, but a time traveler. Current identity: the eldest son of Uchiha Fugaku, the leader of the Uchiha clan. As a time traveler, he certainly knows the fate of the Uchiha family. So, start from time to time, Uchiha Liu has been trying to find a way to break the situation. Pity, his talent is really limited and cannot compare with his two wall-mounted brothers. As for strangling Uchiha Itachi, this idea has come up before, but Uchiha Liu knew very well, although Itachi was the executor of the genocide, it was by no means the key. Without him there would be someone else. The root of the problem, in the final analysis, is still under the influence of Senju Tobirama. The conflicts between Konoha's top management and the Uchiha clan are simply irreconcilable. And the strength of the Uchiha clan is not enough. Damn Senju Tobirama, not only did he target Uchiha in life, but he is still harming Uchiha even in death. Uchiha Liu turned to look at the Hokage rock statue in the distance and muttered something in his heart again. Just when he was feeling melancholy, a mechanical sound suddenly sounded. Ding! Congratulations to host for awakening the emotional system. When others have strong emotions above 80, including but not limited to excitement, admiration, hatred, jealousy, desire to win, etc., because of host's behavior, host will receive system rewards. Note: system rewards are related to the emotional intensity, strength, development, etc. of the emotional person. The plugin. Is it finally here? At this moment, Uchiha Liu had the urge to look up to the sky and scream. With the help of the system, his strength can be improved quickly. When the time comes, he will definitely be able to rewrite Uchiha's ending. Next to Uchiha Liu, the attentive Uchiha Itachi suddenly noticed something strange about him. Asked softly, "Nissan, what's wrong with you?" The clear big eyes were full of concern. Ding! Uchiha Itachi generates a strong care emotion, and is rewarded with Uchiha Shuriken Jutsu proficient level. Ding! It is detected that host triggers emotions for the first time, and the reward is upgraded. Uchiha Shurikenjutsu proficient level is upgraded to Uchiha Shurikenjutsu master level. Immediately afterwards, a magical power surged through his body. A new wave of knowledge suddenly emerged in Uchiha Liu's mind. It's as if the top shuriken skills that have been practiced for many years are directly integrated into the body. Can be used at any time. Uchiha Liu's pupils shrank suddenly. Is this a reward? The system is so powerful. Uchiha Liu looked down at his brother and shook his head first. His face was filled with the look of seeing a treasure. This is Uchiha Itachi, one of the wall hangings. You can probably get a lot of good stuff from him. Before Uchiha Liu could take the next step, the system's voice came again. Ding! It is detected that the host is located at the entrance of ninja school. Do you want to sign in? Sign in. Uchiha Liu's face showed a hint of joy. Could it be that there is more than one way to trigger system rewards? Immediately reached in the heart. Sign in. Ding. Host successfully signed into Ninja School and unlocked Senju Tobirama Undead. Ding. The first check-in of the host is detected and additional rewards are triggered. Unlocked. Senju Hashirama Undead. System prompt. The summoned undead will be sealed in the system space within the host's body. Everything in the system space is completely controlled by the host. You can also get rewards by triggering the strong emotions of the undead. Exclamation mark! Uchiha Liu's pupils shrank suddenly. Is there such a good thing? These are two ancestors of Hokage. In terms of combat effectiveness, it is completely ahead of this era. It would be great to be able to explode gold coins from them. Especially Senju Tobirama, who hates every Uchiha almost equally. Almost. I wrote almost. There is no need to use a mirror to argue. As for Uchiha Liu, he probably doesn't have to do anything. Just stand in front of Senju Tobirama, and I think that guy's negative emotions will surge up in his body. When the time comes, won't the rewards explode violently? And that's Senju Tobirama. As an Uchiha, how could you do nothing? Now I am the swordsman and you are the fish. Jie Jie Jie, second Hokage, are you ready to take the revenge of the Uchiha clan leader? 002 Senju Tobirama. Kneel down. 271st. 002 Senju Tobirama. Kneel down. Jie Jie Jie, second Hokage, are you ready to take the revenge of the Uchiha clan leader? A sinister smile appeared on Uchiha Liu's lips. His mind moved. A spiritual body has appeared outside the system space. In the system space at this time, the undead of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama have been fully activated. Senju Hashirama opened his eyes with confusion on his face. Huh, what's going on? Didn't I die? Now, is he alive again? Tobirama. Ding. Senju Hashirama generates strong, excited, emotions, and rewards. Senju-style strange power. Senju Tobirama was equally confused. His brows furrowed. In this case, impure world reincarnation. Damn it. Someone dares to play with my soul. Ding. Senju Tobirama produces a strong, angry, emotion, and the reward is instantaneous technique, Senju Tobirama version. Senju Hashirama rolled his eyes and muttered, Tobirama, I told you not to study this forbidden technique. You must be punished now. Shut up, brother. Senju Tobirama growled angrily. Then he took a closer look at the two brothers' condition. Wrong. This state is not impure world reincarnation. But our souls are imprisoned here. It's like the tailed beast is sealed. Damn it. Who is it? At this moment, there were footsteps tapping outside the door. The two brothers followed the sound. I saw a tall, extremely handsome young man strolling over with a smile on his face. There was a touch of fanaticism in the eyes looking at the two of them. Uchiha Liu bowed with a smile on his face. I have met two previous Hokage-sama. Senju Hashirama's eyes lit up and he laughed heartlessly. What a handsome guy. He is as handsome as I was when I was young. Ha 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 ha. Compared with him, Senju Tobirama's scheming is much deeper. He folded his arms and looked at Uchiha Liu in front of him with a critical look. He exudes the majesty of a superior person. He said in a deep voice, Kid, are you the one who used the forbidden technique to imprison the souls of my two brothers here? What is this forbidden technique? Who are you? What's your purpose? Uchiha Liu was stunned at first. It seems that the undead summoned by the system do not know the existence of the system. And, TMD Senju Tobirama. You are already the meat on the chopping board, how dare you be so arrogant? Who are you going to interrogate here? However, Uchiha Liu did not have an attack immediately. He is ready to tease this great benefactor of the Uchiha family. He immediately smiled and said, I'll tell you the truth, Hokage-sama. I am the son of the current patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Liu. At this time, the village is ruled by incompetence and is already experiencing internal and external troubles. I used the forbidden technique to summon you two here because I want to use the wisdom and power of the two ancestors Hokage to find a better future and development for Konoha and my Uchiha clan. I see. Senju Hashirama nodded. seemingly convinced of this statement. Looking at Uchiha Liu, there was a hint of praise. So what a piece of shit. Senju Tobirama sneered. Brother, can't you see that he is talking nonsense? You are a brat from the Uchiha clan who was born evil. Do you think I will believe your lies? Ding. Senju Tobirama produces a strong, angry, emotion, and rewards. Water-style water barrier, Senju Tobirama version. Senju Tobirama turned his head and stared at Uchiha Liu, his eyes full of wariness. The guy in front of me is not just an Uchiha. Moreover, he is also the son of the contemporary leader of the Uchiha clan. Starting from Uchiha Madara, the leader of the Uchiha clan, how can there be a good person? Looking at the increasingly excited Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Liu shrugged. Sneered. Okay, now that you've seen it, then I'll show my hand. I imprison your souls just to borrow your power and destroy Konoha. I knew it. Senju Tobirama was furious. A look like, sure enough, I have seen through you a long time ago. His narrow eyes were so wide open. The inherently evil brats of the Uchiha clan dared to attempt to destroy Konoha. I will kill you with my own hands right now. Ding. Senju Tobirama generates strong, angry, emotions, and rewards. Water-style water dragon bomb, Senju Tobirama version. His two fingers moved slightly, and he was about to mobilize the chakra. Senju Hashirama next to him frowned and shouted, Stop, Tobirama. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand to stop his brother. Also, get ready to burst out with chakra. However, the two people's voices were so loud that the whole space seemed to shake. But, other than that, nothing more. Not even a tiny bit of chakra fluctuation. The scene suddenly became awkward. Senju Tobirama looked at his palm in shock. Haha. Uchiha Liu sneered. Want to mobilize chakra? I'm so sorry. I am the master in this space. HMPH. Senju Tobirama snorted coldly. Even without chakra, I can deal with you, little brat. If you make a show of yourself, you have to charge forward desperately. He has made up his mind. We must nip this threat to Konoha, and the evil Uchiha clan brat, in the bud. You still have such a hot temper. Uchiha Liu shook his head. Since we can't communicate well. Okay then, Senju Tobirama, kneel down. With a snap of Uchiha Liu's fingers, an invisible pressure instantly fell on Senju Tobirama's soul. He didn't resist at all and knelt down heavily on the spot. Baga. Senju Tobirama was furious. Although, as a soul body, he cannot feel pain. But, this feeling of humiliation never goes away. He is the dignified second Hokage. Are you being forced to kneel now? Especially, the person he knelt down turned out to be the evil Uchiha. What a shame and humiliation. Ding. Senju Tobirama generates strong, angry, emotions, and rewards. Senju Ryaku technique, Senju Tobirama version. Ding. Senju Tobirama produces a strong, unwilling, emotion, and the reward is water attribute chakra nature transformation. Ding. Senju Tobirama produces a strong, humiliation, emotion, and the reward is water attribute chakra form change. 003 What? The strongest Hokage is a monkey. 371sts. 003 What? The strongest Hokage is a monkey. Tobirama. Looking at his younger brother who was forced to kneel down, Senju Hashirama frowned. Ding. Senju Hashirama produces a strong, worry, emotion, and rewards. Total amount of chakra 3. However, even if he is the former ninja god, now, it is just a soul body without any power. He could only force a smile and said, This little brother, my brother has a bad temper and can't speak. I will discipline him well in the future. Look, can you let him go first? Shut up, brother. Senju Tobirama, who was kneeling on the ground, growled through gritted teeth. How can I, the noble Senju, bow to Uchiha? I won't beg him even to the death. Uchiha Liu shrugged towards first Hokage. Look, it's not that I don't give you face, it's that he doesn't want to get up. Immediately afterwards, the incarnation of Uchiha Wachang. Your brother has a bad temper. He needs to be educated properly, otherwise he will suffer big losses in the future. It's better for me to help you temper his temper. Whenever he stops being so unruly, I will let him go. Well, Senju Hashirama glared at his brother and sighed heavily. You Uchiha Liu's eyes swept over the brothers. He smiled and said, "Two ancestors Hokage, I'm going to leave first, you just stay here and stay well. I'll let you see it with your own eyes." How Uchiha changed Konoha. As he spoke, the entire soul body turned into a point of light and dissipated. The two Senju brothers looked at each other. Now the people left immediately, and they had no place to vent their anger. However, they have also discovered, through this cage, they can actually see the outside world. Senju Tobirama is, after all, a first-generation iron-blooded Hokage. The mind is much tougher than others. After the initial anger, he had calmed down. Senju Hashirama was even more open-minded by nature and sat down next to his younger brother. He murmured, "Since there is nothing you can do, okay, let's see together what Konoha looks like today." "Hey, this place, is this a school?" Senju Tobirama snorted. "Yes, it's the ninja school I founded. It seems like it's been developing well over the years." Outside, the corners of Uchiha Liu's mouth raised slightly. He could hear everything the two brothers said. And he can freely block the perception of the undead in the system space. This feeling of being in control of everything is really good. What's more important? You can harvest a wave of leaks from time to time. If we continue at this pace, Wood Style and Flying Thunder God will have to be cut out sooner or later. Uchiha Itachi looked up at his brother and asked, "Nissan, you seem very happy." "Yeah," Uchiha Liu smiled. "I just did something that I have been thinking about for many years. It was very exciting." "Damn it." In the system space, Senju Tobirama's face darkened. "What I have been thinking about for many years is to force me to kneel down." Evil Uchiha clan brat. Uchiha Itachi's eyes flashed with confusion. "Nissan, haven't you always been by my side? Are you doing anything else?" "Nothing." Uchiha Liu put her fingers together and gently poked Uchiha Itachi's forehead. "My stupid Odudu, today's graduation exam. You have to work hard and don't overturn the car." HMPH. Uchiha Itachi rubbed his forehead in dissatisfaction and shouted softly, "My grades have always been very good. Nissan, please work harder." Uchiha Liu smiled and said nothing more. Holding his brother's hand, he walked into the classroom together. Yes, he is 12 years old. And Uchiha Itachi just turned 7 years old. The two of them are actually in the same graduating class, which shows how different their talents are. However, now that there is a system, that is a different matter. Soon, the test papers were handed out. Uchiha Liu answered the previous basic ninja questions relatively smoothly. His previous problems were mainly due to his lack of talent and weakness in actual combat. He still has no problem with this kind of written test. However, Senju Tobirama in the system space frowned. What is all this? Why are there such pediatric questions in the ninja school graduation exam? It's outrageous. It's outrageous. Isn't this turning the school that I put a lot of effort into cultivating elite ninjas into a place for making ninja games? Ding. Senju Tobirama produces a strong dissatisfaction, emotion, reward, shadow clone technique. Uchiha Liu was immediately happy when she received the system prompt. Turn out to be, even if he does nothing, can he still unlock rewards through the emotional fluctuations caused by live broadcast content? This is so cool. In the system space, Senju Hashirama waved his hand. Advised. Tobirama, don't be so excited yet. Maybe the ninja world is extremely peaceful now. So, the ninja school has become childish. It's actually a good thing to prevent children from being exposed to blood too early. HMPH. Senju Tobirama snorted, I hope so. But it was obvious that he absolutely did not believe this statement. Uchiha Liu also sneered. First Hokage, still so naive. Peace. What the FK? Not to mention the 3 previous ninja wars. Just now, Konoha and Cloud Shinobi are still at war. However, Uchiha Liu was not prepared to tell them these things. It will be more beneficial to Brother Senju to let him discover it slowly through live broadcast. Soon, Uchiha Liu answered the last fill-in-the-blank question. The strongest Hokage in history is. Uchiha Liu answered immediately. Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. TCH. Senju Tobirama sneered. Brother, did you see it? The brats of the Uchiha clan are not only evil, but also stupid. You can't even answer this kind of scoring question correctly, and you actually think that the monkey is the strongest Hokage in history. Uchiha Liu also sneered and replied inwardly. You are the one who is stupid, Master Second Hokage. I have been taking this question for 6 or 7 years, and it comes up every time I take the exam. The answer has always been Third Hokage. Because that's what the textbook says. Nani? Senju Tobirama was shocked. Kid, you can actually hear us. No. That's not the point. You mean, your textbooks say that the strongest Hokage in history is Sarutobi Hiruzen. Ding. Senju Tobirama produces a strong shock, emotion, and rewards. Water-style water dragon bite explosion, Senju Tobirama version. 004 The evil old Senju ghost. You have no will of fire. 471sts. 004 The evil old Senju ghost. You have no will of fire. Ding. Senju Tobirama produces a strong shock, emotion, and rewards. Water-style water dragon bite explosion, Senju Tobirama version. Otherwise, Uchiha Liu replied matter-of-factly. One can imagine. Senju Tobirama was so shocked at this moment. Of course he wouldn't trust an evil brat from Uchiha. But, on this matter, he didn't think the other party had any need to lie. What have monkeys been doing these past few years? Not only did he turn the ninja school into a place for making games, but he also dared to openly claim that he was the strongest Hokage. This is simply unreasonable. Senju Hashirama was very calm, even pleased. Future generations are better than others. This is nothing to be surprised about. Senju Tobirama turned to look at his elder brother in disbelief. Are you stupid? He, Sarutobi Hiruzen, doesn't even have a bloodline limit, and he can't learn the Flying Thunder God. He's probably not even as good as me. How can he surpass you? In the classroom, Uchiha Liu is ready to answer the last question. Please explain what will of fire is. In the system space, Senju Tobirama let out a long sigh. Finally a reliable question. Although this thing cannot improve the quality of ninja at all. However, it can greatly enhance people's sense of belonging to Konoha. It is so necessary to instill the will of fire into students from an early age. Senju Tobirama is as smart as a monkey, and he sees through the essence of the problem at once. Thinking of this, Senju Tobirama glanced at Uchiha Liu hatefully. The kid frowned and looked like it was difficult to write. Senju Tobirama snorted in his heart. Humph. How can such an evil Uchiha brat possibly answer such a question well? Monkey, if you are smart, you should be able to distinguish between good and evil by passing this question. Be sure to be careful of this evil brat. But soon, as Uchiha Liu puts pen to paper, Senju Tobirama's expression gradually solidified. The compatriots in Konohagakure are like a part of my body. Even if people in the village have misunderstandings about Uchiha and don't believe me, I still believe everyone. Wherever the leaves dance, the fire grows. Even if one day I die protecting the village, the fire will continue to illuminate the village and make new leaves sprout. The corners of Uchiha Liu's mouth raised slightly. This is based on the famous sayings of First Hokage and Third Hokage, 2 Hokage adults. Especially the last 2 sentences are the last words of old man Sarutobi. The will of fire contained in it is so valuable, is there any need to talk about it? Ding. Senju Tobirama produces strong, absurd, emotions, and rewards. Senju flow chakra pressure. Sure enough, Senju Tobirama was kneeling in the system space. At this moment, my eyes suddenly widened. At this moment, a strong sense of absurdity surged in his heart. What's wrong with this world? What the FK, an evil Uchiha brat, has such a profound understanding of the will of fire? Is this scientific? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ding. Senju Hashirama produces strong, excited, emotions, reward, junior sage body. Senju Hashirama suddenly stood up. Looking at the sentences on the exam paper that contain the strong will of fire, I feel very excited. Okay. You are truly worthy of being the inheritor of the will of fire. Uchiha Liu from the outside is equally excited. He is worthy of the man known as the God of Ninja. The rewards that came out are really extraordinary. Once this junior sage body is integrated into his body, it brings him so many benefits. The amount of chakra increases dramatically. The vitality is extremely abundant. Within the system space, Senju Tobirama looked at his eldest brother like he was a fool. Shouted, "Brother, please use your brain, okay? He's clearly an evil Uchiha brat. If he is really the inheritor of the will of fire, how can he say that he wants to destroy Konoha? How could I let this second Hokage kneel here? He is obviously performing for us, performing for the teacher. This kid's scheming is extremely deep." Senju Hashirama waved his hand and said solemnly, "Tobirama, I think that kid said he wanted to destroy Konoha, but it was just a joke. Besides, you always have an inherent discrimination against the Uchiha clan. This is wrong. If you hadn't done that to him, I don't think he would have done that to you. You need to reflect on this. I will never allow you to force a good young man with a heart full of fire will to oppose Konoha." "That's very well said, First Hokage-sama." Uchiha Liu's voice sounded at the right time. "Tobirama, it seems like you, the second Hokage, don't understand the will of fire well enough. The will of fire allows you to treat every villager equally, love them, and even risk your life to protect them. And you, unreasonably discriminate against my Uchiha clan. This is simply trampling on the will of fire." Ding. Senju Tobirama generates strong, angry, emotions, reward, multiple shadow clone technique. Baga. Senju Tobirama was furious. His face turned red. "You evil brat from the Uchiha clan, are you worthy enough to educate me?" The reason why Uchiha Liu interrupted the casting on the spot and reprimanded loudly. "Shut up, you evil old Senju ghost who has no will of fire in your heart," Uchiha Liu said while snapping his fingers again. Immediately afterwards, Senju Tobirama discovered with grief and indignation, "I really can't speak anymore." At this moment, the second Hokage master really collapsed. That damn Uchiha brat, what did he call himself? The evil old Senju clan. Moreover, he harshly scolded himself for not having the will of fire. Why should he? I really want to talk. I really want to refute him. Why can't I speak? Senju Tobirama's eyes were blood red. The effect is just like taking Sharingan. This is clearly PD off. If looks could kill, Uchiha Liu would have died hundreds of times. P.S. New book released. Dear readers, please contribute some data to support me. Playing with Konoha's high-level officials, playing Tsunade, and more exciting content are coming later. 4 updates guaranteed every day. The more data you submit, the more motivated the author will be. The more you get, the faster you get. 005 Your big brother will always be your big brother. 571sts. 005 Your big brother will always be your big brother. This is clearly PD off. If looks could kill, Uchiha Liu would probably have died hundreds of times. Ding. Senju Tobirama produces a strong, suffering, emotion, and the reward is Dark Walk Technique. Ouch. Uchiha Liu looked at this newly released reward. Suddenly my eyes lit up. As expected of the evil Senju ghost, almost all of these gadgets on his body are aimed at the Uchiha clan. But, although this high-level illusion has the best restraint effect on Sharingan, however, it is very effective against ordinary people. And, Uchiha Liu also thought, wait until you awaken Sharingan in the future. How strong does it need to be to use Sharingan to amplify this darkness technique? Time flies. The teachers at the ninja school are also very efficient. After the written test, correct the test paper in the shortest possible time. And delivered to the desk of the third Hokage. As the highest authority in Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen certainly would not check every test paper personally. However, he would still pass the key questions in person such as the graduation exam. Especially for the last chapter, there is an explanation of the will of fire. The old man from third generation was holding a pipe in his mouth and looking through the files casually with a smile on his face. These children are not very old, so what they write is inevitably childish. But having been brainwashed by the will of fire for many years, the answer is still quite upright. Especially when you see Uchiha Itachi's test paper. The third Hokage nodded with satisfaction. You have such insight at such a young age. It's not simple, it's really not simple. Then, he turned to Uchiha Liu's test paper. His eyes suddenly widened. This. Look at the sincere words on the test paper. Especially the last sentence. Wherever the wooden leaves are flying, the fire is endless. This moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen feels that his passion, which has been cooling down for many years due to his addiction to intrigue, is about to be mobilized. Okay, very good. The old man slammed the table. The Uchiha clan has two talented people all of a sudden. Maybe in the future, these two children will be the key to solving the problems of the village and the Uchiha clan. Thinking this, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly took out the crystal ball from the drawer. I want to watch the actual battle in the afternoon in person. And at this time, Uchiha Liu, who was far away in the ninja school, received the system prompt again. Ding! Sarutobi Hiruzen has a strong appreciation, emotion, and the reward is telescope technique. Soon, lunch break is over. A total of 30 students from the graduating class came to the training ground together. Although the ninja school at this time was much weaker than when second Hokage was in power. But it is far from reaching the level of Naruto's generation, who only took 3 body technique for graduation. A student wants to actually graduate. You must pass multiple assessment subjects such as shuriken throwing, written examinations, and actual combat duels. What is going to be carried out at this time is the actual battle. Following the drawing of lots by head teacher Murakami Ichiro, groups of students continued to compete on stage. Uchiha Liu stood in the corner, leaning lazily against the big tree, with a nonchalant look on his face. If it had been yesterday, he would probably have been worried. But now, after drawing so many good things, Uchiha Liu's strength has made a qualitative leap. Not to mention these students, even Chunan's class teacher would not be his opponent. But, today is different after all. The old man from third generation must be stealing money. After mastering the telescope technique, Uchiha Liu's sensitivity to this technique has also increased a lot. At this time, he could clearly feel that someone was peeking at him. This person could not be anyone other than the old man from third generation. Looks like I have to put on a good show today. Uchiha Liu was thinking so. On the stage, Ichiro Murakami unfolded the paper in his hand and shouted loudly. Uchiha Liu, is it my turn? Uchiha Liu smiled slightly and strolled to the center. In the system space, Senju Tobirama has restored the right to speak at this time. He shouted coldly, HMPH, I want to see how powerful this evil Uchiha brat is. Although Senju Hashirama said nothing, he looked very curious. The opponent is. Ichiro Murakami continued to draw a piece of paper. When he saw the name clearly written on it, he was stunned for a moment. But he still said it out loud, Uchiha Itachi. There was an uproar on the field. What, is it actually a duel between brothers? Tisk, the famous genius and the famous loser of the Uchiha clan are still brothers. Now this is interesting. What's the point? If Uchiha Itachi takes action, there won't be any suspense at all. That guy is too strong. The old man from third generation, who was far away in the Hokage office, saw this scene through the crystal ball. He also laughed immediately. Did these two brats get drawn together? It's interesting. While everyone was talking, Uchiha Itachi also stood on the field. Uchiha Itachi pointed to his chest together, forming a seal of opposition, and said with a smile. Nissan. We haven't fought against each other for a long time. You have to work hard. Uchiha Liu also pointed to her chest. Oh Dudu, you have to understand that your eldest brother will always be your eldest brother. Uchiha Itachi wiped his nose and reminded loudly. HMPH. Nissan, I'm going to FKU. As soon as he finished speaking, 6 kunai flew towards him. Extremely fast. Moreover, the angle is extremely tricky. Almost all escape routes are blocked. Ichiro Murakami sighed secretly. It is really not easy to have such pure shuriken skills at such a young age. He has chakra attached to his feet and is ready to go down and save someone. Who knew that he would face such a sharp attack? Uchiha Liu just smiled slightly. He suddenly raised his hand, and the same 6 kunai were thrown out. Ding ding ding. A burst of sparks flashed, and a total of 8 kunai from 2 directions collided with each other accurately. Moreover, 2 of the shots fired by Uchiha Liu were also driven by the impact. Deflect beautifully in the air. Shoot down Uchiha Itachi's other 2 kunai as well. In other words, Uchiha Liu only used 4 kunai to destroy Uchiha Itachi's 6 with extreme accuracy. And he himself still had 2 kunai left. Continuing at a terrifying speed, he flies towards Uchiha Itachi. Nani? Uchiha Itachi's pupils shrank suddenly. Obviously, he didn't expect his brother to have such a method. In desperation, he quickly rolled on the spot and narrowly escaped. But the figure is obviously a little embarrassed. Ding! Uchiha Itachi generates a strong shock emotion and is rewarded. Tsutomo Sharingan. 006 I admire second Hokage the most. 671st. 006 I admire second Hokage the most. Ding! Uchiha Itachi generates a strong shock emotion and is rewarded. Tsutomo Sharingan. Feel the pupil power surging in his eyes. Uchiha Liu's heart is ecstatic. The pride of the Uchiha clan. Sharingan. It's finally on. Brother, you are such a good leak. Uchiha Liu did not reveal Sharingan. But, this moment, still the whole place was silent. You can hear the needle drop. Ichiro Murakami rubbed his eyes and looked at Uchiha Liu in disbelief. Is this still the good-for-nothing student? This kind of shuriken technique is simply miraculous. I don't know how much better than him as a teacher. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who watched the live broadcast from a distance, was also shocked. There's something about this Uchiha Liu. Ding! Ichiro Murakami felt a strong shock and was rewarded with Chunin-level ninja knowledge. Ding! Sarutobi Hiruzen has a strong appreciation, emotion, and the reward is Wash Shuriken technique. Soon, Uchiha Itachi regained his balance. Looking directly at Uchiha Liu, a solemn look flashed in his eyes. I can't believe, Nissan. You are so powerful, but I won't give up easily. Ding! Uchiha Itachi has a strong desire to win, emotion, and the reward is Sharingan illusion. Facing his younger brother who wanted to attack, Uchiha Liu just smiled. He waved to him. Uchiha Itachi took a deep breath and quickly formed seals with his hands. Nissan, be careful. Fire-style great fireball technique. His cheeks bulged exaggeratedly. The next moment, an orange-red great fireball burst out from Uchiha Itachi's mouth. A group of students watching the battle could feel the scorching air waves from a distance. To be able to perform the great fireball to such an extent at such a young age is worthy of the name of a genius. In front of the crystal ball, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a long drag on his cigarette. This time, Uchiha Liu, how will you deal with it? Are you also going to attack with the great fireball technique? Soon, he saw Uchiha Liu's answer. Water-style water barrier. Massive blue water appears out of thin air. A tall wall of water formed in front of Uchiha Liu. Block out the menacing great fireball. This technique. Third Hokage opened his mouth suddenly. His eyes were filled with astonishment. The Uchiha clan, famous in the ninja world for their fire style, actually used the water style. How does this scene seem to be inconsistent? Moreover, such a huge water flow was created out of thin air in this waterless land. This kid's chakra capacity and water style accomplishments are quite amazing. Ding! Sarutobi Hiruzen has a strong shock, emotion, and the reward is Shuriken Shadow Clone technique. Depend on. In the system space, Senju Tobirama was also a little shocked. Isn't this my F****************** G technique? You, Uchiha, actually use water style openly. Do you still want to lose face? Don't you think this goes against the will of your ancestors? Ding! Senju Tobirama produces a strong contempt, emotion, and rewards water style wave riding strike. Seeing that his attack failed again, Uchiha Itachi was also a little stunned. So powerful. Is this still my brother who is behind the wheel? Nissan, you are indeed ridiculously strong. As expected of my eldest brother. The next move. This is my special move. Fire style Impatience Claw Red. As soon as he finished speaking, Uchiha Itachi quickly took out dozens of shurikens from his ninja bag. Immediately afterwards, he spit out more than 10 fireballs from his mouth. The combination of fireball and shuriken is very magical. Greatly increased power. Let's rush to Uchiha Liu together. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Liu smiled slightly. Looks like I need to be more serious too. His hands quickly formed seals. Water-style water dragon bomb technique. Boom. Countless water flows surged around Uchiha Liu out of thin air. Then it suddenly upwards and gathered into a huge blue water dragon. Wrapped in Uchiha Liu's figure. Every scale on the water dragon's body is extremely clear and lifelike. If you look closely, you will see that they are actually tiny water blades. This is the embodiment of water attribute form change and nature transformation reaching the ultimate. Uchiha Itachi's impatience claw red hit the water dragon. It didn't hurt or itch at all. Not even a shred of damage was done. On the contrary, it seems to have inspired the ferocious nature of the water dragon. The water dragon roared wildly, looking down at Uchiha Itachi as if standing tall on the sky. It's like gods watching over mortals. This technique, this amount of chakra. The third Hokage stood up suddenly. He stared at the young figure wrapped in the water dragon. Another figure seemed to appear in the cloudy old eyes. Second generation sensei. Like, so similar. Ding. Senju Tobirama produces a strong gaff emotion, and is rewarded with fire attribute chakra nature transformation. Holy shit. In the system space, Senju Tobirama almost broke through the system's limitations and jumped up. Why is it my technique again? And it's an improved version. Shameless. So shameless. Uchiha's evil brat, this is shameless plagiarism. Ding. Senju Tobirama produces a strong, angry, emotion, and the reward is water-style heavenly cry. Compared to these outsiders, Uchiha Itachi was obviously more excited when he faced the water dragon. His body trembled as he stared in disbelief at the miraculous huge water dragon in front of him. I can't even feel any resistance at all. How can it be? Ding. Uchiha Itachi has a strong shock emotion, and the reward is magic Yaohang technique. Looking at his frightened brother, the corners of Uchiha Liu's mouth raised slightly. A body flicker technique that disappears in place. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Uchiha Itachi. Before he could react, 2 fingers had already poked his forehead. My lovely Auto, you still need to practice. Uchiha Itachi raised his head, looked up at his elder brother, and murmured. Nissan, why do you practice such a powerful water style? Isn't our Uchiha's most signature fire style technique? Uchiha Liu stretched out his big hand and pressed it on Uchiha Itachi's little head. He proudly said, fire style is the signature of the Uchiha clan. But, the water style technique is Master Second Hokage's signature. That sir is someone I admire very much. Furthermore, according to legend, the current third Hokage-sama is even more proficient in the 5 attribute technique. They are all role models for us to learn from. Ding. Senju Tobirama generates a strong appreciation, emotion and is rewarded with fire attribute chakra form change. Ding. Senju Tobirama produces a strong, angry, emotion, and rewards talent master of forbidden technique. 007 Tobirama completely breaks the defense. Wood style is available. 771st. 007 Tobirama completely breaks the defense. Wood style is available. Ding. Senju Tobirama generates a strong appreciation, emotion and is rewarded with fire attribute chakra form change. Ding. Senju Tobirama produces a strong, angry, emotion, and rewards talent master of forbidden technique. Talent master of forbidden technique. You have a unique understanding of chakra and techniques far beyond ordinary people, and you have super potential to freely create and transform techniques. Apparently, faced with Uchiha Liu's bold words, the reactions of the master and disciple of second generation are completely opposite. The old man from third generation was grinning from ear to ear. I thought to myself, have a look, how enlightened this child is. Are the people you admire the most turned out to be Mr. Tobirama and me? Sure enough, this child is completely different from those arrogant Uchiha people. He is the true inheritor of the will of fire. It will definitely be an extremely useful chess piece in the future. The old ghost from second generation in the system space was almost driven mad. if not to retain the last bit of grace. He really wanted to yell. The inherently evil brats of the Uchiha clan. UF************G admire me. You admire NMLGB. An Uchiha, who worships me, Senju Tobirama, who the hell would believe me if I tell you that? Moreover, you worship me and let lousy kneel here. Is this something humans do? The most unbearable thing for Senju Tobirama is his big brother, the man known as the god of ninja. He actually said to him at this time, "Did you see Tobirama? This child originally admired you very much. If you hadn't spoken rudely and discriminated against the Uchiha clan without reason, he would never have treated you like this." Senju Tobirama almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. He looked at his eldest brother desperately. I really want to split this guy's head open and see what's inside. My dear brother, can't you see that this kid is acting? Moreover, the acting is so poor. Ding. Senju Tobirama generates strong, angry, emotions and rewards. Forbidden technique tandem paper bombs. Senju Tobirama was furious. Evil Uchiha clan brat. Has it actually begun to affect the relationship between our brothers? Brother, just watch. It won't be long before you understand. This kid is a complete and insidious villain. But it doesn't matter whether you understand it or not. After all, he is already a dead person. The important thing is that monkey guy must not be deceived by this kid. Outside world. After listening to his eldest brother's impassioned speech, Uchiha Itachi nodded in understanding. Then he asked, "But brother, since your strength is so powerful, why don't you show it at all?" He still asked conservatively. In the past, Uchiha Liu was more than just not showing his strength. It's totally the tail end of a crane. The shame of wealthy Uchiha. Haha. Uchiha Liu's big hand was still resting on Uchiha Itachi's head. At this time, he smiled and rubbed his broken hair. Itachi, you have to remember. As ninjas of Konoha, we practice hard, never just to show off to others in normal times, but to be able to protect our companions and the village at critical moments. Even risking your own life. By the end of his words, he was already very serious. After hearing these words, Uchiha Itachi suddenly understood. The eyes he looked at Uchiha Liu were full of respect. Has my eldest brother already had such a great awakening in his heart? At this moment, the afternoon sun shines on Uchiha Liu. It makes his figure look so dazzling. It's majestic. It left a deep shock in Uchiha Itachi's young mind. Ding. Uchiha Itachi has a strong respect, emotion, and the reward is magic Yaohang technique. And the old man from third generation is far away in the Hokage office. Seeing this scene through the crystal ball and hearing these words, I couldn't help but feel relieved. Although Uchiha Liu did not mention the will of fire. However, in the eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen, every word of this child is carrying out the will of fire. The old man from third generation couldn't help but think. This Uchiha Liu's ideological consciousness is probably even higher than that of Uchiha Kagami back then. Moreover, he also inherited Mr. Tobirama's water-style talent. In the future, we must focus on training. Ding. Sarutobi Hiruzen generates a strong appreciation, emotion, and is rewarded with Earth-style wall. Acting. You can damn well act. Despicable and sinister evil brats of the Uchiha clan. I'm just looking at you like this, but I want to see when you show your weakness. In the system space, Senju Tobirama was so angry that he could not speak. Just complained in my heart. He knows. This time, my stupid elder brother may completely fall in love with the other party. After the practical exam in the afternoon, the two brothers walked home together. Uchiha Liu was in a good mood, but Uchiha Itachi was a little depressed along the way. Uchiha Liu asked with a smile, "What's wrong? 1 against 7, and you're still worried about losing to me?" "Of course not." Uchiha Itachi smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Nissan, what you said this afternoon really shocked me. Now I want to know what you think about the conflict between the clan and the village." Uchiha Liu shook his head and said solemnly, "Oh Dudu, you are too young now. This is not something you should consider right now. Brother, I will definitely resolve this matter properly. The third Hokage secretly observed with a crystal ball, his old face full of approval. Sure enough, I was right about this kid. With potential. Be responsible. Pure thoughts. Good control. Ding. Sarutobi Hiruzen generates a strong appreciation, emotion, and is rewarded with Earth-style heart beheading technique. Senju Hashirama, who was in the system space, suddenly said. The genius boy of the Uchiha clan. Are you in any trouble? In other words, is the Uchiha clan currently in trouble? You can tell me, and I will give you some advice. Maybe I'm not smart enough, but my brother is still quite smart. However, in the face of the big Pilar's overtures, Uchiha Liu just replied with a face full of pain. First Hokage-sama, are you okay? Let your brother, an evil old Senju ghost, advise me, the Uchiha clan. Do you want him to teach me how to lead the Uchiha clan to extinction? Senju Hashirama was stunned for a moment. He turned to look at his younger brother who had a sinister expression on his face. Then he scratched his head and said, it seems, makes sense. Ding. Senju Hashirama produces strong, excited, emotions and rewards, wood-style wood clone. Uchiha Liu heard this. My eyes suddenly lit up. It is indeed a big pillar. It's easy not to explode the gold coins, but once you explode it's something amazing. Wood clone. This is almost the most powerful clone technique in the ninja world. Even stronger than shadow clone. More importantly, through this technique, Uchiha Liu is equivalent to directly unlocking the wood-style blood succession limit. At the same time, it has two legendary blood inheritance limits, Sharingan and wood style. It's hard even if you don't want to be strong. At this time, Senju Tobirama had calmed down again. He had now made up his mind to say no more. He wanted to see what the evil Uchiha brat had planned. 008 sign in Uchiha Madara. Make Uchiha great again. 871st. 008 sign in Uchiha Madara. Make Uchiha great again. At this moment, Uchiha Liu received a new system prompt. Ding. It is detected that the host is located at the Uchiha clan's residence. Do you want to sign in? Is there a new sign in? Uchiha Liu's lips raised slightly. This time, it should be. Thinking of this, he suddenly said to the system space. Two Hokage-samas, it seems you won't be lonely soon. Your old friend is here. What do you mean? Brother Senju was stunned at the same time. Uchiha Liu did not answer, but just said to the system, sign in. Ding. Host successfully signed into Uchiha clan residency, and unlocked Uchiha Madara undead, Uchiha Izuna undead. Within the system space, two brand new soul bodies appear. Nani. Motor. Senju Hashirama's eyes suddenly widened. The joy is beyond words. Ding. Senju Hashirama generates strong, excited, emotions and rewards. Wood style the birth of the tree world. Senju Tobirama's pupils shrank slightly. Are you Izuna? Does this brat from Uchiha even want to play with the ghosts of his ancestors? The two Uchiha brothers slowly opened their eyes. Izuna's eyes were full of confusion. Uchiha Madara murmured. It doesn't seem like a long time. That kid Nagato, has he grown to this point? No, this isn't. Hasi hot mom. Why are you here? Ding. Uchiha Madara generates strong, excited, emotions, and is rewarded with fire-style great fire extinguishing. Motor. Haxi hot mom. The two people who once had a deep bond looked at each other and roared. The gay love almost overflows the system space. It's so noisy. It happens every time. Senju Tobirama frowned. Uchiha Izuna felt the same, but asked with some schadenfreude. Senju Tobirama, why are you kneeling on the ground? Also, who summoned us here? It's me, Senior. Uchiha Liu's figure appeared in the system space again. Uchiha Izuna's eyes narrowed slightly. Who are you? Are you a descendant of the Uchiha clan? Yes. Uchiha Liu nodded slightly. Introduce yourself. Uchiha Liu, son of the current patriarch of the Uchiha clan. As for why we summoned the two ancestors to come. How to say, I want my ancestors to witness with their own eyes how Uchiha stands at the top of the ninja world. Kid. Uchiha Madara glanced sideways at him, showing disdain. Is it just you? Uchiha Liu shrugged. Haha, everyone will wait and see. You guys have nothing to do to communicate and exchange feelings. I have something else to do, so I'll take my leave. With that said, he exited the system space. HMPH, you stinky brat, Uchiha Madara snorted. Soon, the four people, intertwined with various grievances and hatreds, began to communicate. From the words of the Senju brothers, the Uchiha brothers knew Uchiha Liu's identity, personality, etc. Uchiha Madara was quite dismissive of this. He no longer cares about the Uchiha clan. What's more, he has already chosen his successor, and made plans. The future of the ninja world must be in his hands, Uchiha Madara. Of course, you can't say this to others yet. Uchiha Izuna is quite optimistic about Uchiha Liu. He died during the Sengoku era when various ethnic groups were fighting. The glory of the Uchiha clan is very important. Izuna feels that Uchiha Liu, a descendant of the same clan, is talented and capable, and he holds the glory of his clan in his heart. In the future, there might really be a chance to lead the Uchiha clan to glory. Ding! Uchiha Izuna generates strong appreciation, emotions, reward, sharing an illusion, Uchiha Izuna version. Soon, two brothers, Uchiha Liu and Uchiha Itachi, entered the Uchiha clan's residence. The old man from third generation who was far away in the Hokage office. He put away the crystal ball very unhappy. There is no way. The Uchiha clan's station is guarded by a barrier, which can completely block his telescope technique. Therefore, it is difficult for him to know everything that happens within the Uchiha clan. This is very detrimental to his rule. It's time to plant a spy into the Uchiha clan. The old man from third generation took a deep breath of cigarette and thought to himself. Uchiha Liu, it should be a good chess piece. Father, mother, Nissan. Uchiha Itachi shouted excitedly before he even entered the house. He wants to share the good news that his eldest brother is not a loser with his parents. However, as soon as he stepped into the house, I saw Uchiha Fugaku with a straight face and a very serious expression. He looked directly at the door with majestic eyes, looking at each other from a distance with his eldest son Uchiha Liu who had just stepped into the house. As the contemporary head of the Uchiha clan and the captain of the security force, Fugaku holds a high position of authority and naturally has many informants. He already knew everything about what happened at school this afternoon. After a long while, Uchiha Fugaku waved his hand and said in a deep voice. Itachi, you go and rest first. I have something to tell your brother. Oh, Uchiha Itachi was intimidated by his father's majesty and did not dare to refute. Lower your head and prepare to leave. Uchiha Liu waved his hand. No need. Itachi, you have grown up too. You can also know some things. Uchiha Fugaku frowned, but did not object after all. He just glared at Uchiha Liu and said in a deep voice. Liu, as your father, I am very happy to see your talent and your calm nature that is good at hiding your clumsiness. But, why waste your talent on water style? Why do you regard that man as your idol? And say it in public. Where do you put the glory of your clan? Don't you know that Senju Tobirama is the source of the Uchiha clan being targeted? In your mind, is the village completely superior to the clan? Ding! Uchiha Fugaku produces a strong, angry, emotion, and is rewarded with fire-style dragon fire technique. In fact, Uchiha Fugaku is not that extreme Uchiha fighter. From the bottom of his heart, he really wanted his clan to live in harmony with Konoha. It's just that the ability is lacking. In addition, he is now the leader of the Uchiha clan. His own son made such remarks in public. If he didn't have any attitude, he wouldn't be able to explain it to other clan members. Facing his father's questioning, Uchiha Liu remained calm. Father, I know what you are thinking, and I also know what the clan members are thinking. Please believe that everything I do is for a reason. The ultimate goal is to drive those stupid worms out of office and make my Uchiha clan great again. Uchiha Fugaku's pupils shrank suddenly. Today, he seemed to get to know his eldest son again. It turns out that this child has always had such a great ambition in his heart. Moreover, it is different from those tribesmen who only know how to resort to force. This kid is quite smart. A strange look flashed in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. After a while, his lips moved slightly, as expected of my son. Ding! Uchiha Fugaku generates a strong appreciation, emotion and is rewarded. 3 Tomo Sharingan. Uchiha Liu smiled and said, only the three of us, father and son, know about this matter. Father, in front of others, he still has to act like he is at odds with me. I understand. Uchiha Fugaku nodded, stepped forward and patted Uchiha Liu on the shoulder. Just do whatever you want to do. As a father, I will always be proud of you. Then a body flicker technique disappeared in place. After Fugaku left, Uchiha Itachi, who had been silent, looked deeply at his eldest brother. Ding! Uchiha Itachi has a strong, shocked, emotion, and the reward is, crow clone technique. Itachi, who was still young at this time, never expected. The brother in front of me was still talking to him about the will of fire, just an hour ago. In fact, at heart, he is also an extreme familialist. Are those things before all lies? 009 Fool Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Liu's plan. 971st. 009 Fool Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Liu's plan. The brother in front of me was talking to him about the will of fire, just an hour ago. In fact, at heart, he is also an extreme familialist. Are those things before all lies? Nissan, what you just told father is true. Uchiha Liu sat down on the steps casually. This way he can look down at his younger brother. Smiling and explaining. No. Although my father is the head of the clan, his vision is still narrow. His perspective is always limited to one clan, and at most it reaches the level of the village. Uchiha Itachi's heart was shocked. Nissan, what about you? Uchiha Liu's eyes were deep and his arms were slightly open. Me, what I want is to stand at the highest point and create true peace in the ninja world. True peace in the ninja world. Uchiha Itachi was completely shocked. Having witnessed the cruelty of war at the age of 4, he hopes for peace more than anyone else. Of course the idea is wonderful. But, the truth is cruel. In fact, even the Uchiha clan and the top brass of Konoha are far from achieving peace. Not to mention peace in the ninja world. You know, this is something that not even the ninja god could do back then. And does his eldest brother actually have such great ambitions? At this moment, a strong emotion rushed straight into Uchiha Itachi's brain. The next moment, his eyes suddenly turned scarlet. 2 black Magatama slowly emerged. Uchiha Itachi actually opened his eyes at this moment. Ding! Uchiha Itachi generates strong, excited, emotions, reward, Genjutsu Tsukuyomi, one-time use. I'm going. The corners of Uchiha Liu's mouth twitched slightly. Is this a genius hanging on the wall? Is this an eye-opener? And, Tsukuyomi, even though it can only be used once for the time being, it's great. Uchiha Itachi was also very intoxicated by this sudden awakening of power, and said like a treasure. Nissan, look, my eyes are open. I will definitely be able to help you in the future. This guy has not yet been brainwashed by the old silver coins at the top of Konoha. Still simply like a blank sheet of paper. Uchiha Liu just inspired him a little, and he was already full of energy. But, Uchiha Liu is ready to stimulate him again. The next moment, his eyes suddenly turned blood red, and he was already 3 Tomo Sharingan. My stupid Auto, how far can you see with those Sharingans of yours? You still need to keep working hard. As he spoke, he stretched out his fingers again and gently tapped Uchiha Itachi's forehead. Uchiha Itachi's pupils shrank suddenly, and he said in shock, have you already activated 3 Tomo Sharingan? As expected of my big brother. Ding! Uchiha Itachi has a strong admiration, emotion, and the reward is magical mirror world spin. In the system space at this time, the 4 undead witnessed everything that happened before. Everyone has different thoughts. Senju Tobirama stared at his eldest brother and said in a deep voice. Brother, did you see it? This kid is completely evil with deep thoughts. In his heart, there is only the ridiculous pride of the Uchiha clan, and there is no will of fire at all. Senju Hashirama frowned and remained silent when he heard this. Right now, Uchiha Liu's figure appears in the system space again. He sneered and said, the evil old Senju ghost is stirring up trouble again. You know nothing about the will of fire. The will of fire should be the program that leads all Konoha shinobi forward. But in your hands, especially those of your useless disciples, it has become a weapon to criticize political opponents. Not only for me, the Uchiha clan, but also for other ninjas. As long as they are willing, they can use these 4 words to put a big label on others and force them to death at any time. You're talking nonsense. Senju Tobirama was furious. This is impossible. Ding. Senju Tobirama generates strong, angry, emotions, and rewards. Water-style big water blast. Haha. Don't you believe it? The corners of Uchiha Liu's mouth raised slightly. Old Senju, open your eyes and take a good look. Believe me, it won't be long before you see for yourself what I'm talking about. As he spoke, his figure dissipated like bubbles again. At the same time, I had a deeper calculation in my mind. Today, the Senju brothers have made a lot of gold coins. But at the same time, their emotional resistance has also improved a lot. Especially Senju Hashirama, this guy is a bit nervous and emotionally stable. So far, the number of triggers is still very small. If you want to stimulate them again, you must take some strong medicine. The best way to deal with these 2 people is of course to do something to Tsunade. However, the Senju princess had already left the village and was wandering around the world, so it was not easy to find her. What's more, with Uchiha Liu's current status, he cannot leave the village easily. Therefore, we had to postpone this great plan for a while. If you settle for the next best thing, so the best way at the moment is penetrate into the upper levels of Konoha, Anbu, preferably the roots. Access to core secrets, core darkness. Let the Senju brothers take a good look at what good things their successors have done over the years. I believe it will definitely drive these 2 brothers crazy. By then, won't gold coins continue to explode? And Uchiha Liu still remembers very clearly. It won't take long. Cloud Shinobi's peace negotiation representatives will come to Konoha. Later, Hyuga Hinata was kidnapped, and Konoha's top brass chose to compromise. Tisk tisk. At that time, Uchiha Liu live broadcasted the scene to the Senju brothers. I wonder if these 2 people will be so angry that they lift up the coffin board. Think of this. The corners of Uchiha Liu's mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. After all, he has a clear understanding of the ninja world and himself. Therefore, he must try his best to use the system to strengthen himself. In the ninja world, this extraordinary world where great power belongs to oneself, the only thing worthy of trust is always your own strength. Even his younger brothers Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Liu only corrected him occasionally. Try not to let it go astray as much as possible. But I never put too much hope in him. ... Uchiha Liu sat on the steps, rubbing her chin with her hands. I thought to myself, if you want to improve your strength quickly, you have to join Anbu or Root as soon as possible. I've already put on a great show with the Will of Fire today. It doesn't look like it's enough, though. Those 2 old foxes, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, are still very calm. I have to think of some way to stimulate them again. While he was thinking this, Uchiha Itachi suddenly tugged on his sleeve. Nissan, let's go practice together. I also want to improve my strength quickly so that I can help you in the future. Uchiha Liu suddenly came back to her senses. Yes, practice. That's a good idea. In the process of training, he once again showed his potential, and he was not afraid that the 2 old foxes would not take the bait. Think so. An extremely bold plan suddenly arose in Uchiha Liu's mind. 010 Are you a Uchiha Awakening Wood style? Do you still want to lose face? 1071sts. 010 Are you a Uchiha Awakening Wood style? Do you still want to lose face? Think so. An extremely bold plan suddenly arose in Uchiha Liu's mind. ... Soon, the 2 brothers arrived at the 7th training ground. The 2 first practiced some physical skills against each other. Soon, Uchiha Itachi was shocked to discover. My eldest brother is actually quite accomplished in sword skills. You can almost hang yourself with one hand. After that, the 2 practiced fire style and water style respectively. Sure enough, it didn't take long. Uchiha Liu perceived the fluctuations of the telescope technique. It seems that old man Sarutobi still pays close attention to me. The corners of Uchiha Liu's mouth raised slightly. After frantically releasing several large water-style spells, Uchiha Liu's figure swayed and fell backwards. Nissan. Uchiha Itachi was shocked. What's wrong with you? Ding. Uchiha Itachi has a strong, excited, emotion, and the reward is a huge explosion of clones. Haha. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who secretly lost money, smiled. Is chakra overused? A kid is a kid after all. However, at such an age, he can actually cast multiple large-scale water-style spells in succession. This amount of chakra is already amazing. What Uchiha Liu doesn't know is, except the old man from third generation is peeping in the dark. In the forest not far from the 7th training ground, there was an old ghost with bandages all over his body, also observing in secret. Looking at Uchiha Liu who fainted, Shimura Danzo sneered and shook his head. And Uchiha, he majored in water style, and there are obvious shadows of Tobirama teacher in his sword skills. What a freak. It's a pity. Although I have some talent, it seems that I haven't awakened Sharingan yet, so it's useless after all. This guy has been working with Orochimaru for many years. For wood style, Sharingan has become obsessed with it. However, just when Shimura Danzo was about to turn around and leave, the men behind him suddenly stopped him. Sir, look. The voice was full of shock. What's going on? You're in a panic. How can you behave like this? Danzo frowned and scolded. But let's turn our attention back to Uchiha Liu. Then, his eyes suddenly widened. His body trembled subconsciously. What did he see? The kid who fainted started to grow branches and vines all over his body. Wood style. Shimura Danzo's old voice had a vibrato. How is this possible? Ding. Shimura Danzo generates strong, unbelievable, emotions, reward, forbidden technique Izanagi. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was far away in Hokage's office, also stood up suddenly. Ding. Sarutobi Hiruzen produces a strong, unbelievable, emotion, reward, sealing technique 5 elements seal. Within the system space, the 4 undead souls were equally shocked. As this, my wood style. Senju Hashirama rubbed his eyes, a little unconvinced. He even couldn't help but start to reflect. Did you ever have a night with a girl from the Uchiha clan when you were young? After all, a pure-blooded Uchiha clan awakened the wood style. This is too abnormal. Ding. Senju Hashirama produces strong, unbelievable, emotions and rewards. Wood style wood expulsion jutsu. Senju Tobirama's face was twisted and he almost jumped up from the ground on the spot. He doesn't care at all now about where Uchiha Liu's wood style came from. What he is thinking now is, damn it, you an evil Uchiha, left hand water style, right hand wood style. Are you still human? Don't you think it's against your ancestors? Ding. Senju Tobirama produces strong, angry, emotions, and the reward is soul confinement technique. Of course, Senju Tobirama thinks much more than that. He knows better than anyone how heaven-defying his eldest brother's wood style is. This evil brat from the Uchiha family is clearly a careerist with extremely deep thoughts. I awakened Sharingan a long time ago, and now I even have wood style. After that day, Konoha, even within the ninja world, who else can stop his conspiracy? The thought of this, Senju Tobirama's heart couldn't help but sink. Ding. Senju Tobirama generates a strong worry, emotion, and rewards. Flying Thunder God technique one-time use. Everyone who saw this scene, all in a state of disbelief. But no one knows. All of this is actually just Uchiha Liu's plan. His chakra was not depleted at all. His fainting was just a disguise. As for those vines, he deliberately released them secretly. Just pretend to be unconsciously awakened wood style, and show it to others. He knew very well how big an impact this scene would have on everyone. Not only can you reap a wave of rewards, it will definitely attract the attention of the third generation old man. As for Shimura Danzo, this was indeed unexpected by Uchiha Liu. It's an unexpected surprise. Sure enough, after a while, several bursts of wind came. Shimura Danzo, with 2 of his men, teleported to Uchiha Liu's side. You are. Looking at the sudden uninvited guest, Uchiha Itachi's face was full of wariness. Ha. Shimura Danzo forced a smile. Try to look kind. Don't be afraid, kid. I am Konoha's assistant Hokage, Shimura Danzo. Your brother just overused his chakra. You feed him a soldier's food pill. Senju Tobirama. I'll go. This is Danzo. Why this honor? Why don't good people behave like monsters? ... I see. Uchiha Itachi nodded and hurriedly fed a soldier food pill. Soon, Uchiha Liu woke up and looked around confusedly. I am. His acting skills are superb. Nissan, you're awake. Uchiha Itachi was overjoyed. Uchiha Liu nodded and looked at Danzo and others with some confusion. These people are. Uchiha Itachi introduced quickly. Nissan, this is Konoha's Hokage assistant, Master Danzo. It was he who guided me just now and saved you. That's it. Uchiha Liu nodded. He expressed sincere gratitude. Thank you, sir. You're welcome. Shimura Danzo waved his hand. He stared at Uchiha Liu with burning eyes, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he became. This is wood style. Moreover, it is not a defective wood style awakened through cell transplantation. The future will definitely be much stronger than that, More importantly, this kid himself is from the Uchiha clan. There is a high probability that Sharingan will awaken in the future. How could you not hold such a good knife in your own hand? Having wood style and Sharingan at the same time. What kind of combat power will it have in the future? At that time, who else can stop him from ascending to the position of Hokage? The thought of this, Danzo felt so excited that he was shaking all over. Uchiha Liu, now that you know my identity, then are you willing to follow me, join the root organization, and serve Konoha? 011 I regret your shadow. Collapse Senju Tobirama. 1171sts. 011 I regret your shadow. Collapse Senju Tobirama. Uchiha Liu, now that you know my identity, then are you willing to follow me, join the root organization, and serve Konoha? And Sarutobi Hiruzen is far away in Hokage's office. As soon as Shimura Danzo's figure appeared in the crystal ball, he rushed to the training ground in a hurry. He thought with his butt. Everyone knows what Shimura Danzo's plan was. However, Uchiha Liu inherited the wood style of the first Hokage and the water style of the second Hokage. My heart is still full of the will of fire. Such a good seedling. How could he be handed over to Danzo? Root tissue. Uchiha Liu looked confused. It was as if he had never heard of this name. Yes, Shimura Danzo nodded. Pretending to be very proud, he seduced. In the dark, guard the roots of Konoha under the sun. You must also know the current situation of the Uchiha clan. Although you are a good seedling, there is no way you will become a Hokage in the future. Joining the root organization is the best way for you. As that's so, Uchiha Liu nodded, seeming a little disappointed. But soon, he raised his head again and said solemnly, Master Danzo is a good man. I'm willing to add. At this moment, a fierce voice suddenly came. Etc. Sarutobi Hiruzen wearing the Hokage god's robe landed. Because he was rushing with all his strength, he seemed a little out of breath. Damn it, Shimura Danzo frowned, secretly thinking something was wrong. Why did the monkey come? Sarutobi Hiruzen first gave Danzo a hard look. He turned around and showed a kind smile, and said to Uchiha Liu. Don't listen to that guy's nonsense. Uchiha Liu, how about I recruit you into Anbu and train you personally? Don't you admire the Hokage the most of all time? As he spoke, he looked at Uchiha Liu hopefully. Feed the monkey. Seeing this blatant act of robbing someone, Shimura Danzo's face darkened. It was obviously me who discovered this child first. What do you mean? HMPH. Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted. What did you discover first? I have been paying attention to this child for a long time. Knowing that his heart is filled with the will of fire, I have long planned to train him personally. Shimura Danzo looked full of disdain. He really wanted to yell. Damn you, Sarutobi Hiruzen. I've been paying attention to you for a long time. I've been your sister for a long time. He clearly has a crush on this kid's wood style and wants to rob him. He actually said it so grandly. Could you be more shameless? Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's silence, Danzo quickly continued. After all, we are all contributing to Konoha, so what's wrong with letting him join the roots? Let's do this, let's not argue between the two of us. Should I join Anbu or be the root? Everything must follow the child's own wishes. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. He did not want to agree to this plan. But then I thought, I am a Hokage. In terms of charisma, isn't he much better than Danzo? Uchiha Liu will definitely make the right choice. Thinking of this, he acquiesced. Shimura Danzo looked at Uchiha Liu with burning eyes and continued to induce. Uchiha Liu, tell me, where do you want to join? Don't forget, I am your savior. Well, Uchiha Liu hesitated and opened his mouth. Since I am destined not to be a Hokage, then, I am willing to remain anonymous and guard Konoha in secret for the rest of my life. I would like to join Lord Danzo's roots. Ding. Shimura Danzo has a strong, excited, emotion, and the reward is, the seal of the curse of self-karma. Ding. Sarutobi Hiruzen produces a strong, unbelievable, emotion, reward, 5 elements unseal. Okay. Shimura Danzo laughed proudly. Pretend to pull Uchiha Liu away. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was extremely dark. After all, he underestimated Danzo's brainwashing level. How many minutes has it been? Have you brainwashed this Uchiha Liu into this? But the more this happens, the less likely he is to hand over Uchiha Liu to Danzo. Think of this. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted in a deep voice. Wait. Uchiha Liu can't join the root. Must join Anbu. Monkey you. Shimura Danzo suddenly became furious. This is the child's own wish. And you just. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen always likes to compromise. At this time, he suddenly became overbearing. He waved his hand and shouted in a deep voice. I have become a dictator today. Danzo, don't forget, I'm the Hokage. Hiruzen. Shimura Danzo gritted his teeth in anger, but there was nothing he could do. You will regret this. After saying that, he waved his sleeves and left bitterly. After Shimura Danzo left, Sarutobi Hiruzen completely transformed into a kind old man. He patted Uchiha Liu on the shoulder with a smile. Little guy, I have always paid attention to you, and firmly believe that you are completely different from other Uchiha. Sure enough, you did not disappoint me. You are the true inheritor of the will of fire. Master 3rd generation is ridiculous. Uchiha Liu shook his head very humbly. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, let go completely and started to draw the cake. Kid, don't listen to Danzo's nonsense. The position of Hokage has always been held by those with ability and virtue. All Konoha shinobi have a chance. The Uchiha clan is no exception. What's more, in your body, you inherit the wood style and water style of the 2 ancestors of Hokage. So, you have a better chance than anyone else. As he spoke, he looked at Uchiha Liu with hopeful eyes. Uchiha Liu understands the self-cultivation of an actor, and nodded with tears in his eyes. In fact, I send my heartfelt greetings to the 18th generation of old man Sarutobi's ancestors. Sarutobi, old ghost, doesn't care about martial ethics. You lied to me, an ignorant young man, with your empty words. Who doesn't know that throughout Konoha, the position of Hokage has always been passed down from master to disciple. Even if one day the master-disciple lineage ends, whoever's turn it is, it will never be the Uchiha clan's turn. The old ghost Sarutobi said this just to give him hope. Just let him work for him more loyally. The hypocrisy and shamelessness of politicians are clearly exposed. Sarutobi Hiruzen is obviously very confident in his ability to win people's hearts. With a big wave of his hand, I will report to the Hokage office early tomorrow morning. I will incorporate you into Anbu and train you myself. Uchiha Liu shouted excitedly. Yes, Master Hokage. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was very satisfied and disappeared in an instant. Ding. Senju Tobirama generates strong, manic, emotions, and rewards. Flying Thunder God Guide Mine one-time use. In the system space, Senju Tobirama is about to collapse. He saw with his own eyes that the 2 disciples he was most proud of during his lifetime almost turned against each other on the spot because they were fighting over an evil brat named Uchiha. Especially Sarutobi Hiruzen, who finally promised to train Uchiha Liu in the direction of Hokage. Are you a fool? Have you forgotten all the teachings I taught you during my lifetime? Are you going to pass the Hokage position to Uchiha? Moreover, You said that after all you have lived for so many years, you have lived like a dog. Can't you see that this kid is actually a careerist with an extremely sinister heart? His so-called will of fire is all just an act. Miraculously, Senju Tobirama painted the pie, but Uchiha Liu didn't eat a bite. As for Senju Tobirama, there was not a single bite left. He really took it to heart. 012 Thunder God's Sword. Tobirama gets slapped in the face. 1271st. 012 Thunder God's Sword. Tobirama gets slapped in the face. Senju Tobirama painted the pie, but Uchiha Liu didn't eat a bite. As for Senju Tobirama, there was not a single bite left. He really took it to heart. Jie Jie Jie. Uchiha Liu laughed evilly. Evil old Senju, you look very manic. What, are you worried about Uchiha taking the position of Hokage? HMPH. Although Senju Tobirama did think so in his heart, he was unwilling to admit it in front of Uchiha Liu as he maintained his identity. He sneered and said, "You evil brat from the Uchiha family, don't be complacent. I have confidence in my disciples. The monkey is just temporarily blinded by you. Sooner or later, he will discover your true face. There is also my other disciple, Shimura Danzo. He is the best at controlling people's hearts. I believe he will wake up soon. I will definitely be on guard against you." In the system space, Senju Tobirama just finished speaking. Outside, Shimura Danzo and his two men have left and returned. Blocked Uchiha Liu's way again. Still looking at him with burning eyes. Uchiha Liu asked respectfully, "Danzo-sama, do you have anything else to do?" The corners of Senju Tobirama's mouth twitched slightly, and an ominous premonition suddenly arose in his heart. Sure enough, the next second, Shimura Danzo said, "Uchiha Itachi, you should go home first. I have something to discuss with your brother." "Yes, sir." Uchiha Itachi nodded respectfully and left quickly. After he walked away, Shimura Danzo continued, "Uchiha Liu, I would like to ask you again, are you willing to follow me and join the route?" Uchiha Liu said with some embarrassment. "But, third Hokage-sama has." "It doesn't matter." Shimura Danzo waved his hand. As the saying goes, those who are able work hard. Among the wood styles, there is a technique called wood clone technique. It is a more advanced physical clone than shadow clone, almost the same as the original body. I can teach you this technique. As long as you are willing to dedicate yourself to Konoha, you can do both jobs. As Shimura Danzo said this, he reached out and took out a scroll from his ninja tool bag and handed it to Uchiha Liu. Seeing that Uchiha Liu seemed to be hesitant, Danzo continued to confuse. "Not only this wood clone, I also have all the wood style techniques of first generation Hashirama-sama in my hands. As long as you agree to follow me and join my roots, I will teach you everything." Ding. Senju Tobirama produces strong shock and rage, emotions, reward, chakra perception, Senju Tobirama version. Danzo, you hopeless idiot. In the system space, Senju Tobirama's eyes were blood red. The canthus of the eyes is about to burst. What did he see? The proud disciple, who had high hopes from him, just now slapped him in the face in the blink of an eye. Senju Tobirama at best promises a future Hokage. But actually, who can say for sure what will happen in the future? I'm not sure whether I can become one. But what is Shimura Danzo doing? He actually wants to teach Uchiha Liu, his eldest brother's wood-style technique. This is a real act of capitalizing the enemy. Once this kid learns those heaven-defying wood-style spells, who else in this ninja world can control him? Senju Tobirama was shaking all over. He couldn't bear to think about it anymore. But Senju Tobirama is obviously a little excited. Shimura Danzo's Tiensho operation is far from over. I saw him continue. By the way, I remember that you seem to be very good at water style and knife skills. And there are a lot of shadows of second generation Tobirama-sama in his sword skills. Check it out. Shimura Danzo obviously made sufficient preparations during the short period of time he disappeared. With that said, he took out an exquisite sword hilt from his ninja bag. After injecting chakra, a golden sword blade suddenly appeared on the hilt. In this slightly dark night, it looks so dazzling. This is. Uchiha Liu pretended to swallow and pretended not to know. Shimura Danzo keenly caught this small movement of his, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. He said proudly, "Second Hokage Sama's weapon, the Thunder God's sword. Uchiha Liu, whether you are willing to follow me or not. From now on, it belongs to you. Only you who have inherited Master Second Hokage's water style and sword skills are worthy of being its new owner." With that said, he stuffed it into Uchiha Liu's hand. This, Danzo-sama, Uchiha Liu is once again possessed by the actor. His eyes glanced back and forth between the Thunder God's sword and Shimura Danzo several times. I was so excited that my eyes filled with tears. It's rare for Lord Danzo to value me so much. From today on, Uchiha Liu will definitely obey his orders. Haha, a hint of hidden pride flashed in Danzo's eyes. Knew it, the ultimate move for the Uchiha clan is always sincerity. I just use a little trick to make him feel grateful to me. If I influence him subtly in the future, will I still worry that he will not serve me wholeheartedly? By that time, the position of Hokage will not be easily obtained. Monkey, do you think you won? Ha 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 ha. After laughing wildly in his heart, Shimura Danzo personally put the scroll into Uchiha Liu's hand. He solemnly confessed, "Strive to successfully practice this technique as soon as possible, and come to my base to report. Remember, you must not tell anyone about joining the route. Even third Hokage." "I understand." Uchiha Liu Kaido respectfully. Haha. Danzo nodded with satisfaction. He took his two men and disappeared in an instant. When Uchiha Liu's soul body, holding the wood-style scroll in one hand and the Thunder God's sword in the other. When appearing in system space. FK me. The corners of Senju Tobirama's mouth twitched slightly. "I feel like my whole body is not well." Uchiha Liu grinned. Tisk. Old Senju, I have to say that you are really smart in choosing your apprentice. You two disciples are really proud of your teacher. Damn it. Senju Tobirama was so crowded that his face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. The thought of his own Thunder God sword being used by the evil imp Uchiha in the future. He had the urge to die. Ding. Senju Tobirama generates strong, angry, emotions, and rewards. 4 Red Yang formation. 013 provocation. Lord Danzo is a good man. 1370 firsts. 013 provocation. Lord Danzo is a good man. The thought of his own Thunder God sword being used by the evil imp Uchiha in the future. He had the urge to die. Ding. Senju Tobirama generates strong, angry, emotions, and rewards. 4 Red Yang formation. Not only that, Senju Tobirama also keenly noticed. There must be something wrong with Konoha's current high-level structure. The Hokage, the monkey, does not seem to have absolute authority. At least, Danzo, the Hokage assistant, is definitely not on the same page as the monkey. Moreover, the power is ridiculous. What happened to Konoha after his death? Senju Tobirama frowned, puzzled. Uchiha Izuna, who has never dealt with Senju Tobirama, also added insult to injury at this time. Tisk. B**************************************************************************************** Tobirama, what's the point of targeting my Uchiha clan like this? Sooner or later, this village must be under the rule of my Uchiha clan. Shut up, Izuna. Senju Tobirama growled angrily. This brat won't succeed. Haha, really? Uchiha Izuna sneered. Actually, you know, Sharingan plus wood style, who can match it in today's ninja world? Lies don't hurt. The truth is the sharpest knife. Uchiha Izuna's words immediately silenced the other 3 people. Senju Tobirama's heart is full of worries about the future. Senju Hashirama sat next to him with his arms folded, wondering what he was thinking. Uchiha Madara, who had been silent for a long time, his eyes flickered slightly, and a touch of worry arose in his heart. There is such a variable. Will Project Tsuki know me? Sharingan plus wood style is really tricky. Can those 2 idiots Obito and Nagato really handle it? Ding. Uchiha Madara generates a strong worry, emotion, and is rewarded with fire-style Longyan singing technique. But in the end, Madara forced herself to comfort herself and said, "No problem. Immortal eyes are invincible. That's right. That's it. ... After Shimura Danzo walked away, one of his subordinates behind him, Yamanaka Feng couldn't help but ask. Master Danzo, is it worth it for you to do this to that brat? Yamanaka style has been following Danzo for many years. This was the first time he had seen his master treat others like this. It was almost flattering and flattering. It should be noted that the root has great power, and Danzo's style is also quite domineering. In the past, whenever I saw a young man in the village, I would kidnap him directly. Throw someone into a roots boot camp for a week. I'm sure to be very obedient when I come out. What do you know? Shimura Danzo scolded coldly. That brat is the son of the Uchiha clan leader, and his status is extraordinary. Besides, the monkey obviously values him quite a bit now. More importantly, the potential that child has, is beyond your imagination. One day you will understand how correct what I did today is. Yes. After being scolded like this, Yamanaka Feng didn't dare to refute, so he could only agree in a low voice. Shimura Danzo's eyes narrowed slightly, remembering Uchiha Liu's previous performance, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. I thought to myself, he's just a little brat with no brains. Don't look at me trying to please you so much today. But as long as you get inside my roots, you won't be able to escape at all. Be obedient and be my lackey. Ha ha ha. ... It is indeed Senju Tobirama's unique secret technique of perception. It may be comparable to the Kagura mind eye of the Uzumaki clan. After Uchiha Liu obtained Senju Tobirama's secret of perception, he immediately displayed it. The entire Konoha is almost under his control. After confirming that no one was following him, Uchiha Liu teleported and disappeared. Taking advantage of the cover of night, he quickly rushed towards the Hokage office. The corners of Uchiha Liu's mouth raised slightly. Now he has the dual identities of Anbu and Genbu at the same time. There is a lot of room for maneuver. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo. The two old foxes regarded him as a tool and thought they could play with him. He Uchiha Liu would like to take a look. Who is playing tricks on whom? Jie Jie Jie. ... Third Hokage was obviously a little surprised by Uchiha Liu's late-night visit. He smiled and asked, Liu, didn't I just tell you to report tomorrow? Why are you here at this time? Uchiha Liu bowed and said solemnly, something just happened, and I think I must report it to Lord Hokage immediately. Oh, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes narrowed slightly and he even put his pipe on the table. What happened? Uchiha Liu pondered for a moment and then said, just, Master Danzo found me again. Nani? Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils shrank suddenly. Ding. Sarutobi Hiruzen produces a strong, shocked, emotion, and is rewarded with wind attribute chakra nature transformation. He didn't expect that Danzo would be so persistent. I actually found Uchiha Liu again. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes slightly and asked in a deep voice, what did he say? Uchiha Liu smiled. I didn't say anything else, I just hope I can join the route. And he also gave me a wood-style scroll and Lord Second Hokage's Thunder God sword. As he spoke, he took out all the things and put them on Hokage's desk. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened. Danzo, this old B****************** D is so generous with his actions. Thinking of this, he quickly asked, then, did you agree to him? Agreed. Uchiha Liu replied. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes narrowed slightly, and he gestured to the scrolls and sword hilts on the table. Is it because he gave you these things? Of course not. Uchiha Liu shook his head and said sincerely. Because Lord Danzo is a good man. He saved my life. Also, he was really thoughtful and considerate of me. What the hell? Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth twitched slightly, and his eyes became weird. Is Danzo a good guy? Very considerate. Are you considerate of others? Boy, are you sure you are referring to Shimura Danzo? In this world, there are still people who say this about Danzo. It's been a long time since I've seen you. Yes. Uchiha Liu seemed not to notice Sarutobi Hiruzen's strange expression and continued to talk cheerfully. Master Danzo asked me to consider my parents and two younger brothers at home before making a decision. I think Mr. Danzo must have noticed that I have too many children at home and my expenses are high. So I was specifically encouraged to work like a man and work an extra job to reduce the burden on my family. Ding. Sarutobi Hiruzen produces a strong, frightened and angry, emotion, and the reward is, wind attribute chakra form change. What did you say? Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changed wildly. Stand up suddenly. Within the system space, Senju Hashirama scratched his head with confusion on his face. Ah, when did Shimura Danzo say this? Senju Tobirama reacted instantly with a sharp look. Kid, how dare you tell lies with your eyes open? Want to sow discord? 014 Danzo also has a wood-style ninja. Excited Senju Tobirama. 1471st. 014 Danzo also has a wood-style ninja. Excited Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama reacted instantly with a sharp look. Kid, how dare you tell lies with your eyes open? Want to sow discord? Uchiha Liu sneered. Haha. As expected of the despicable and insidious old Senju. You actually saw through my thoughts right away. But, so what? You can see through it. Can your disciples see through it? You. Senju Tobirama suddenly choked. An hour ago, he would have vowed. Yes. However, in this short period of 1 hour, he has witnessed too many cerebral palsy behaviors among his disciples. Now, he no longer dares to make a guarantee. Jie Jie Jie. Uchiha Liu laughed wildly. Old Senju, aren't your lineage the best at playing tricks and tricks? Now, I want you to see it with your own eyes. How did your disciples get manipulated by me? Damn it. Senju Tobirama's face was extremely gloomy. Ding. Senju Tobirama produces a strong, angry, emotion, and the reward is, the spell detonates. The outside world saw Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression changing wildly. Uchiha Liu immediately pretended to be stunned. Fire. Hokage-sama, what's wrong with you? Huh? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and regained his composure. He just asked calmly. Danzo, did he really say that? Uchiha Liu showed her silly and innocent smile again. Yes. Hokage-sama, tell me, is Danzo-sama very considerate? The corners of Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth twitched slightly. He looked directly at Uchiha Liu's childlike face. I thought to myself, this is such an innocent child. That D Danzo threatens you with your parents and family, but you actually think he is thinking about you. In fact, after calming down, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no doubts about the authenticity of what Uchiha Liu said. After all, according to his understanding of Shimura Danzo's character, that D can definitely do such a thing. But Sarutobi Hiruzen is still quite angry. If it were anyone else, Danzo would have done this. This Uchiha Liu is the focus of his Hokage. Moreover, Uchiha Liu's original identity cannot be underestimated. Danzo, do you actually want to attack the family of the head of the Uchiha clan without permission? This is too courageous. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was stern, and he thought to himself. No, looks like it's time to give Danzo a beating. Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, Uchiha Liu immediately knew that the old guy definitely believed his words. One of the many tricks of a multifaceted spy. How to quickly gain the trust of your boss. The answer is, throw dirty water on another boss's head. Moreover, it must be splashed without leaving any trace and in a clever way. Just like Uchiha Liu now. Did he speak ill of Shimura Danzo? No, he was clearly praising the other person. This is quite a skill. However, Uchiha Liu also knows it very well. This little trick alone will never make these two old foxes fall out. I have to add some more fire. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. I kept thinking about how to explain to Uchiha Liu. This ability can keep him away from Danzo without damaging the image of Konoha's top brass. After thinking about it for a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly said. Flo, I think you should stay away from Danzo. I value you, and more importantly because of the burning will of fire in your heart. And Danzo, he must have taken a fancy to the wood style in you. As a guy I've been with for many years, I know him. He really likes to take advantage of others. Uchiha Liu cursed in her heart. Sarutobi old ghost, Ningyi is really shameless. Danzo values my wood style, don't you? To hell with your will of fire. On the surface, he slowly shook his head, that won't happen. I feel like wood style is not that rare. Within the system space, Senju Tobirama was furious. Evil brat of the Uchiha family. What are you talking about? How dare you say wood style is bad? You're really getting a bargain and yet you're so good. You have no idea what a great blood inheritance limit you have inherited. TCH. Uchiha Izuna sneered. The limit of blood inheritance is the limit of blood inheritance. What does it mean to be great? You really know how to put gold on your own face. Senju Tobirama glanced at him sideways and said in a strange tone. Indeed, wood style is really not that good. The showdown with your Uchiha family Sharingan is just a 100% win rate. You, Uchiha Izuna suddenly became angry. He turned to look at his elder brother with some resentment. No, co-authored after I died, you still didn't win once. Uchiha Madara rolled her eyes and didn't want to speak at all. Outside world. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened suddenly. He felt that the child in front of him seemed to have some problems with his understanding of wood style. Decided to give him lessons on the spot. The child, wood style, is an absolutely rare and great bloodline. You have to know that during the decades since Konoha was founded, only the first Hokage-sama has possessed this secret technique. And now, it's just you. Uchiha Liu blinked in confusion. Master Third Hokage, you are the elder I admire most. I believe whatever you say. But about this wood style. I saw with my own eyes today, there is a wood style ninja next to Mr. Danzo. When these words came out, it was earth-shattering. Within the system space, Senju Hashirama looked confused again. What? Danzo has a wood style ninja. Why didn't I see it just now? The Uchiha brothers looked at each other, also looking at each other. Only Senju Tobirama suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, evil Uchiha brat, I know you are eager to drive a wedge between the monkey and Danzo. So I don't hesitate to use wood style as a gimmick, and my words are shocking. But you underestimate how much monkeys value wood style. With the information you provided, even if he risks falling out with Danzo, he will definitely search the root of that thing by force. At that time, all your lies will be exposed. Everyone will see your true face. Little devil, although you have some brains, you are still too young after all. Ding. Senju Tobirama produces strong ecstasy, emotions, and rewards. Forbidden technique and pure world reincarnation. When I think of the sinister side of this guy Uchiha Liu, it will be revealed soon. Senju Tobirama was extremely excited. By that time, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo will definitely be on high alert for this kid. It's best to kill him directly to avoid further trouble. For a moment, Senju Tobirama's plan went bang. 015 peak acting skills. Sarutobi was deceived and became lame. 1570 firsts. 015 peak acting skills. Sarutobi was deceived and became lame. By that time, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo will definitely be on high alert for this kid. It's best to kill him directly to avoid further trouble. For a moment, Senju Tobirama's plan went bang. Faced with Senju Tobirama's passionate acceptance speech, Uchiha Liu just replied calmly. Haha, maybe. His calm attitude actually stunned the four undead in the space. These dead souls. No one believed that Danzo would have a wood style ninja. After all, these guys know better than anyone how rare wood style is. Of course, more importantly, they have been watching the live broadcast of the outside world. Fully aware, where is the wood style ninja around Danzo? This is just nonsense from Uchiha Liu. But in the outside world. Ding. Sarutobi Hiruzen produces a strong shock, emotion, and is rewarded with Earth-style Earth Dragon Bullet. What did you say? Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up from the chair again. Can you say that again? His eyes were fixed on Uchiha Liu's face. An old face looked a little red from being too excited. Uchiha Liu pretended to be shocked and stammered. Yes, it's true. That man was wearing a mask. I didn't see clearly what he looked like. But he does have the wood-style blood succession limit, and he also cast a wood-style spell on the spot. Master Danzo said that if I join the route, I can be the companion of that wood-style magician. He will raise both of us together. Ha. Sarutobi Hiruzen's breathing became much heavier. He sat back on the chair. My thoughts are racing. The news brought by Uchiha Liu is indeed extremely shocking. Extremely incredible. Even a city like him lost his composure in an instant. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not doubt the authenticity of this news. First of all, he felt that Uchiha Liu had no reason to lie to him. Secondly, he has now thought of the origin of that wood-style ninja. Orochimaru. Forbidden experiment. That must be the case. Ding. Sarutobi Hiruzen has a strong fear, emotion, and the reward is Earth-style river. Okay. Good on you Shimura Danzo. I actually made you and Orochimaru succeed. However, you actually hid the successful experimental product secretly. It's been several years and there hasn't been any wind at all. What do you want to do? I want to secretly train that wood-style ninja as a trump card. Do you want to wait until one day to deal with me? Ha ha ha. Danzo. Good abacus calculation. Unfortunately, I already know your secret now. I'll send people to surround the routes tomorrow. You have been working hard for so many years, but you are still working for me in the end. Sarutobi Hiruzen's inner thoughts were changing rapidly, and his expression was constantly changing. He has made up his mind. Tomorrow morning, we will surround the route base. Get that wood-style ninja. ... Within the system space, Uchiha Izuna said jokingly, Senju Tobirama, it seems that your disciple believes what this kid says. Senju Tobirama's face was obviously not very good-looking, and he roared in his heart. Idiot, monkey, you can't even tell such an obvious lie. Besides, you have worked with Danzo for so many years, don't you know his temperament? I would rather believe of Uchiha's words than my old teammates. More than stupid, simply stupid. But soon, he calmed down again, thinking, well, it's better to believe it first. Believe first, then go back and search. Once you search, the truth will be revealed. This way we can reveal the true face of this D Uchiha brat. ... Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally adjusted his mood. Looking at Uchiha Liu again, you continue. Hokage-sama, Uchiha Liu said sincerely, the reason why I promised Lord Danzo. It's not because he gave me any benefits. These are nothing in my eyes. It's not because I can be partners with other wood-style ninjas. Everyone in the village is my partner. Mainly because Lord Danzo has been a life-saving grace to me. Moreover, he said that I am capable and should make greater contributions to Konoha. And I am willing to dedicate everything I have to Konoha. Such sincere words. The amount of fire is simply overwhelming. Coupled with Uchiha Liu's sincere face, it can be called an actor-level performance. He actually made Sarutobi Hiruzen, an old fox, wet. My eyes were filled with tears. Ding. Sarutobi Hiruzen produces a strong appreciation, emotion, and is rewarded with Earth Attribute Chakra Nature Transformation. Okay, what a good boy. Sarutobi Hiruzen held Uchiha Liu's hand, his face full of relief. ... Within the system space, the four undead were also completely shocked by Uchiha Liu's acting skills. Senju Tobirama gritted his teeth and muttered, it's so damn good at acting. Evil Uchiha brat, are you sure you graduated from ninja school? Instead of graduating from film school? Don't doubt it, there are movies in the ninja world. ... Sarutobi Hiruzen holds Uchiha Liu's hand. He continued with a smile. By the way, what else did Danzo say? Oh yes. Uchiha Liu lowered his head in shame. Danzo-sama asked me to hide the fact that I joined the route. Even if it's from you, we must keep it a secret. HMPH. Danzo. I knew it. Sarutobi Hiruzen sneered in his heart. But the surface is still smiling. Then if that's the case, why did you go against the wishes of your savior and come here to tell me? Uchiha Liu shook his head and said solemnly, although Lord Danzo is my savior. However, Master Hokage has always been the elder I respect the most. He is also the leader of Konoha. I think everything about Konoha should not be hidden from Hokage-sama. Haha. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded happily. Okay, you did a good job. He is very satisfied with Uchiha Liu's performance. As a superior, What Sarutobi Hiruzen needs most is such absolutely loyal subordinates. As for Uchiha Liu's unreserved showdown tonight, Sarutobi Hiruzen is very satisfied. Now, he can be said to have 100% trust in Uchiha Liu. And quickly, Sarutobi Hiruzen had another idea in his mind. He immediately said with a smile, "Since this is the case, Liu, then you will have to work harder in the future. Learn the wood clone technique as soon as possible and work on both Anbu and roots at the same time. In the future, you must always report to me what you see and hear at the root. Also, the meeting between you and me tonight, as well as all conversations, must be strictly confidential from everyone, do you understand?" 015 Peak Acting Skills. Sarutobi was deceived and became lame. 1571sts. 015 Peak Acting Skills. Sarutobi was deceived and became lame. By that time, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo will definitely be on high alert for this kid. It's best to kill him directly to avoid further trouble. For a moment, Senju Tobirama's plan went bang. Faced with Senju Tobirama's passionate, acceptance speech, Uchiha Liu just replied calmly, "Haha, maybe." His calm attitude actually stunned the four undead in the space. These dead souls. No one believed that Danzo would have a wood-style ninja. After all, these guys know better than anyone how rare wood style is. Of course, more importantly, they have been watching the live broadcast of the outside world. Fully aware, where is the wood-style ninja around Danzo? This is just nonsense from Uchiha Liu. But in the outside world. Ding. Sarutobi Hiruzen produces a strong shock emotion, and is rewarded with Earth-style Earth Dragon Bullet. What did you say? Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up from the chair again. Can you say that again? His eyes were fixed on Uchiha Liu's face. An old face looked a little red from being too excited. Uchiha Liu pretended to be shocked and stammered. Yes, it's true. That man was wearing a mask. I didn't see clearly what he looked like. But he does have the wood-style blood succession limit, and he also cast a wood-style spell on the spot. Master Danzo said that if I join the root, I can be the companion of that wood-style magician. He will raise both of us together. Ha. Sarutobi Hiruzen's breathing became much heavier. He sat back on the chair. My thoughts are racing. The news brought by Uchiha Liu is indeed extremely shocking. Extremely incredible. Even a city like him lost his composure in an instant. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not doubt the authenticity of this news. First of all, he felt that Uchiha Liu had no reason to lie to him. Secondly, he has now thought of the origin of that wood-style ninja. Orochimaru. Forbidden experiment. That must be the case. Ding. Sarutobi Hiruzen has a strong fear emotion, and the reward is Earth-style river. Okay. Good on you, Shimura Danzo. I actually made you and Orochimaru succeed. However, you actually hid the successful experimental product secretly. It's been several years and there hasn't been any wind at all. What do you want to do? I want to secretly train that wood-style ninja as a trump card. Do you want to wait until one day to deal with me? Ha. Danzo. Good abacus calculation. Unfortunately, I already know your secret now. I'll send people to surround the roots tomorrow. You have been working hard for so many years, but you are still working for me in the end. Sarutobi Hiruzen's inner thoughts were changing rapidly, and his expression was constantly changing. He has made up his mind. Tomorrow morning, we will surround the root base. Get that wood-style ninja. Within the system space, Uchiha Izuna said jokingly, Senju Tobirama, it seems that your disciple believes what this kid says. Senju Tobirama's face was obviously not very good looking, and he roared in his heart. Idiot, monkey, you can't even tell such an obvious lie. Besides, you have worked with Danzo for so many years, don't you know his temperament? I would rather believe of Uchiha's words than my old teammates. More than stupid, simply stupid. But soon, he calmed down again, thinking, well, it's better to believe it first. Believe first, then go back and search. Once you search, the truth will be revealed. This way we can reveal the true face of this D Uchiha brat. Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally adjusted his mood. Looking at Uchiha Liu again, you continue. Hokage-sama, Uchiha Liu said sincerely, the reason why I promised Lord Danzo. It's not because he gave me any benefits. These are nothing in my eyes. It's not because I can be partners with other wood-style ninjas. Everyone in the village is my partner. Mainly because Lord Danzo has been a life-saving grace to me. Moreover, he said that I am capable and should make greater contributions to Konoha. And I am willing to dedicate everything I have to Konoha. Such sincere words. The amount of will of fire is simply overwhelming. Coupled with Uchiha Liu's sincere face, it can be called an actor-level performance. He actually made Sarutobi Hiruzen, an old fox, wet. My eyes were filled with tears. Ding. Sarutobi Hiruzen produces a strong appreciation, emotion, and is rewarded with Earth Attribute Chakra Nature Transformation. Okay, what a good boy. Sarutobi Hiruzen held Uchiha Liu's hand, his face full of relief. Within the system space, the four undead were also completely shocked by Uchiha Liu's acting skills. Senju Tobirama gritted his teeth and muttered, "It's so damn good at acting. Evil Uchiha brat, are you sure you graduated from ninja school? Instead of graduating from film school? Don't doubt it, there are movies in the ninja world." Sarutobi Hiruzen holds Uchiha Liu's hand. He continued with a smile. By the way, what else did Danzo say? Oh yes. Uchiha Liu lowered his head in shame. Danzo-sama asked me to hide the fact that I joined the route. Even if it's from you, we must keep it a secret. HMPH. Danzo. I knew it. Sarutobi Hiruzen sneered in his heart. But the surface is still smiling. Then if that's the case, why did you go against the wishes of your savior and come here to tell me? Uchiha Liu shook his head and said solemnly, although Lord Danzo is my savior. However, Master Hokage has always been the elder I respect the most. He is also the leader of Konoha. I think everything about Konoha should not be hidden from Hokage-sama. Haha. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded happily. Okay, you did a good job. He is very satisfied with Uchiha Liu's performance. As a superior, what Sarutobi Hiruzen needs most is such absolutely loyal subordinates. As for Uchiha Liu's unreserved showdown tonight, Sarutobi Hiruzen is very satisfied. Now, he can be said to have 100% trust in Uchiha Liu. And quickly, Sarutobi Hiruzen had another idea in his mind. He immediately said with a smile, since this is the case, Liu, then you will have to work harder in the future. Learn the wood clone technique as soon as possible and work on both Anbu and roots at the same time. In the future, you must always report to me what you see and hear at the root. Also, the meeting between you and me tonight, as well as all conversations, must be strictly confidential from everyone, do you understand? 016 T's Kakashi. Target Kamui, 9 tails, 1671st. 016 T's Kakashi. Target Kamui, 9 tails. In the future, you must always report to me what you see and hear at the root. Also, our meeting tonight and all our conversations must be kept strictly confidential from everyone, do you understand? For the cunning Sarutobi Hiruzen. As a Hokage, in Konoha, he was supposed to be able to turn his hands into clouds and rain. But in fact, there are two places in Konoha that have always been difficult for him to control. One, naturally, is the powerful and unruly Uchiha clan. The other one is the root of old friend Danzo. This department has always been controlled by Danzo alone, and neither a needle can penetrate nor water can pour into it. There are a lot of tricks in it, and even he, the Hokage, is completely unaware of it. Just like this wood-style ninja incident. This can't go on like this. It's time to make a change. And now, it's Uchiha Liu. Sarutobi Hiruzen sees hope. This would be a perfect spy. Like a nail, embedded in the root. Understood. Uchiha Liu replied happily. Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated and then explained. Son, I asked you to hide this from Danzo. I'm not asking you to be a double agent. But I don't want to bring you unnecessary trouble. I know Danzo. If you let him know that you have violated his will and come to me to report, I will definitely put on some shoes for you. Do you understand? Uchiha Liu despises it in her heart. Really? You don't want me to be a double agent. You just want me to be a single agent for you. Sarutobi, you have all the good things to say. But of course he is very grateful on the surface. Master Hokage, I'm so grateful for your consideration for me. Haha. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled with satisfaction. A simple-minded brat without any scheming, he is so easy to fool. Picked up the scroll and sword hilt from the table and handed them back to Uchiha Liu. These things will belong to you from now on. Put it away. Thank you, Master Hokage. Uchiha Liu expressed his thanks again. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and nodded. There was a gentle tap somewhere on Hokage's desk. It seems to be some kind of agency code. Not long after, a figure with white hair and a cat face mask appeared in the office. Kneel down respectfully. I have met Mr. Third Generation. Do you have any instructions? Ding. It is detected that the host contacts Hitaki Kakashi. Do you want to sign in? Huh. Uchiha Liu was stunned. Sign in Kakashi. Could it be that person? Immediately returned. Sign in. Ding. Host successfully signed in, Hitaki Kakashi, and unlocked, Hitaki Tsukumo's undead. P.S. There should have been a shock, dialogue, etc. here. However, for the sake of everyone's reading experience, this relatively unimportant character has been omitted due to the limited number of words. Hope you know. Outside, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. Haha. He raised his chin and gestured to Uchiha Liu. Kakashi, let me introduce, this is Uchiha Liu. This kid will be assigned to your team from now on. The code name is Chianchin. Speaking of which, you two are quite close. Kakashi nodded slightly. Turning to look at Uchiha Liu, his eyes narrowed slightly. I thought to myself, the Uchiha clan. A member of Obito's tribe. Speaking of which, this is the first time in history that the Uchiha clan has joined Anbu. Is there anything special about this kid? Ding. Hitaki Kakashi produces a strong shock emotion, and the reward is Thunder Attribute Chakra Nature Transformation. While Kakashi looked at Uchiha Liu was also looking at him and smiled. It's an honor to follow the famous copy ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen also spoke at the right time. Kakashi, this kid is just like your former teammate, Uchiha Obito. They are all staunch inheritors of the will of fire. You have to lead him well. Listen to these words of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Liu almost laughed out loud. He and Uchiha Obito are both staunch bearers of the will of fire. This wave of truth is truly the most outrageous thing in the world. But Kakashi obviously listened and immediately bowed to accept the order. Haha. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and waved his hand. Okay, it's getting late today. You all should go back and rest. Yes, Lord Hokage. 2 glorious Anbu members, one new and one old, responded in unison. After leaving the Hokage office, Uchiha Liu was just about to go home when he was stopped by Hitaki Kakashi. Is something wrong, Captain Kakashi? Uchiha Liu smiled. Kakashi hesitated for a moment and then asked, Chianchin, do you have any dreams? Uchiha Liu was stunned at first, then grinned. Of course, my dream is to become a Hokage. As he spoke, he gave a thumbs up excitedly. Uchiha Liu knows. I'm 50-50 on this guy. He looks lazy and indifferent, but he actually has a lot of drama on his mind. What I like most is reminiscing and remembering. Therefore, he deliberately made Uchiha Obito look like he did back then. Prepare to stimulate the captain. Really? When Hitaki Kakashi saw this, his pupils shrank suddenly. This moment, in Kakashi's eyes, the figure of Uchiha Liu seemed to be similar to another familiar figure. Slowly reunite. Obito. Ding. Hitaki Kakashi produces a strong reminiscence, emotion, and rewards, lightning-style Reikiri. Tisk, tisk. Uchiha Liu was slightly happy in her heart. Is this the famous ninjutsu? Sure enough, this kind of guy has a lot of past and a soft heart. Just tease it and you can easily get rewards. My stupid Captain Kakashi, since you can't let go of Uchiha Obito in your heart, then, as your most loyal subordinate, in the future, I will definitely look for opportunities to personally unmask him for you. By that time, Your Kamui will also be mine. Jie Jie Jie. Just as Uchiha Liu was dreaming about a better future, Kakashi suddenly said. Today is the first day we met. As your captain, I'll treat you to ramen. Uchiha Liu smiled slightly. In that case, it would be disrespectful. Soon, the two came to Konoha's most famous ramen shop, Ichiraku Ramen. The boss is entertaining the guests warmly. According to legend, this guy has another identity, a hidden strongman of the Otsutsuki clan. Uncle Otsutsuki. Kakashi ordered 2 portions of the most popular miso ramen, and the two of them chatted about it. Sudden, Uchiha Liu caught a glimpse of a thin figure out of the corner of his eye. Suddenly my eyes lit up. As that, Uzumaki Naruto. I wonder if there can be any rewards from such a small child of prophecy. Also, if 9 tails, can I also get rewards? 017 Seeing darkness for the first time. Senju Hashirama's weak spot. 1771st. 017 Seeing darkness for the first time. Senju Hashirama's weak spot. As that, Uzumaki Naruto. I wonder if there can be any rewards from such a small child of prophecy. Also, if 9 tails, can I also get rewards? Looking at Uzumaki Naruto not far away, Uchiha Liu's eyes flickered slightly. This kid is only about to be 3 years old now, but his power is quite astonishing. Wherever he passed, everyone backed away. The look he looked at was also extremely complicated. Fear, hatred, and even murderous intent, intertwined together. Someone said something bad, some even had stones thrown at it. But Naruto showed no reaction to all of this, as he seemed used to it. He just lowered his head and covered his stomach, as if he was hungry. Uchiha Liu raised his eyebrows slightly, got off the chair, and walked towards Naruto. Seeing this, Hitaki Kakashi also noticed Naruto instantly. A trace of sadness flashed through my heart, Mr. Minato's child. But he quickly came to his senses and reached out to stop Uchiha Liu. Liu, what are you going to do? Uchiha Liu sighed, that kid looks pitiful. Besides, he seemed hungry, so I asked him to come and eat ramen together. Hearing this, Hitaki Kakashi felt warm in his heart at first, and said to himself. As expected, like Obito, he has a very kind heart. But, no, Hitaki Kakashi shook his head. Third Hokage-sama has issued an order not to allow any ninja to help that child without permission. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not give such orders to others. It's just that Hitaki Kakashi is a person to him. After all, few people in Konoha knew that Naruto was the orphan of Namikaze Minato. No one except him, Hitaki Kakashi, would want to take the initiative to help this demon fox incarnation. According to Hokage-sama, this is to prevent the news from leaking. It's to protect Naruto. Kakashi doesn't entirely believe this. But there is no way to disobey Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Liu looked directly at Kakashi and said in a deep voice. Captain Kakashi, I don't believe Lord Hokage would give such an order. The education I received, especially the will of fire, should be to love everyone in the village equally. With that said, he shook off Kakashi's hand and walked towards little Naruto firmly. Looking at his back, Kakashi's pupils shrank suddenly. Obito, this kid looks really like you. Kind and determined. In comparison, I, and Minato-sensei. Ding. Hitaki Kakashi produces a strong guilt emotion, and is rewarded with thunder attribute chakra form change. At the same time, within the system space, Senju Hashirama's emotions also fluctuated strongly for the first time. Who can tell me, why do people in the village do this to a young child? Even the Hokage has to give such an order. Isn't our original intention of establishing the village just to protect these children? Ding. Senju Hashirama produces a strong, angry, emotion, reward, intermediate sage body. TCH. Uchiha Madara curled her lips in disdain. Haxi hot mom, you are still as childish as ever. Ha ha. Uchiha Liu's voice suddenly sounded. It seems, Lord First Hokage, you have seen a little bit of the darkness of Konoha. Believe me, this is just the tip of the iceberg. What did you say? Senju Hashirama's voice suddenly became louder. Is this just the tip of the iceberg? Senju Tobirama frowned and interjected. Brother, don't listen to this kid's exaggeration. I believe that the monkey must have his own reasons for doing this. Moreover, if you feel carefully, the child's body. Senju Hashirama was stunned for a moment, then reacted. This familiar wave, a contemporary Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. But even if this is the case, it shouldn't be. Yeah, Uchiha Liu sneered. So what if it's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? This child is the hero who protected Konoha with his life, the orphan of the fourth Hokage. He is the son of a hero. Besides, he's still so young and serves as a container for Nine-Tails. It should be said that he is also a hero himself. But what's the result? This is how the village's senior officials and villagers treated him. Tell me, shouldn't a village like this be changed? Senju Tobirama's face turned red from the rebuke. He could only forcefully retort. Even if a change is needed, it's not your turn, you evil Uchiha brat. Senju Hashirama remained silent, clenching his fists. He is the most generous Hokage. I really can't see any darkness. Especially since Naruto was still such a young child, it made him feel even more sad. Moreover, his wife, Uzumaki Mito, was originally the first-generation Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Take empathy to the next level. Ding. Senju Hashirama produces a strong, angry, emotion, and the reward is wood-style wood dragon technique. Through this incident, Uchiha Liu seems to have found the weak spot of the ninja god. In fact, this guy's mood has been quite stable since he was summoned. I haven't exploded a few gold coins at all. Even though Uchiha Liu clamored for Uchiha to rule Konoha, Senju Hashirama was completely unmoved. Now it seems, this guy is truly philanthropic. He didn't care who ruled Konoha. I just want harmony, stability and prosperity in Konoha village, and everyone loves each other. However, the more this happens, when he sees the existing darkness in Konoha village, his emotions will fluctuate even more. The more rewards you get when you explode, the more rewards you get. 018 Bond Uzumaki Naruto. Kakashi was tricked. 1871. 018 Bond Uzumaki Naruto. Kakashi was tricked. Hello, kid. Uchiha Liu came to Uzumaki Naruto, greeting him with a smile. Uzumaki Naruto looked up. Looking at this handsome little brother with a gentle smile on his face, his big eyes were full of disbelief. Big brother, are you calling me? For so long. Except for the very kind old man who would appear from time to time, treat him to dinner and give him some money. Everyone else is abominable. She always said bad things to him. No one had ever spoken to him with such a smile. Ding. Detected host contact Uzumaki Naruto, do you want to sign in? The system prompt this time was completely expected by Uchiha Liu. Immediately returned. Sign in. Ding. Host successfully signed in, Uzumaki Naruto, and unlocked. Namikaze Minato undead. Yeah, Uchiha Liu smiled and touched Naruto's little head. Little one, what's your name? Seeing someone proactively asking his name, Naruto suddenly seemed to gain strength. He shouted enthusiastically, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. Brother, you have to remember this name. Oh, why? Uchiha Liu asked with a smile. Naruto hesitated for a moment before saying, Because I will become a very powerful person in the future. At this time, Naruto was still too young and had not yet been brainwashed by the third-generation old man's will of fire. Not yet becoming a Hokage, a life goal. I just instinctively want to be a great person. He thought, maybe in this way, he would be recognized and respected by others. But, as soon as Naruto said these heroic words, there was an unsatisfactory sound in his stomach. This made Naruto look a little embarrassed. However, what Naruto didn't expect was, Uchiha Liu didn't make fun of him. Instead, he nodded solemnly, that's it. Uzumaki Naruto, I remember. Let me meet you, my name is Uchiha Liu. As he spoke, he smiled and stretched out his fist. Naruto was startled at first. Then, a bright smile appeared. Following suit, he stretched out his little fist. Met Uchiha Liu. Naruto, at a young age, had no idea what this gesture meant. But at the moment when the fists touched, his heart was touched instantly. The distance between two strangers seems to have been infinitely shortened. Recognize each other. Uzumaki Naruto's previous life was so gloomy. Now, Uchiha Liu appears. It was as if a ray of sunshine was shining and dispelling all the darkness. This moment, somehow, something called a bond seems to have been initially established. Ding! Uzumaki Naruto has a strong gratitude, emotion, and the reward is secret technique Tsurade technique. Ding! Namikaze Minato produces strong, excited, emotions, reward, Rasengan. Ding! Senju Hashirama produces strong, excited, emotions and rewards, wood-style chakra form changes. Knew it, Uchiha Liu secretly thought, as a child of prophecy who has grown up, nothing good can come out of him for the time being. However, it is necessary to establish the bond first. In the future, which direction will this little fox grow? He Uchiha Liu already has part of the decision-making power. Jie Jie Jie. Thinking of this, Uchiha Liu smiled and said, "Little Naruto, are you hungry? Let's go. Big brother will take you to eat ramen." Okay. Little Naruto jumped up excitedly. Thank you, big brother. He had already smelled the aroma coming from the Ichiraku ramen shop. I have been deeply attracted for a long time. That's why I'm hanging around here. Uchiha Liu smiled slightly, took Naruto's hand, and walked back to the ramen shop. Hitaki Kakashi watched this scene. Especially after seeing Uchiha Liu, it only took a very short time for Naruto to go from disappointed to extremely happy. My heart is full of emotions. Flow. Same as Obito. He's also a very contagious guy. While Kakashi was thinking wildly, the two of them had already approached. Uchiha Liu happily introduced, "Here, little Naruto. This is Kakashi, brother. Hokage's age group is actually a mess. Kakashi is the son of White Fang. White Fang is the same generation as Jiraiya, so theoretically Kakashi and Minato are also the same generation, but at the same time he was Minato's disciple, and later became the mentor of Minato's son. Let's call him brother." Naruto called out obediently, "Kakashi ni." Hey, Hitaki Kakashi's lips trembled slightly and he agreed. Looking at the orphan of the teacher he had never cared for before, he suddenly felt the urge to cry. Ding! Hitaki Kakashi has a strong guilt, emotion, and is rewarded. Sealing technique evil sealing seal. A long while, looking at Naruto who was devouring his food, Kakashi suddenly said to Uchiha Liu, "Liu, you're right. In the past, I had too many scruples." Uchiha Liu smiled and patted his shoulder, "I can't blame you." After that, he turned to a certain Otsutsuki hidden powerhouse and said, "Boss. From now on, if Naruto comes to eat ramen again, you can cook it for him. As for the bill, it will be recorded in Kakashi Senpai's name." Kakashi was shocked and protested. "Hey, Chowdu Sak, why me?" "Well, Captain Kakashi, as you know, I am still a child." Uchiha Liu shrugged. "I just graduated from ninja school today, and I haven't made any money yet. Besides, my parents have 3 children, and the family is already struggling." The corners of Hitaki Kakashi's mouth twitched slightly, and he cursed in his heart. Where did this profiteer kid come from? That guy Obito wasn't so treacherous back then, was he? It is true that you have just graduated and have not made any money. But, you are from the Uchiha wealthy clan, and your father is the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. It is just a lie to say that it is difficult to raise a child, right? Ding! Hitaki Kakashi produces a strong contempt, emotion, and the reward is kunai reikiri. However, Uchiha Liu seemed to completely ignore his expression. Continued, "What's more, since you feel that you are wrong, you should give some compensation appropriately. Can you just bear to let this kid stay hungry?" As he spoke, he stared at Kakashi with his big innocent eyes. This moment, the famous copy ninja in the ninja world was completely defeated. His head drooped straight down, and he said helplessly, "Okay boss, just put it in my account." "Okay." Uncle Handbeater immediately responded with a smile. "Okay." Naruto also shouted excitedly, "This way I can have a lot of ramen to eat in the future." After saying that, he bowed to Uchiha Liu very politely, "Brother, thank you." This moment, the bond between the two, unknowingly, it seemed to have deepened a lot. "I said kid." The corners of Hitaki Kakashi's mouth twitched slightly. Protested. "It seems I paid." Uchiha Liu pulled Naruto over at the right time and educated him seriously. "Come on, I still want to thank your second brother. Okay. Naruto was quite obedient. He bowed to Kakashi again. Thank you, second brother. Ding. Hatake Kakashi has a strong, nothing left to live, emotion, and the reward is, Earth-style wall. Hatake Kakashi dog front page. 019 Terrified Nine Tails. Madara and Hashirama have a baby. 1971. 019 Terrified Nine Tails. Madara and Hashirama have a baby. Ding. Hatake Kakashi has a strong, nothing left to live, emotion, and the reward is, Earth-style wall. Hatake Kakashi dog front page. Kakashi covered his face with his hands, feeling helpless. Why is this happening? Not only did I spend money, but my generation seemed to have declined. What the hell, second brother? Obviously I am the oldest one. At this time, the atmosphere in the system space suddenly became warm. Senju Hashirama. Ha 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 ha. The genius boy of the Uchiha family is really loving and interesting. Senju Tobirama. Cut. Never forget to play these machinations. How generous to others. Namikaze Minato. Tsukumo Senpai, I'm so sorry. Hatake Tsukumo. Don't take it to heart. You were Kakashi's teacher. It is his duty to take care of your children. Only Uchiha Madara stayed in the corner with twinkling eyes. I kept thinking in my mind. Uchiha Liu is a kid with deep thoughts and great ambitions. When he comes into contact with the contemporary Nine Tails Jinchuriki, does he have any other ideas? Uchiha Liu put her arms around Uzumaki Naruto. Chakra flowed along the fingertips and onto Naruto's body without any trace. Rushed towards the abdominal seal. Sure enough, the next moment, a spiritual body of Uchiha Liu appeared in front of a huge and dark prison. Roar. Suddenly, a loud roar came from the prison. A huge fiery red figure slowly appeared. It is the strongest of the nine-tailed beasts, the nine-tails demon fox. It stared hard at Uchiha Liu. The huge vertical pupils were full of violence and murderous intent. Since the death of Sage of Six Paths, for thousands of years, there has been too much hatred between the tailed beasts and humans. At this moment, the nine-tails demon fox distrusts and is hostile to any human being. Kid, who are you? I can't believe. The first person to come to this place was not the golden-haired kid outside, but an outsider. Indeed. Uchiha Liu smiled and spread his hands. There are many things in this world that no one can imagine. Funny kid. The nine-tails demon fox's eyes narrowed slightly. Kid, I can see that you have a story. And, very thirsty for power. When he said this, a trace of extremely human sinisterness flashed through Nine-Tails' vertical pupils. The words were also full of bewitching meaning. You come forward and open the seal on the iron door, and I can lend you the power of my tailed beast. Haha. Uchiha Liu chuckled. He said slightly mockingly, Nine Tails. You might be able to trick that blonde kid outside with your nonsense. It's better to forget about bewitching me. In front of these eyes, nothing can be hidden. Said. His eyes were slightly closed. When he opened it again, it was already a bloody red. 3 black Magatama, spinning crazily. Looking at these familiar pair of demonic eyes, the Nine-Tails demon fox's eyes suddenly widened and became furious. Sharingan. Kid, you are from that clan. Damn. Ding. Kurama produces a strong, furious, emotion, and the reward is, total amount of chakra 3. Nine-Tails' hatred for the Uchiha clan is unforgettable. In just a few decades, he was forcibly controlled by Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito, 2 members of the Uchiha tribe. A majestic tailed beast was forcibly adopted as a summoningmon. Like a dog, driven and enslaved by humans. But those evil eyes are naturally capable of restraining tailed beasts. Even if Nine-Tails has nearly unlimited chakra, they can't resist. Such an unbearable past makes the pretentious Nine-Tails man obviously extremely angry. So, at this time, when it saw Sharingan again, it became furious instantly. Boom. The Nine-Tails demon fox in the cage roared wildly, and its 9 fiery red tails danced crazily. Of course, its huge body cannot break through the iron cage. But, its claws can. Sharp claws, wrapped in fiery red chakra. With the force of thunder, it struck Uchiha Liu on the head. It seemed as if he was going to chop this junior of Uchiha Madara to death with one claw. However, facing the furious claws of the nine-tails demon fox, Uchiha Liu seemed as if she hadn't seen him. He was still smiling. He just looked up and looked up quietly, his sharp claws expanding in front of his eyes. Call out. Finally, Nine-Tails' claws suddenly stopped just a few inches away from Uchiha Liu's head. In front of those huge claws, Uchiha Liu's figure looked so small. Nine-Tails' vertical pupils stared at Uchiha Liu with confusion on his face. He asked in a deep voice, "Kid, why don't you avoid it?" "Because I'm not afraid." "Why aren't you afraid?" "Not afraid, just not afraid." Uchiha Liu grinned. Nine-Tails, stop pretending to be like this to scare people. Now I am just a spiritual body formed by chakra. So what if I really die? TCH. Nine-Tails curled his lips and retracted his claws reluctantly. Uchiha Liu smiled slightly. The next second, he suddenly disappeared in a blink of an eye. When he reappeared, he actually appeared inside the iron gate, above the head of the Nine-Tails demon fox. Baga. Nine-Tails was furious. How dare you, the Uchiha brat, step on my head? Get out of here. Ding. Kurama produces a strong, furious emotion, and the reward is total amount of chakra 3. Facing the intimidation of Nine-Tails, Uchiha Liu remained unmoved. He even sat down directly on top of Nine-Tails' head and stroked Nine-Tails' hair like a cat. Fox, don't be so frantic. If you offend me, the consequences will be serious. TCH. Nine-Tails curled his lips disdainfully. You bragging brat. Let's wait until you can activate the Mangekyo Sharingan to say this. You are just a 3-tomo Sharingan, so you are not qualified to say this. Haha. Uchiha Liu chuckled. Mangekyo Sharingan, of course I will get it. Besides, I forgot to tell you. I have other things besides Sharingan. As he spoke, his body suddenly exuded an extremely rich vitality. At the same time, vines as thick as horned dragons grew out of thin air. That person's wood style. Nine-Tails' pupils shrank suddenly. The huge body was shaking unconsciously. No way. The shadow that Senju Hashirama brought to it back then was really profound. Nine-Tails will never forget that scene. The man, controlling the giant wooden golem, pinched it like a puppy. Say to it, Nine-Tails, your power is too dangerous. And it had no power to resist that person's wood style. Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, these two people can be said to be the strongest enemies Nine-Tails has encountered in its thousands of years. Their eternal Mangekyo and wood-style spells are like a nightmare, haunting Nine-Tails' hearts. There are actually people who can wear Sharingan and wood-style at the same time. How is this possible? Did those two bastards Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama have a baby? Ding. Kurama produces a strong fear, emotion, and rewards. Nine-Tails Chakra Seeds. Nine-Tails Chakra Seed. Array of Nine-Tails tailed beast origin chakra, stored in the host's body, can borrow the power of Nine-Tails to a certain extent. 020 Furious Danzo. I am doing it for Konoha. 2070 firsts. 020 Furious Danzo. I am doing it for Konoha. Ding. Kurama produces a strong fear, emotion, and rewards. Nine-Tails Chakra Seeds. Nine-Tails Chakra Seed. Array of Kurama's tailed beast origin chakra, stored in the host's body, can borrow the power of Nine-Tails to a certain extent. Uchiha Liu grinned with satisfaction after receiving the system prompt. He patted Nine-Tails' head gently and said with an evil smile. Fox, times have changed. You, just stay here and stay well. Remember, never try to be my enemy at any time. Otherwise, the end will be miserable. As he spoke, it turned into points of light all over the sky and disappeared in place. Hateful. UB ********* D brat. The Nine-Tails demon fox spat hard. It slowly lay down and kept thinking in its mind. I can't believe that such a person would appear in the ninja world. Wood style and Sharingan at the same time. Could this kid be the person that the old man from Six Paths said? ... Uchiha Liu had a friendly exchange with Nine-Tails in the spiritual space for a long time. In fact, less than a second passed in the outside world. Kakashi and Naruto didn't notice anything strange at all. The three of them finished the ramen quickly. Kakashi offered to send Naruto home, and Uchiha Liu was also happy to relax. After returning home, Uchiha Liu directly turned off the live broadcast permission in the system space. Lying in bed, playing with the Thunder God sword he just got, recalling what happened on this day, Uchiha Liu suddenly felt like he was in another world. To be honest, I didn't realize until now that I was writing that it turned out that only one day had passed. Even in the morning, he was still a loser in terms of genin ability. At night, he turned out to be a master with multiple blood inheritance limits. Moreover, he also has the dual identities of Anbu and Root at the same time. The circumstances of life are so wonderful that they are truly unimaginable. Have a good sleep. Tomorrow, that old fox Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely lead people to surround the Roots. When the time comes, it will be another good show. Thinking of this, the corners of Uchiha Liu's mouth raised slightly and he fell asleep. The next day, Uchiha Liu got up early, put on the Anbu costume and mask that Kakashi gave to you. Reopened the system space permissions. Then, his fingers suddenly pointed at his chest. Wood-style wood clone technique. A wooden clone split from his body. The clone quickly shed its wood, and in 2 breaths, it became as indistinguishable as a real person. Within the system space, Senju Tobirama, who witnessed this scene with his own eyes, suddenly changed his color. Nani? The evil brat from the Uchiha family just got the scroll of this technique yesterday. It only took one night. Now I can actually use it skillfully. No, maybe it won't take a whole night at all. Is this okay? Ding. Senju Tobirama produces a strong fear emotion, and the reward is water-style water blade slash. Senju Hashirama was still smiling heartlessly. He sighed. He is truly a talented boy. This kind of talent is much better than what I used to do. Ding. Senju Hashirama produces a strong praise emotion, and the reward is secret technique Mayan healing. Uchiha Liu was in a very good mood after successfully getting 2 gold coins early in the morning. In fact, he had already experienced the technique of wood clone from Senju Hashirama. There's no need for that bullshit scroll from Danzo. However, Uchiha Liu deliberately created the illusion of quick learning and superb talent to stimulate the Senju brothers. Sure enough, the reward suddenly exploded. The two, Uchiha Liu, looked at each other and nodded slightly. Then, they disappeared in place at the same time. The main body went to the Hokage office, and the clone went to Shimura Danzo's root organization to report. The most amazing thing is, the system also provides dual perspective, live broadcast. Let the undead in the system space not only see the perspective of Uchiha Liu's body, but also the perspective of the clone. It can be said to be quite humane. And, obviously, these undead people had witnessed with their own eyes Uchiha Liu's fooling of third Hokage yesterday. Today's focus will definitely be on Wood Clone and Danzo. Under the gaze of everyone, Wood Clone follows the instructions on Danzo's scroll and makes various turns, bypassing a bunch of disguises, traps, and barriers. Finally, we came to the root base located underground. When Shimura Danzo saw Uchiha Liu's arrival, his face was full of surprise. Why did you come so quickly? I'm not asking you to practice first. Wait, you've already practiced. Uchiha Liu Kaido respectfully. Yes. Lord Danzo. I think Lord Danzo must hope that I can come and serve as soon as possible. So I practiced that technique overnight. Fortunately, I did not disgrace my life. Ding. Shimura Danzo produces a strong ecstasy, emotion, reward, wind-style vacuum wave. Shimura Danzo was overjoyed when he heard this. He patted Uchiha Liu's shoulder hard. Okay, my child, I really saw you right. Follow me. Saying that, he waved his hand. He took Uchiha Liu into his office. But Danzo's A wasn't even hot yet. Uchiha Liu told him the bad news with a solemn face. Lord Danzo, Master Third Hokage, you know about us. What? Shimura Danzo stood up suddenly and looked directly at Uchiha Liu. Did you tell him? Ding. Shimura Danzo generates a strong, surprised, emotion, and is rewarded with wind-style vacuum waves. Of course not. Uchiha Liu shook his head slowly. How could I betray Lord Danzo? Last night, shortly after Master Danzo left, Master Hokage sent Anbu to find me. In the Hokage office, asked me directly if I have taken refuge with you. I wanted to cover it up, but Lord Hokage said, he had already calculated that you would come looking for me again. He has looked through a crystal ball and seen everything the two of us talked about. Within the system space, Senju Tobirama sneered. You be asterisk 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 d brat. You lied on both sides, right? Can you tell the truth? However, even if you are eloquent, it will be difficult for you to revolving heaven. As long as Monkey brings people to search for wood-style ninja today, your true face will definitely be exposed. Ha ha, Uchiha Liu sneered. Old Senju, let's wait and see. Outside, Shimura Danzo threw the cane aside in frustration. Damn, Monkey, you actually scheme against me like this. That's too much. I made a mistake. Danzo did not doubt Uchiha Liu's words. After all his life, he had been suppressed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Moreover, the root base is protected by a barrier. Sarutobi Hiruzen's telescope technique cannot be viewed. But when I recruited Uchiha Liu before, it was from outside. Danzo waved his hand and suppressed his anger. You continue. What else did the monkey say next? Are you going to be detained by force? You are not allowed to come to my base. That's not true. Uchiha Liu shook his head. Third Hokage-sama thought for a moment and still asked me to follow Danzo-sama's instructions. Utilize the wood clone technique to work on the roots and Anbu simultaneously. However, he begged me in the name of Hokage to tell him everything I saw and heard at the root. Master Hokage said that all this is for Konoha. Shimura Danzo heard this and had no doubt at all. Because this is really in line with Sarutobi Hiruzen's usual style. Danzo's face was extremely gloomy, and he roared in his heart. Nonsense. Damn Sarutobi Hiruzen, you're actually playing undercover with me. You're still pretending to beg a brat. You're so good at pretending. Are you doing everything for Konoha? Stop talking nonsense. You're just doing it for your own power. I am doing everything for Konoha. Ding. Shimura Danzo generates a strong, angry, emotion, and rewards, wind-style vacuum sphere. 021 jump into the werewolf. Tobirama ecstasy. 21/71. 021 jump into the werewolf. Tobirama ecstasy. Ding. Shimura Danzo generates a strong, angry, emotion, and rewards, wind-style vacuum sphere. Shimura Danzo was angry. He felt that he dedicated his whole life to Konoha. In the end, he was plotted against by his old teammates. It's simply too much. After a long while, Danzo finally regained his breath and asked in a deep voice. What else did Sarutobi say? Uchiha Liu continued. Master Danzo, please don't be angry. Master Third Generation told me that he did not doubt your intentions. It's just that as Hokage, he is the leader of the entire Konoha and should know everything that happens in Konoha. When Shimura Danzo heard this, his expression became more and more gloomy. Hokage. Hokage again. Although I just added the word, assistant. But the status is completely different after all. Ding. Shimura Danzo has a strong, unwilling, emotion, and the reward is, wind-style vacuum Dayama. Ha. Shimura Danzo sneered. Did he also tell you that you must never tell me these things? Uchiha Liu's face was full of astonishment. How did you know? Danzo snorted coldly. I know him too well after so many years. But, since the monkey has said so, why do you still come to tell me? As he spoke, his sharp eyes like an eagle were fixed on Uchiha Liu. Uchiha Liu shook his head and said solemnly. Because Lord Danzo is my savior. Moreover, Lord Danzo doesn't care about his appearance and is willing to protect Konoha in secret. He is the person I admire the most. So, yesterday in front of Hokage-sama, I firmly chose Danzo-sama. It's a pity that Hokage-sama insists that I go to Anbu. But even so, I just want to be the sharpest knife for Lord Danzo. No matter what, I will not hide it from Danzo-sama. Okay, very good. Shimura Danzo was immediately overjoyed. As expected of the person I value. He kept thinking in his mind. Monkey, do you think you planted a nail in my root? Didn't you expect that? In fact, I have planted a chess piece beside you. From now on, I will know everything that happens around you. As for me, you can only know what I want you to know. Danzo, who was thoughtful, had already conceived several prototypes of plans in just a few seconds. He suddenly discovered, there seems to be great value in having such a double agent who is loyal to him. If used properly, you might even be able to use fake news to control monkeys to your advantage. Shimura Danzo is an absolute genius. But he had no doubts about Uchiha Liu's loyalty to him. It comes down to it. It's because Uchiha Liu is too skilled in this wave of self-destruction. Danzo thinks, if Uchiha Liu is really partial to Sarutobi Hiruzen, then there is no need for him to tell himself what happened last night. Wouldn't it be safer to be Sarutobi's spy without anyone noticing? Thinking of this, Danzo looked at Uchiha Liu with more and more warmth. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Liu raised the corners of his mouth slightly. How to quickly gain the trust of your boss, tip 2. Take the initiative to hand over the handle to your boss. But, of course Uchiha Liu will not be satisfied with just gaining initial trust. His short-term goal is to be the number 1 admiral, under Lord Danzo. This requires the use of technique number 3. Make your boss suspicious of other subordinates. In this way, it is equivalent to increasing one's own value in disguise. In other words, credibility. This foreshadowing was already laid by Uchiha Liu yesterday. Now he's going to turn up the heat a little bit. So, when Danzo asked him if Sarutobi had anything to say, Uchiha Liu tilted his head and recalled for a long time before saying with some uncertainty. After I superficially agreed to Lord Hokage's order. He seemed to smile and muttered something. In this way, I will have 2 at the root. It seemed like this sentence, but I really didn't hear it clearly. Nani? Shimura Danzo frowned. Be alert immediately. Thoughts in my mind raced. 2 what? What is it then? Are they 2 spies? What the monkey means is that there is a spy at my root. No, impossible. The members of the root are all carefully selected and strictly trained by me. Wait, Danzo's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this Uchiha Liu, together with Sarutobi, is plotting against me? Making me suspicious of the original members of the root. This will disintegrate my roots from the inside. Think of this. Shimura Danzo's eyes turned cold when he looked at Uchiha Liu again. Ding. Shimura Danzo generates strong doubt, emotions, and is rewarded. Wind-style vacuum sword. How can someone who can sit in this position be a fool? Danzo immediately became alert. I have vaguely guessed the truth of the matter. But, right now, suddenly a root ninja rushed in a panic. Before Danzo could take action, the root ninja shouted. Tuan. Danzo-sama, it's not good. The 3rd Hokage brought a large number of Anbu and surrounded my root base. What? Danzo was a little in disbelief when he heard this. Then, he turned and glared at Uchiha Liu. That expression seemed to say, did you lead the enemy here? Ding. Shimura Danzo generates strong, angry, emotions, and rewards. Wind-style shuriken. However, the root ninja said something else immediately. 3rd Hokage said, let Lord Danzo hand over the hidden wood-style test subject immediately. Otherwise, he will lead his team in and conduct a forcible search. Nani. Upon hearing this, Shimura Danzo stood up suddenly, his face changing wildly. At this moment, all his doubts about Uchiha Liu disappeared immediately. Because he has always hidden at the root base, hiding it very well. Yamato's root code name is Even most root ninjas don't know that such a person exists. Uchiha Liu has only been at the root base for a few minutes, and it is even more impossible for him to know the existence of How on earth does the monkey know The answer seems to be ready. At the root, there really was Sarutobi Hiruzen's spy. It is very consistent with the news that Uchiha Liu just, accidentally, revealed. Within the system space, Senju Tobirama burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, the monkeys indeed came to search the roots. You evil brat from the Uchiha family, those lies you made up are about to be revealed. I want to see how you died today. 022 Furious Tobirama. Damn it, are there really wood-style ninjas at their roots? 2271st. 022 Furious Tobirama. Damn it, are there really wood-style ninjas at their roots? Evil Uchiha brat, those lies you made up are about to be revealed. I want to see how you died today. Senju Tobirama's tone is quite confident. No way. Through the live broadcast, he fully understood. The so-called rootwood-style ninja was simply made up by Uchiha Liu's brain. Even if you dig deep into the ground, you won't be able to create another wood-style ninja. Facing Senju Tobirama's open the champagne in advance, Uchiha Liu just sneered. Stupid old Senju, let's wait and see. TCH. Senju Tobirama curled his lips disdainfully. Now that things have happened, what's the use of being tougher? Inside the office, Shimura Danzo fell back on the chair again, his expression gloomy and scary. Hello Sarutobi Hiruzen, do you actually want to take two wood-style ninjas away from me? This time, I can't let you get what you want easily, no matter what I say. Only, I'm afraid the scene will be ugly by then. Think of this, Shimura Danzo suddenly said to Uchiha Liu. Liu, I need to meet the third Hokage. You don't want to be here anymore, let's disable the wood clone technique. Come back tomorrow to report from the root. Uchiha Liu's wood clone pretended to be stunned. The lie came out of his mouth. Danzo-sama, but this is my true form. The I of Anbu's wood clone. Oh, Danzo was slightly happy when he heard this. Really, this child is still more loyal to me. But at the same time, I am a little worried. If I were defeated later, wouldn't it damage my image in this child's mind? He immediately warned. Okay then. You stay in this office and don't go out no matter what happens outside. Understand. Uchiha Liu. Understood. Lord Danzo. Shimura Danzo nodded slightly and stood up again. He tidied the bandages on his body quite formally, and then strode out of the office. The root ninja from before naturally followed. Uchiha Liu's wood clone, the corners of the mouth are slightly raised, looking out gently. Don't watch the show for yourself. The more important thing is, it has to be broadcast live to the undead in the system space. Otherwise, how can we stimulate them? Outside, Sarutobi Hiruzen, wearing a Hokage robe, stood solemnly in the center of the base, with his hands behind his back. Behind him are dozens of Anbu elites waiting in full formation. Compared with these people, the dozen or so root staff on the opposite side seemed so thin. When Danzo saw this formation, his heart suddenly sank. But he still had the courage to ask, Sarutobi, what do you mean? I heard, what kind of wood-style ninja are you here to ask for? I don't have any. Who knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen's attitude was quite tough? He waved his hand and interrupted Danzo's words. Danzo, there's no need to say anything about lying to children. Since I'm here, I must be sure. Either hand over the person quickly. Either I will send someone to search your entire base today. Sarutobi, you. Shimura Danzo's eyes suddenly widened. He obviously didn't expect that Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had always been gentle, would have such a tough attitude today. There was simply no face left for him. It seems, this is determined to take away the that he has cultivated for many years. A long while, Shimura Danzo said with a gloomy face. Sarutobi, I can leave the person to you. But how did you know this top secret news? Should you also give me an explanation? Within the system space, all the undead were shocked. Especially Senju Tobirama, who had opened the champagne in advance, almost jumped up. What the hell? What kind of roots are there really wood-style ninjas? Where did Konoha come from with so many people awakening to the wood style? Ding! Senju Tobirama produces a strong shock, emotion, and rewards water-style water horn technique. No wonder he was so surprised. You know, even in the Sengoku era, the Senju clan had extremely pure blood. Only Senju Hashirama has awakened wood style. More importantly, it seems that Danzo is keeping this matter absolutely confidential. Uchiha Liu, this evil kid, where did he get this news? Judging from how confident he has always been, he must not be blind. Can he predict the future? It's impossible. Could it be? Did the Uchiha clan find out secretly? I'm afraid this is the only explanation. Senju Tobirama's thoughts were racing. The more I think about it, the more I realize that this is the truth. Damn it, Monkey and Danzo, these two idiots, didn't take adequate precautions against the Uchiha clan at all. Ding. Senju Tobirama produces a strong fear, emotion, and the reward is water-style water bomb. ... Outside world. Facing Danzo's question, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes seemed to flicker. Then he sneered and said, "You don't need to worry about how I learned the news. What you need to think about now is to reflect. Why did you collude with Orochimaru and conduct such taboo experiments in violation of regulations?" Baga. Danzo was furious when he heard this. Hiruzen, don't forget, use first Hokage's cells to conduct experiments and cultivate new wood-style ninjas. You came up with this idea in the first place. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also furious. But I quickly stopped it. Hashirama-sama's cells are so erosive that those children can't bear it. The mortality rate is too high. And you, and Orochimaru, how dare you conduct such an experiment privately? Shimura Danzo sneered. Stop being so pretentious here. ... Watching the two go crazy dog eat dog. Within the system space, Senju Tobirama's eyes widened suddenly. Furious. What the hell? The hidden wood-style ninja didn't awaken on his own. But someone transplanted eldest brother's cells into children. And it was Sarutobi who first proposed this idea. A-hole. Sarutobi Hiruzen, how dare you desecrate my brother's body? Ding. Senju Tobirama produces a strong, angry, emotion, and rewards, water-style hard vortex water blade. Uchiha Madara, who had always said very little, suddenly said, "Cut, Tobirama, what are you calling? It's as if you stopped desecrating corpses. Which of your forbidden techniques doesn't require a massive amount of experimental subjects?" Fart. Senju Tobirama was furious. Can that be the same? The ones I use are all ninjas from the enemy country. But I have never attacked my comrades in my village. It is even more impossible to desecrate the corpse of our ancestors. 023 Danzo. The only person I can trust now is you. 2371. 023 Danzo. The only person I can trust now is you. Uchiha Liu's voice also sounded at this time. Stupid old Senju. You look angry. Really angry. Look at your two good disciples. You do everything you can to cultivate them, but what happens in the end? They actually want to attack your brother's body. Tisk tisk. These words really hit the sore spot of Senju Tobirama. If it's an enemy from another village, or someone from the Uchiha clan, desecrate the body of Senju Hashirama. Although he will still be angry, he will not be as sad as now. Now, the one who attacks his eldest brother is the disciple he trained with his own hands. Senju Tobirama's eyes were blood red and he shouted, "Shut up, evil Uchiha brat." Ding. Senju Tobirama produces a strong, distressed, emotion, and rewards, water-style water prison technique. Ding. Senju Hashirama generates strong, angry, emotions and rewards, wood-style multiple wood clone technique. Senju Hashirama slammed the floor and shouted, "Shut up too Tobirama, I really don't know how you teach your disciples." Senju Tobirama has always been very tough in front of his eldest brother. This time, he said with a trembling voice, "Brother, I'm sorry, I didn't know they would." Senju Hashirama shook his head and shouted, "Tobirama, why don't you understand? It's not me you're sorry for. There are already dead people around me. My body will just move if it moves. It's no big deal. But, those children are innocent. The disciples you taught, especially that Shimura Danzo, don't care about the lives of those innocent children at all. How could the village be left in the hands of such a person?" Apparently, the two brothers have different minds and completely different concerns. ... Outside, the more the two old dogs quarreled, the more they got on top of each other. This one is hypocritical, that one said this is evil. The two people's background was almost ruthlessly exposed in front of their respective subordinates. This wave, it's true that both sides suffer losses. In fact, in normal times, Shimura Danzo would not be so unwise as to be so tit for tat with Hokage. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen planted a spy at his base in front and took away wood styles, in the back. It really made him extremely angry. and the normal Sarutobi Hiruzen would not be as tough as he is today. However, what Uchiha Liu said yesterday that Danzo cares about his family made Sarutobi Hiruzen very angry. Coupled with the fact that Danzo has secretly hidden wood-style ninja, he obviously has a big plan. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen came here today with the intention of beating Danzo. It comes down to it. It was under the instigation of Uchiha Liu. These two old foxes were all angry. Naturally, it broke the usual tacit understanding of, I will regret it when I shadow you, and the quarrel will be suspended. Shimura Danzo blushed and yelled. Even if I conducted experiments against regulations, it was for the development of Konoha. Now that the results have been achieved, I have personally trained that child for many years. Sarutobi, why did you take him away? The root department is led by me. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at him directly and said coldly. You are the leader at the root. But this does not mean that the root is your personal weapon, Shimura Danzo. Do not forget, I am Hokage, the supreme leader of all Konoha. Even if you are a root member, you must obey my orders. When he said this, a powerful aura suddenly burst out from his short figure. At the same time, all the root ninjas behind him suddenly drew their swords. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was no longer as kind as usual. It seems that the spirit of bearing hero has been restored again. Wherever the majestic gaze swept across, all the root ninjas were trembling with fear and lowered their heads. Sarutobi, you. Seeing this scene, Danzo was shocked and angry. These root members are all elites carefully selected by him. After his rigorous training and long-term prestige, he established supreme authority. It can be said that before today, these root ninjas all regarded him, Shimura Danzo, as their only leader. It is his most profitable tool. But now, Sarutobi Hiruzen in an almost brutal way, forcibly trampled on his authority. This will make him how to lead the roots in the future. After a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly regained his momentum. He said calmly, Danzo, hand over the man, I will leave now. As for you, you should reflect on it carefully from now on. Get your position right. Tisk. Uchiha Liu, who was secretly watching, raised the corners of his mouth slightly. I didn't expect that old ghost Sarutobi would be so strong today. It seems that my provocation has been surprisingly effective. Really, facing such a strong Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo simply couldn't resist. After all, he couldn't really break up with Hokage and start a fight. Not to mention, even in action, the roots are completely at a disadvantage. In the end, he had to hand over, with great reluctance. Danzo's face twitched unnaturally as he watched Sarutobi Hiruzen lead the child away with a smile on his face. Hokage. Hokage assists. Just 2 words, but a world of difference. Just because Sarutobi Hiruzen is Hokage, you can ruthlessly trample on his dignity as a Hokage assistant. You can take everything away from him with just 1 word. That's too much. Sarutobi. Shimura Danzo's fists clenched. Sooner or later, I will also take the position of Hokage. His eyes glanced at the surrounding subordinates. A group of root elites all bowed their heads tightly, like eggplants beaten by frost. Danzo's expression was slightly distorted. These subordinates who were usually his subordinates in front of him seemed to be quite a force. But in fact, when facing Sarutobi Hiruzen, it has no effect at all. Especially now, my authority in their hearts has plummeted. What's more, Shimura Danzo has not forgotten. Among these people, there is also a spy planted by Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this moment, Danzo was suddenly confused. What's the point of all these years of hard work? Also, that deeply hidden spy. Who is it? Look at these root members who are evasive in front of them and don't dare to look at themselves. Danzo suddenly felt a sense of absurdity in his heart. It seems, every one of them is suspicious. Who else can I trust? Shimura Danzo walked to his office in a daze. The figure staggered. It seems like I have aged several years all of a sudden. No longer as high-spirited as before. Until he opened the office door and saw Uchiha Liu, who was concentrating on practicing. Shimura Danzo's eyes lit up slightly. Right, I still have this trump card. This kid, he's the latest to join. He saved it himself. Be pure. Is untainted by Sarutobi Hiruzen. He is the only person he can absolutely trust at the moment. 024 Desperate Tobirama. My disciples are all idiots. 2471. 024 Desperate Tobirama. My disciples are all idiots. The A that has been cultivated for a long time was violently taken away before it could be used. The prestige at the root has also plummeted. At this moment, Danzo felt as if he had been abandoned by the whole world. At such times, suddenly I saw my die-hard friend, Uchiha Liu. For Danzo, it's like that light in the darkness. It almost made him want to cry. Seeing Danzo coming back, Uchiha Liu immediately stopped practicing and asked with a smile. Lord Danzo, is the matter settled? How's it going? Shimura Danzo felt relieved after hearing this. Fortunately, the child was not there just now and didn't know what happened. In this child's mind, my image has not been damaged. Still wise and wise. Thinking of this, Danzo pretended to be calm and said, yes, it's done. It's not a big deal. My root organization is different from all departments in Konoha and is completely independent. Even if the Hokage wants someone from me, there will be a price to pay. Uchiha Liu looked shocked and praised. As expected of Lord Danzo. That's amazing. I'm so proud to be a part of Roots. Within the system space, the corners of Senju Tobirama's mouth twitched slightly. He really wanted to say something sweet. The evil brat of the Uchiha family. You are so proud. Doesn't your conscience hurt if you lie to others like this? Really? Next moment, Uchiha Liu's voice sounded in the system space. Tisk, tisk, stupid old Senju, look at the disciples you have taught. Although he was so angry outside just now that he didn't dare to say anything, he was really embarrassed. But now it's really funny how he behaves so stubbornly in front of me. Ding. Senju Tobirama produces strong shame and anger, emotions, and rewards. Water-style mist shinobi technique. Baga. Senju Tobirama spat angrily. He was angry, but I can't refute it. After all, Danzo has done this series of operations. It's so G embarrassing. It almost made him want to wash the floor with all his strength, but he couldn't find an angle. As Danzo's teacher, Senju Tobirama just wants to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. But things that make Senju Tobirama angry are obviously far from over. After Shimura Danzo forcibly retained his respect, he pinched his eyebrows tiredly. After a long while, he said in a deep voice, Liu, I won't hide anything from you. It seems that there have really been spies at our roots for a long time. Every one of those people outside is suspicious. Now, the only person I can trust absolutely is you. I leave this matter entirely to you. With my token, all mission records, personnel whereabouts, and other files will be open to you. Investigation, latent tracking, or even torture, it's up to you. I don't care what the means are. In short, we must dig out this deeply hidden spy in the shortest possible time. With that said, he handed a token into Uchiha Liu's hand. Don't live up to my expectations of you. Within the system space. Ding. Senju Tobirama produces a strong, desperate, emotion, and rewards. Water-style shun shui. Grass. Seeing this scene, Senju Tobirama was completely desperate. Both of his apprentices are idiots. To be tricked like this by a brat with no hair at all. This evil Uchiha kid used a small information gap. Just have Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo at your fingertips. Not only did it alienate the relationship between the two, I even rose in person. There is a very high level of trust on both sides. Especially Danzo, he's such a dumb pig. So easily, he doubted the loyal subordinates he had trained for many years. On the contrary, I have a lot of trust in an obviously rebellious B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** anything. He actually asked a spy to check for spies. And also gave him great authority. This is really outrageous. He opened the door to outrageousness. It's so outrageous. Senju Tobirama can no longer bear to imagine. How will the future root organization be harmed by this d Uchiha Liu? Even, this time, it's not just Senju Tobirama. Several undead were shocked by Danzo's talented operation. All of a sudden, the rewards exploded. Ding! Namikaze Minato produces a strong, speechless, emotion, and the reward is sealing technique for elephant's seal. Ding! Hitaki Sakumo has a strong, speechless, emotion, and the reward is Earth-style Earth reflection technique. Ding! Uchiha Madara has a strong, shock, emotion, and the reward is Fire-style the fire is extinguished. ... Uchiha Liu took the token and was moved to tears. He solemnly promised, Sir Danzo, I will do my best. Besides, maybe it won't be so troublesome. Since I am a spy for the third Hokage, I am also his spy in name. Maybe we can get some information from third-generation Mina. I really don't want to deal harsh blows to my colleagues at the root unless necessary. When Shimura Danzo heard this, he immediately trusted Uchiha Liu even more. Sure enough, this kid only thinks about me. But Shimura Danzo still shook his head firmly. No, kid, you have no idea how scheming Sarutobi Hiruzen is. Never try to test his mind. Otherwise, you will be easily exposed. Uchiha Liu nodded heavily. Danzo-sama, I understand. In that case, I'm going to check the file now. Let's see if we can find any clues. Go. Shimura Danzo looked at him hopefully. Don't live up to my expectations. Uchiha Liu grinned. Don't worry, Danzo-sama. I will definitely surprise you. After finishing speaking, he strode away. Actually, his heart was about to bloom with joy. Dealing with the two old foxes, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, was easier than he thought. It's a no-brainer. Moreover, Danzo actually took the initiative to grant himself the permission to access root files. What a considerate and good boss. This way, all the dirty things the roots have done, isn't it about to appear in front of you? Uchiha Liu can already imagine how shocked a guy with Hashirama's personality would be when he saw those contents. When the time comes, the rewards will not explode. 025 Angry Hashirama. Senju Tobirama's determination. 2571st. 025 Angry Hashirama. Senju Tobirama's determination. Uchiha Liu can already imagine how shocked a guy with Hashirama's personality would be when he saw those contents. When the time comes, the rewards will not explode. ... Inside the office, looking at Uchiha Liu's leaving back, a hidden light flashed in Shimura Danzo's eyes. The reason why he asked Uchiha Liu to check the files. Not just to find out the spy. There is another important reason. He feels that the current Uchiha Liu, although Shimura Danzo is very loyal to him, but it's too kind. How can such a character become the sharpest knife in his hand? Therefore, he must let Uchiha Liu get in touch with the darkness at those roots. If this can stimulate Sharingan, that would be even better. Danzo didn't know that the pig's feet had eyes open. By the time, Sharingan plus wood style, coupled with my teachings, who else can resist? Before today, Shimura Danzo could have taken it easy. But now, A has been taken away, and the subordinates outside are useless, and there are even inner ghosts among them. Danzo felt a strong sense of urgency. He must let Uchiha Liu, this good knife, mature, as soon as possible. The other side, Uchiha Liu has arrived at the root archives. With Shimura Danzo's token in hand, he can be said to be unscrupulous at the root. No one dared to embarrass him. When the door to the archives room was slowly pushed open, countless files appeared in front of Uchiha Liu. The corners of his mouth raised slightly. Sound transmission in the system space. Stupid old Senju. Let's take a look at what good things your good apprentice has done over the years. There are several other seniors. You have never been to this place. Let's all take a look. What kind of protection is this root organization that claims to protect Konoha in the dark? Listen to the unabashed sarcasm in his words. Senju Tobirama snorted coldly. Humph. Just take a look. I don't believe that Danzo will always be so stupid. Uchiha Liu grinned. Maybe it's not stupid, but bad. Without continuing to entangle with Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Liu casually picked up a file and looked through it. 38 years of Konoha. Chunin Yoshikawa Rin is sent to Iwagakure to drive a wedge between Rock Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi. Later, things came to light. Konoha immediately declared Yoshikawa Rin a traitorous ninja. What he does only represents his personal will and has nothing to do with Konoha. In order to prevent it from leaking information to the enemy, the root organization, Tiansha, will eliminate it. What follows is a detailed course of action. Simply put, he was a spy sent by Konoha's top brass to perform a mission. After the mission failed, he was directly regarded as an abandoned son by Konoha's top brass. Not only do you have to take the blame, you also have to be removed. This thing sounds really disgusting. But actually in the ninja world, quite common. All villages play like this. Beings like Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Madara are completely indifferent to this kind of thing. Even little son, Namikaze Minato didn't feel new. He certainly wouldn't do this when he was doing Hokage. However, this does not mean that he does not know that such things have happened in Konoha. However, when everyone thinks it doesn't matter, one person can't stand it anymore. Ding! Senju Hashirama produces strong, angry, emotions, rewards, wood-style wooden golem jutsu. Senju Hashirama shouted. Why? Why do you want to start a war with other villages? These younger generations have no idea how hard One Piece is. However, this time, Hashirama's words are destined to be unrecognized. Uchiha Madara sneered. Peace. Ha 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 ha. This is the biggest joke I've ever heard. Haxi hot mom, why are you always so childish? Even Senju Tobirama said, brother, stop having such illusions. While you were alive, the ninja world was indeed at peace. But that's just because you, the ninja god, are so powerful. That so-called peace is only limited to your lifespan. In fact, the year after your death, the ninja world started a war again. Otherwise, how could I die? The battle between ninjas, and between ninja villages will never end. In order to maintain the stability of your own village, it is a normal method to plant spies into other ninja villages and try to provoke wars between other villages. There is no other way. Tobirama, what did you say? Senju Hashirama's eyes suddenly widened. He looked at his brother in disbelief. However, Senju Tobirama did not escape. He looked directly at his elder brother so calmly. A long while, Senju Hashirama then continued. But even so, since it was an order from the top, why did you treat that companion as an abandoned child afterward? Isn't the village supposed to protect every comrade? Senju Tobirama shook his head and slowly said, brother, that's not the same thing. Spies, there are rules for spies. Once your identity is exposed, you will die. When that ninja chooses to become a spy, he should have the awareness to sacrifice at any time. This is your dedication to the village as a Konoha shinobi. It's also time for them to implement the will of fire. This is an unreasonable statement. Senju Hashirama gritted his teeth. Obviously, he absolutely cannot agree with this explanation. Uchiha Liu also said at the right time, tisk, tisk. This is indeed a despicable Senju ghost. He is just making excuses. That's what you say. If one day Konoha goes to war with other villages and is at a disadvantage. At this time, the opponent named a Konoha shinobi. As long as Konoha takes the initiative to send people there, the other party can cease the war and make peace, and Konoha can rest and recuperate. In this case, follow the second Hokage Sama's theory. For the peace of the village, shouldn't that Konoha shinobi be asked to take the initiative? If he doesn't want to, then give him the big label of without the will of fire. Then the higher-ups in Konoha will force him to help him contribute. Tisk, 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 Master Second Hokage, this abacus is really a snap. You fart. Senju Tobirama was furious. Evil Uchiha imp, stop fanning the flames here. Are espionage the same thing as war? If any high-level Konoha leader dares to lose the war, he will voluntarily hand over his companions in the village as a condition for peace negotiations. I would rather you cast impure world reincarnation and desecrate my soul. I have to return to this world and slap the B***************** D who made this decision to death. 026 The truth about White Fang's death. Exposure. 2671. 026 The truth about White Fang's death. Exposure. If any high-level Konoha leader dares to lose the war, he will voluntarily hand over his companions in the village as a condition for peace negotiations. I would rather you cast impure world reincarnation and desecrate my soul. I have to return to this world and slap the B****************** D who made this decision to death. What Senju Tobirama said is very convincing. That's the truth. Even Uchiha Liu has to admit. Although Senju Tobirama is good at playing tricks. But in fact, he is also a generation of iron-blooded Hokage. Not only is he tough on the Uchiha clan in the village. I have never been shy to others. Pity. His successors only learned of his internal intrigues. All I know is that things are going wrong. Thinking of this, the corners of Uchiha Liu's mouth raised slightly. Is it? Second Hokage-sama, you must remember what you said today. Lest you refuse to acknowledge your fault when I call you in the future. Kid, what do you mean? Senju Tobirama's eyes were sharp. An ominous premonition suddenly arose in my heart. Could it be that this has happened to Konoha before? Not before. Uchiha Liu shrugged. Then it's over. Senju Tobirama suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. He said in a deep voice, Monkey, Danzo and the others certainly have their problems. Even, in some ways, they have big problems. But, as my disciple, they would never do such a thing as betraying their comrades in the village to seek peace. I firmly believe this. Really? Uchiha Liu sneered. Perhaps, it won't be long before you won't be so sure. He knew it. It won't take long. Cloud Shinobi's peace delegation is coming to Konoha. At that time, Konoha's top brass handed over Hyuga Hizashi in order to compromise. Tisk tisk. Uchiha Liu really can't wait to see what Senju Tobirama's expression will be at that time. But, the most urgent task is to continue reading the root files. Looking at the huge number, Uchiha Liu thought, if I finish reading this, I won't be able to see it until next year. Moreover, it is not necessary at all. It is impossible for every dossier to reveal rewards. Just look at the key points. For example, looking at Hitaki Tsukumo in the system space, Uchiha Liu suddenly thought of something. The corners of his mouth were raised slightly. He rummaged decisively. Sure enough, according to the approximate year that Konoha's White Fang died. Soon he found a sealed file. Because of the age, there was even a layer of dust on it. Uchiha Liu casually released a small wind style, blowing away the dust. On the cover, the 4 characters, Hitaki Tsukumo, are written clearly. Within the system space, Hitaki Tsukumo's eyes widened suddenly. Puzzled. Why is there my file at the root? He has never joined the roots, nor has he ever done anything for the roots. Even the final death was a suicide. Not cleared by the roots. No matter how Hitaki Tsukumo thought, he never figured out how he could be involved with the roots. The other people, Brother Senju and Brother Uchiha, didn't react at all. When Hitaki Tsukumo shocked the ninja world, they had already died. Except Madara. That is, after these 2 days of getting along in the system space, chatting occasionally. They just knew a little bit about this younger generation's story. Senju Tobirama even had some impression of this white-haired kid. I was very happy to hear that he later became such a famous person. Later, I heard that he had committed suicide because he couldn't think about it anymore, and I felt it was quite a pity. But, that's all. They don't know all the details. They didn't have much of a problem with Hitaki Tsukumo's name appearing at the root. Only Namikaze Minato, who had some vague understanding of the inside story back then, frowned. Could it be? As Uchiha Liu opens the file, the answer is about to be revealed. A large opening chapter. The glorious resume of Hitaki Tsukumo is recorded in detail. Emerge, become famous, and become powerful in the ninja world. The mission success rate is as high as 100%, and various tricks are used to counterattack one enemy with many enemies. An existence that makes enemy ninjas fearful. The sharpest short sword in the hearts of the people of Konoha, Konoha's White Fang. Senju Tobirama smiled happily. He patted Hitaki Tsukumo on the shoulder and said, "What a capable kid." But he soon stopped laughing. Because, on top of the dossier, finish recording the glorious resume. Immediately following is a comment from Shimura Danzo. Konoha's White Fang, Hitaki Tsukumo, is sharp and has great influence on the people. He is the strongest contender to be the next Hokage. It has caused substantial damage to the traditional master-disciple inheritance of the Hokage position. It must be suppressed. Ding. Senju Hashirama produces strong, angry, emotions, and rewards. Total amount of chakra 2. Damn it. Senju Hashirama frowned. Tobirama, look, this is the good disciple you taught. The position of Hokage has always been occupied by those who are virtuous and capable. When did it become an inherent inheritance? Besides, who is he Shimura Danzo? What qualifications do you have to consider who should be the Hokage? And who have the qualifications to suppress the heroes of Konoha? This. Senju Tobirama broke into a cold sweat. Faced with the questioning from his eldest brother, he could only reluctantly explain. Perhaps Danzo just considers that a fixed inheritance will make Konoha more stable. That's nonsense. Senju Hashirama didn't accept such rhetoric at all. Uchiha Liu spoke at the right time. First Hokage-sama, don't be so quick to get angry. Why don't we continue reading? The scroll continues to unroll. Year 45 of the Konoha calendar. Hatake Tsukumo leads his team to Cloud Shinobi Village to perform a top-secret mission. At the last moment, Hatake Tsukumo gave up the mission that was about to succeed in order to protect his companion, Chunin Tasuki Kota. It will bring some losses to the village. After returning to Konoha, the third Hokage did not blame too much on the surface. Most of the ninjas in the village also expressed their understanding. Hatake Tsukumo shut himself up and thought about his mistakes. Shimura Danzo was very dissatisfied with this punishment. Send root members, disguised as ordinary ninjas, to spread rumors in Konoha village. Because of the strength of this mission, the village suffered great losses. Hatake Tsukumo has an unshirkable responsibility. For a time, many people in the village doubted Hatake Tsukumo. 3 days later, Shimura Danzo sent a root member, Yamanaka Kase, to sneak into the home of the rescued Chunin, Kutra Tasuki. Using the secret technique of the Yamanaka clan, he controlled Kota Tasuki to write a suicide note and commit suicide. The next day, Kota Tasuki's body was found and the contents of his suicide note were exposed. Approximate content: Tasuki Kota, fell into the hands of the enemy, causing the village to suffer losses and unable to live in this world. However, the mission failed. The leader, Tsukumo Hatake, abandoned the mission in order to save my life. Completely devoid of ethics as a professional ninja. I deeply hate this kind of savior. In just 2 days, the content of the suicide note spread like a storm in the village. For a time, almost everyone was blaming Hatake Tsukumo. On the 3rd day, Hatake Tsukumo, who could no longer bear the pressure, committed suicide at home. 027 Rage against Senju Tobirama. Collapse Hashirama. 2771. 027 Rage against Senju Tobirama. Collapse Hashirama. On the 3rd day, Hatake Tsukumo, who could no longer bear the pressure, committed suicide at home. At this point, the contents of the dossier are completed. In the system space, you can hear the needle drop. The silence is suffocating. Immediately afterwards, the rewards exploded. Ding. Hatake Tsukumo has a strong, shocked, emotion, and the reward is White Fang Sword Technique. Ding. Namikaze Minato produces a strong, tired, emotion, and the reward is Sealing Technique 8 Sign Seal. Ding. Uchiha Izuna produces a strong, speechless, emotion, and is rewarded with Fire Style Dust Hidden Technique. Ding. Uchiha Madara generates a strong, interested, emotion, reward, Uchiha Rebound. Ding. Senju Tobirama generates strong, unbelievable, emotions and rewards, Water Style Water Waves. Ding. Senju Hashirama produces strong, angry, emotions, and rewards, Summoning Rashomon. An event. At the same time, all the undead in the system space will be touched. This is the first time ever. Uchiha Liu's lips were grinning almost to the base of her ears. Within the system space, Hatake Tsukumo's face was filled with astonishment. He didn't expect it at all. The original truth turned out to be this. The rumors in the village were deliberately caused by someone. The companions he saved did not commit suicide, but were suicided. The second half of my life is actually being directed like a script. Little son. Namikaze Minato buried her head on her arms. feeling extremely tired. In fact, ever since he succeeded the Hokage. In less than 2 years, I have seen too many unexpected darknesses in the village. But he never expected it can be so dark. Uchiha Izuna shook his head helplessly. He who died in the Sengoku era originally looked at the current Konoha village and thought it was pretty good. But now, he suddenly felt the establishment of the village seemed to bring many families together and maintain peace. However, the open and secret attacks behind the scenes are even more outrageous than the disputes in the Sengoku era. After all, those fights were on the surface. At least, you don't have to worry about your fellow tribesmen attacking you. This village, nothing is worse than nothing. A strange smile appeared on Uchiha Madara's lips. He suddenly felt that little cub named Shimura Danzo seems quite talented. This conspiracy is really a little weird. It's a pity that I didn't notice this guy at first. Otherwise, if you absorb him into your side, the success rate of Project Tsuki no Mi will increase a lot. Senju Tobirama's eyes widened suddenly. The scarlet eyes flashed with intense disbelief. Shimura Danzo, what has he done? You are so good at plotting and scheming, why don't you go deal with the enemy? Why did you attack your companions in the village? How on earth did I teach such a disciple? Senju Hashirama's face turned red. His face even twitched slightly. There were tears in his eyes. Since he was born, he has never been so angry. It's really because Danzo's operation has exceeded the limit he could imagine. Before today, the innocent Senju Hashirama was completely unimaginable. In this world, there are people who can be so vicious. These methods are simply outrageous. What was even more difficult for him to accept was such a B*************** D is actually in the Konoha village he built. Still in a high position. Sudden, Senju Hashirama punched the ground hard. He gritted his teeth and growled. Unforgivable, because the companions in the village are too outstanding, they are framed and suppressed. Pushing people to death, even, to complete this plan. We have to sacrifice another comrade from the village. Creating public opinion, forging suicide notes, killing companions. Why? Why do you do this? Why do you attack your companions? The village I worked so hard to build is the bright Konoha. It is a big family where friends believe in and love each other. Why do filthy bastards like Shimura Danzo exist? A hero who is like the pillar of the village, a person who has made great contributions to Konoha. He did not die on the battlefield or at the hands of the enemy. He actually died under the conspiracy of his own people. Shimura Danzo, is he a ninja of the village or an undercover agent of the enemy? Ding. Senju Hashirama produces strong, angry, emotions, and rewards, summoning fivefold Rashomon. Senju Hashirama's deep voice contains boundless anger, echoing in the system space. His eyes were blood red, and his tall body was constantly trembling. Seeing his eldest brother acting crazy, Senju Tobirama's eyes flashed with deep distress and guilt. Brother, it's because I didn't teach my disciples well. It's because I was blind and chose the wrong person. Fortunately, Hokage is a monkey, not Danzo. Ha. Uchiha Liu suddenly sneered. Master Second Hokage, are you deceiving yourself a little? By now, do you really believe that your other disciple, Sarutobi Hiruzen, is pure and pure? Senju Tobirama's face twitched, clearly feeling guilty. Before he could speak, Uchiha Liu continued. Do you really think that Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know anything about what Danzo did? Or might as well be more thorough. If he really didn't know these things, he was completely deceived by Danzo. Then he's stupid. If he knew about these things and tacitly allowed Danzo to do this, then he is bad. In short, our Hokage-sama is either stupid or bad. Which one do you want? Ding. Senju Tobirama produces a strong, suffering, emotion, and the reward is, the spell detonates. Senju Tobirama was criticized by Uchiha Liu. It made the scene red and warm. However, Uchiha Liu still did not stop. Output. Stupid old Senju. Look at the successor you have chosen. What the hell are they both? Do you think Konoha will have good results under the leadership of these people? You, Senju Tobirama, are directly responsible for Konoha's progress to this point. For a village like this, I want to change. Am I wrong? Ding. Senju Tobirama produces a strong, angry, emotion, and the reward is Flying Thunder God one-time use. Uchiha Liu's questions. It's like a heavy hammer, hitting Senju Tobirama's heart hard. His face turned red. He obviously wanted to say something. I want to fight back hard against this evil brat Uchiha who knows nothing about heaven and earth. However, in the face of these irrefutable evidence, Senju Tobirama doesn't know how to refute it at all. He even began to ask himself, maybe this Uchiha brat was right. Was I really wrong? Well, listening to the conversation between the two, Senju Hashirama sat down on the ground and covered his face with his hands. Seems quite negative. This moment, there seemed to be something in his heart that collapsed. Seeing Senju Hashirama's painful look, the corners of good gay friend Uchiha Madara's mouth raised slightly. Great. Very good, Hashirama. It seems that you understand a little bit. You are naive and finally see the darkness of this world. What village, companions, peace were you passionate about before? These are ridiculous tricks. The only one who can truly save the ninja world is me, Uchiha Madara. Only infinite Tsukuyomi. Thinking of this, Uchiha Madara's eyes suddenly narrowed. Secretly said, I don't know what happened to Obito and Nagato. The plan went smoothly or not. This feeling of placing your hopes on others is really unpleasant. In the past, after death, there was no consciousness, so there were no thoughts. Now sealed in this space by some unknown forbidden technique, I have become conscious. It really feels like I'm worrying about my great plan every moment. 028 Uchiha Liu was targeted by Obito. 2871. 028 Uchiha Liu was targeted by Obito. When Uchiha Liu was immersed in flipping through files and harvesting rewards. Uchiha Madara is worrying about his project Tsuki no Mi. The main reason is that he is not confident about the person he chose to execute the plan, Uchiha Obito. At this time, Uchiha Obito, in a certain base of the Akatsuki organization, listening to Zetsu's information. Black Zetsu said, a white Zetsu clone found traces of Tsunade Heim, one of the Sanin, in the land of waves. Nagato's physical condition is worrying. Do you want to bring Tsunade Heim here and give him some treatment? Lest he have problems later and delay our plans. Uchiha Obito tilted his head and pondered for a moment. Finally shook his head, forget it. Nagato's body is obviously overdrawn by Rinnegan. Even though Tsunade is the strongest medical ninja, I'm afraid he can't solve it. Moreover, it's easy to expose Akatsuki in advance. Not to mention, Uchiha Obito sneered, that guy Nagato, with that woman Konan on his side, is not of the same mind as us. Always be wary of me as Uchiha Madara. It's good to leave him disabled. If he really has a complete body and is equipped with immortal eyes, I'm afraid he will be out of our control. That makes sense. Black Zetsu nodded obediently. In my heart, I was very dissatisfied. Secretly said, Obito, this idiot, is such a loser. Although he clearly has the magical power of Kamui, he can't even control Nagato, and he still has to play checks and balances. If it weren't for the reincarnation of the previous generation Indra, Uchiha Madara, it would be too late to activate Rinnegan. I'm afraid my mother has been resurrected long ago. Why go to all this trouble? But there is no other way, right now. I can only place my hope on Obito. As long as Uchiha Madara is successfully resurrected, everything will be easy. Sudden, Ju's brain seemed to be shut down, and he was stunned for a few seconds. Uchiha Obito is not surprised. This is definitely sending a message to his spore clone. Soon, a look of joy appeared on Ju's face. White Zetsu shouted excitedly, hey, Obito, guess what big news my clone just sent back to Konoha? I'm sure you'll be very interested. HMPH. Uchiha Obito snorted coldly. The eyes exposed outside the mask glanced sideways at White Zetsu. What big news can come from Konoha? I'm very interested. Could it be Kaka? Bah. Obito was a little annoyed that he thought of a certain white-haired B************* D first. He immediately denied it. I'm not interested in that idiot. Could it be Nine Tails? No, 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 White Zetsu waved his hand. Not Nine Tails. Konoha. A great new kid has appeared in the past 2 days. I'm still the same race as you. Kid. Uchiha Obito's eyes narrowed slightly. The Uchiha clan. Did it turn on the Mangekyo Sharingan? That's not the case. White Zetsu shook his head. Uchiha Obito frowned and said with some dissatisfaction. What's so big about that? But he's awakened. White Zetsu protracted his words, trying to sell it off a bit. Wood style. Nani? Uchiha Obito was stunned for a while. And Uchiha, awakened wood style. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? It's absolutely true, White Zetsu said confidently. This. Obito pondered for a moment and thought suddenly. I see. He should be that guy Orochimaru's experimental subject. Half-assed wood style, of no use. No, White Zetsu waved his hand. That brat is the legitimate son of the current leader of the Uchiha clan. There's no way it's an experimental subject. He just suddenly woke up to wood style on his own. This. Uchiha Obito felt that his brain was a bit out of use. Is this scientific? Black Zetsu took over the conversation and said. Scientific or not, I think it is necessary to absorb that brat into the organization. In the future, we might be able to awaken the Sharingan and wood-style double-blood successors. It will be very useful for us in catching the tailed beasts later. Also, if Nagato's health fails in the future, that child might be a new carrier for Rinnegan. In this way, our plan is equivalent to having multiple insurances. It will definitely go very smoothly. When he said this, there was unconcealable fanaticism in Black Zetsu's tone. The sudden rise of Uchiha Liu, in Black Zetsu's view. What a perfect opportunity. Under his influence, Uchiha Obito was obviously moved. That's it. Absorb him into the organization, and I will personally go to Konoha to recruit him. I'm afraid it won't be easy. Black Zetsu said worriedly. That child is the legitimate son of the Uchiha clan leader after all, and he still seems to be highly regarded by the third Hokage. I'm afraid it's a bit difficult to make him a rebel ninja. HMPH. Uchiha Obito sneered. Uchiha. The conflict between Uchiha and the top management of Konoha has long been irreconcilable and will explode sooner or later. Maybe the old man from third generation will let him be a double agent to spy on the Uchiha clan. That kid's life will not be easy. That's right. Black Zetsu suddenly smiled. He said sarcastically. But what's interesting is, that kid is as innocent as you were back then, and he is also a staunch successor to the Will of Fire. I keep clamoring to be a Hokage every day. Uchiha Obito seemed to be stirred up a lot of bad memories by these words. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The smile is full of ridicule and disdain. Hokage. Pointless stuff. Only a fool would want to be a Hokage. This is Obito venting his dissatisfaction with his teacher. It is also a denial of myself who originally aimed at the Hokage. Uchiha Obito. It's no longer the same as before. The corners of Black Zetsu's mouth twitched slightly. This is a cruel person. When you get angry, you even scold yourself. Uchiha Obito gets up from his chair. He said coldly, soon, I will make that child realize this bloody reality. Let's go to Konoha. As he spoke, his body twisted and disappeared. White Zetsu grinned. It looks like there's going to be a good show. Black Zetsu said coldly, follow me quickly. ... 2 old silver coins go fast. At 10 minutes in the evening, we arrived at Konoha. Moreover, a time and space technique, a mayfly technique, it is not too easy to sneak in. Konoha's protective barrier was completely useless in front of the two of them. At this time, Uchiha Liu's body was walking home after completing the Anbu task for the day. In a hidden attic, Uchiha Obito's eyes narrowed slightly. Is that the child? That's right. White Zetsu's voice sounded very excited. Do you want to do it now? 029 Uchiha Internal Strife. Gloating Tobirama. 2971st. 029 Uchiha Internal Strife. Gloating Tobirama. That's right. White Zetsu's voice sounded very excited. Do you want to do it now? Uchiha Obito's eyes flickered and he slowly said. Not urgent. It's still early, so it would be too arrogant to do anything now. Besides, I have to take a good look at this brat. Confirm whether he is really qualified to be recruited by me. The Akatsuki organization doesn't need losers. Black Zetsu chuckled and nodded. That's fine. Just in time, news came from the Spore clone over there. This guy's brother, that brat named Uchiha Itachi. It seems that there was a conflict with the tribesmen. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Obito raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said mockingly. Oh, what a perfect conflict. Looks like we're in for a good show. His eyes were fixed on Uchiha Liu's back. Uchiha Liu. Let me see what kind of existence you are. In the small square of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itachi, wearing a Konoha forehead protector, was in a fighting stance, confronting two older tribesmen. Uchiha Itachi's little face is full of anger. He just received his forehead protector today and officially became a Konoha genin. Originally, I was happily preparing to go home and share this honor with my parents and brothers. However, when passing through the small square, Uchiha Itachi suddenly heard, the two tribesmen in front of him were actually criticizing his most respected brother. The words are quite rude. He stepped forward to argue, but was ridiculed by the opponent instead. The conflict intensified immediately. Uchiha narrowed his narrow eyes and sneered. You brat, how dare you stand up for that B************* D who betrayed the honor of his family. It seems that your thoughts are also very dangerous. Since we can't find Uchiha Liu for the time being, we might as well teach his biological brother a lesson first. As he spoke, his figure flashed and he quickly approached Uchiha Itachi's side. In an attic not far from the small square, there were two Uchiha tribesmen, one old and one young, standing, watching the conflict from a distance. The elder Uchiha frowned and said, although that Uchiha Liu is outrageous, but Dao Huo and the others are going too far by attacking a kid who is just 7 years old and is the patriarch's son. Shisui, won't you stop them? Beside him, a handsome young man smiled. It is none other than Uchiha Shisui, who has the nickname, Shunshin. Because of his extremely high talent and powerful strength, he is also known as the No. One master of Uchiha. At this time, Shisui smiled confidently. I believe Dao Huo and the others will be measured. It just so happens that I also want to take a look at what the current level of this guy Itachi is. If the situation is really bad, I will go out and stop it. That's fine. The older Uchiha nodded slightly. On the square, faced the surprise attack of Uchiha Rice Fire. Uchiha Itachi's pupils shrank suddenly. So fast, as this Jonin's speed, but soon, he calmed down. Chakra is concentrated in the eyes. The originally dark pupils quickly turned scarlet. Two Magatama, spinning wildly. Uchiha Itachi's extremely fast movements seemed to have suddenly slowed down several times in Uchiha Itachi's eyes. Finally, Uchiha Itachi did a nice backflip. The footsteps tapped lightly on Uchiha Inari's fist. While avoiding the attack, he distanced himself backwards. Resolved quite nicely. Uchiha Inari clearly didn't expect that. How could a kid who had just graduated from a ninja school dodge his own blow so easily? Suddenly I was a little shocked. When he saw Uchiha Itachi's enchanting eyes, I was even more shocked. Double Magatama, Sharingan, no wonder, but this kid is only 7 years old. What kind of talent is this? Looking at Uchiha Itachi's eager eyes, Uchiha Itachi's heart was filled with anger. Kid, what's that look in your eyes? Do you really think that after turning on Tutomo Sharingan, I can't do anything to you? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly turned on his Sharingan. It's a 3 Magatama. Meanwhile, charge at Uchiha Itachi again. There's trouble this time. A streak of cold sweat ran down Uchiha Itachi's cheeks. If Jonin is really serious, his current strength will not be enough. Just at the critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared like a ghost. A heavy, precise kick on Uchiha Inari's shoulder kicked it away directly. Uchiha Tiehuo, who was skimming the formation on the side, was startled and shouted loudly. Ding! Uchiha Iron Fire produces a strong shock, emotion, and rewards. Sharingan Dynamic Vision 2. 2 leaves fell in the air. Uchiha Liu's figure is revealed. Nissan. He was rescued at a critical moment, and upon closer inspection, he turned out to be the eldest brother he admired the most. Uchiha Itachi looked very happy. Uchiha Liu smiled softly and gently stroked Uchiha Itachi's little head. 1 against 7, are you okay? Uchiha Itachi shook his head. I'm fine, Nissan. Within the system space, Senju Tobirama was tortured by the root file for a whole day. My whole head is dizzy. But at this time, watching the Uchiha tribe fight among themselves. This, Uchiha fighter, immediately came to his senses. He sneered and mocked. Tisk tisk. Chu Jonin actually attacked a 7-year-old brat. As this Uchiha's glory, what a united and friendly family. This moment, Senju Tobirama seemed to be a little happy in his heart. Although my Konoha is now in a mess. But it seems that you Uchiha are not so good either. Even Tobirama himself admits that this idea is a bit shameless. But he really thought so. I was really hit hard today. Cut. Uchiha Madara curled her lips in disdain and didn't care. He no longer cares about the Uchiha clan. You know, back then, he, the clan leader, was abandoned by all the Uchiha clan members. Uchiha Izuna frowned and looked unhappy. He has always attached great importance to the clan. Therefore, he was very dissatisfied with this kind of bullying of his tribe. It's okay. Uchiha Liu nodded. Leave the rest to Nissan. As he spoke, the smile on his face slowly faded. He cast his cold gaze towards the other side. There, the kicked Uchiha rice fire had risen from the ground. The severe pain from his shoulder made his face look extremely ugly. Look at the Anbu clothes Uchiha Liu is wearing, and she is even more angry. Ding! Uchiha rice fire produces strong, angry, emotions, rewards, fire style great fireball technique. He immediately shouted angrily, Uchiha Liu, you be D who betrayed the honor of your family, are you finally willing to show up? It's a sneak attack, it's too shameless. 030 Crush Jonin. Obito shows up. 3070 firsts. 030 Crush Jonin. Obito shows up. Uchiha Liu, you be D who betrayed the honor of your family, are you finally willing to show up? It's a sneak attack, it's too shameless. Confronted with Uchiha Inari's questioning, Uchiha Liu's eyes were as cold as knives. The voice was also extremely cold. Chu Jonin, attacking a 7-year-old child. If you can even do such a thing, do you have the nerve to accuse others of doing evil things? Uchiha gritted his teeth, trying to defend himself. But was ruthlessly interrupted by Uchiha Liu. I don't want to talk nonsense to you. You too, kneel down and apologize to my brother, and then get out. Don't think it's outrageous, kneeling down and apologizing is common in Hokage. In the original novel, Uchiha Itachi was forced to kneel down and apologize to his tribe. I won't embarrass you, Nani. Uchiha laughed angrily. Kid, do you know what you are talking about? Do you really think that by being with the Hokage, you can do whatever you want to your tribe? The honor of our clan cannot be trampled upon by you like this. Uchiha Liu looked at Uchiha Rice Fire like a fool. He is a high-ranking member of Konoha who hates decay. However, they also have no good impressions of the fanatical Uchiha tribesmen who clearly have no strength and still clamor for the glory of their clan every day. Uchiha Liu's eyes were indifferent. I don't want to talk nonsense at all. 3. 2. Too arrogant. Uchiha was furious. I'm here to teach you a lesson, you idiot. Let you know what Uchiha's glory is. As soon as the words fell, his body disappeared from where he was. The fist as big as a sandbag hit Uchiha Liu's face mercilessly. Because the punch was too fast, it even caused a roaring sound. Although he had just been kicked away by Uchiha Liu, Uchiha Inahuo thought that he was careless, so he was successfully attacked by Uchiha Liu. If it were to compete openly in taijutsu, how could this kid who had just graduated be the opponent of a veteran jonin like himself? So, he rushed forward resolutely again. But he obviously made the wrong calculation. Facing Uchiha Inari's fist, Uchiha Liu did not dodge. Directly extend your palm to pick it up. The moment the fists and palms met, force suddenly appeared. An irresistible force directly knocked Uchiha Rice Fire to the ground. Ding! Uchiha Rice Fire produces a strong shock, emotion, and rewards, fire-style dragon fire technique. How can it be? Uchiha, who was knocked down almost as soon as he met her, felt a turmoil in his heart. How could a 12-year-old kid have so much strength? Moreover, the angle of his opponent's attack was so tricky and his moves were so cruel, he didn't look like a freshly graduated student at all. Of course he doesn't know. Uchiha Liu's physical quality is the sage body quality inherited from Senju Hashirama. The taijutsu moves are inherited from the strongest Uchiha fighter, Senju Tobirama. Almost all of this guy's moves were developed to restrain Uchiha. So, Uchiha Liu, who collected many rewards from Senju Tobirama. It can be said that he is the best at dealing with Uchiha in the ninja world today. It's actually not surprising that he can defeat the enemy with one move. Really? In the system space, Senju Tobirama's expression instantly became weird. Although Uchiha Liu only made one move. But how vicious is his vision? Suddenly I saw a little bit of myself in it. Hateful. First the water style technique, then the sword technique, and now the conjoined technique. This evil brat from the Uchiha family must have studied me specially. Ding. Senju Tobirama produces a strong shock, emotion, reward, simplified seals. Seeing Uchiha Inaba struggling to get up, Uchiha Liu stepped on his face without any hesitation. He sneered condescendingly and said, "Is this what you call the glory of a clan?" As he said that, he crushed his opponent's face very rudely. Ding. Uchiha Rice Fire produces strong humiliation, emotions, and rewards. Uchiha Sword Technique, Uchiha Rice Fire version. Uchiha Inari's face is twisted and looks very ferocious. Compared to the pain on his face, the pain in his heart was obviously worse. To him, Uchiha Liu was more than stepping on his face. He is clearly stepping on the face of the entire Uchiha clan. Waste. Uchiha Liu sneered. He kicked it up and kicked it away again. Rice Fire. Uchiha Tiehuo exclaimed and hurried over to check the injury. Uchiha covered the wound and growled with hatred on his face. "Leave me alone. Do it. Use ninjutsu." Okay. Uchiha Tiehuo gritted his teeth. He quickly formed a seal with his hands, fire-style Great Fireball technique. A large, blazing fireball came quickly. Uchiha Liu sneered and immediately released the same technique. Fire-style Great Fireball technique. Boom. An extremely exaggerated fireball erupted from his mouth. The high temperature swept through and dyed most of the square orange-red. Anyone can see it. The great fireball released by Uchiha Liu is obviously much more powerful than the opponent in terms of size and scorching intensity. Sure enough, two identical moves collided. Uchiha Liu's great fireball blasts the opponent to pieces like a beast. Then, there is even more energy left. The orange-red flames continue to sweep toward the enemy. Not good. Uchiha was shocked. He hurriedly dragged the scarred Uchiha Ino and dodged sideways. Although his reaction was quite fast, his clothes were still burned and in tatters. Extremely embarrassed. After a while, the flames completely dissipated. The ground of the square paved with bluestones was burned with a terrible scorch mark. This shows how powerful Uchiha Liu's great fireball is. Within the system space, Senju Tobirama's eyes widened suddenly. No, isn't this evil Uchiha kid good at water style? How come fire style has such accomplishments? As a ninjutsu expert, Senju Tobirama certainly knows. For the same spell, the competition is who can instantly condense the greater amount of chakra, and who can practice attribute changes more deeply. And Uchiha Liu's great fireball was able to defeat that Jonin. This shows that his understanding of fire style can completely crush the opponent. Uchiha Izuna looked very pleased. This is the right thing to do. Uchiha is famous in the ninja world for his Sharingan, Shuriken and fire style. Having an Uchiha use water style every day is really an eyesore. Ding. Uchiha Obito produces a strong shock, emotion, and is rewarded with Earth-style Tokuryu Gakuin technique. In the darkness, Uchiha Obito's pupils shrank slightly. He thought secretly, this kid's talent and strength. But it's much better than when I was 12 years old. I just don't know what his wood style level is. Received this system prompt. Uchiha Liu's brows raised slightly. Is this guy Uchiha Obito actually in Konoha now? He had thought before that he would definitely be noticed by the Akatsuki organization. But I didn't expect that the other party's efficiency was so high. But, fair enough. Find a way to unmask this guy, and things will definitely get interesting, right? By that time, what will happen to Kakashi? What will happen to Namikaze Minato? More importantly, what happens to Uchiha Madara? 031 Wood style is showing its power for the first time. The shocked undead. 3171st. 031 Wood style is showing its power for the first time. The shocked undead. What will happen to Kakashi? What will happen to Namikaze Minato? More importantly, what happens to Uchiha Madara? Thinking of this, a playful smile appeared on Uchiha Liu's lips. However, this smile of his, in the eyes of Uchiha Rice Fire and Uchiha Iron Fire, this is a mockery. Although I am quite shocked by Uchiha Liu's fighting prowess, Uchiha still gritted his teeth and growled, Uchiha Liu, since you have completely abandoned the glory of your clan and chosen to be the lackey of Konoha's top brass, why are you still using the Uchiha clan's art? If you have the ability, use other moves and we will fight again. What a strange angle. Uchiha Liu almost laughed out of anger. But it doesn't matter. Then as you wish, let me show you a technique you have never seen before. What a shame. Uchiha didn't believe it at all. The Uchiha family has been inherited for many years, and they possess the magical blood inheritance limit of Sharingan. It can be said that as long as the clan members have opened their eyes, almost everyone is a copy ninja. Copy wherever you go. In terms of the rich reserves of ninjutsu, the Uchiha clan is definitely the best in the entire ninja world. Uchiha is another veteran jonin who has seen a lot. I simply don't believe that Uchiha Liu can perform any moves that I have never seen before. But the next moment, he was completely stunned. I saw Uchiha Liu slamming her hands together. Wood style the birth of the tree world. Accompanied by his majestic voice. Massive amounts of chakra, as the source of life, are injected crazily into the ground. Boom. In the horrified eyes of everyone, the bluestone ground beneath their feet suddenly exploded. Thick trees sprang out of the ground quickly. Then, it grew crazily at a speed visible to the naked eye. Branches and vines, like horned dragons, dance wildly in the air. Then, he suddenly pounced towards the opposite side. The legendary wood style. How could he? Uchiha was shocked. Uchiha Inari's face was also quite ugly. He said in a deep voice, "Stop talking nonsense. Find a way to deal with these trees quickly." The range of the tree world's birth is extremely wide, and the speed is also very fast. It's simply impossible to dodge. The two of them could only bite the bullet and launch an attack, trying to prevent the trees from attacking them. However, their tachi struck the tree. It can only make a little scar, but it can't be cut off at all. Fire-style technique is more like gua sha. Only a small portion of the trunk was burnt black. But soon, as chakra surged, the trees immediately returned to their original shape. It surged forward with even more terrifying power. In just a few breaths, the terrain changed directly. Transform a bare small square into a sea of trees out of thin air. And those two Uchiha unlucky guys. There is no way to resist such a powerful move. After several collisions, even the sword was knocked out of his hands. Then, the trees that were swept away were tied up tightly. Hanging in midair. Ding. Hitaki Tsukumo has a strong shock emotion and is rewarded with lightning-style pseudo-darkness. Ding. Namikaze Minato produces a strong shock emotion reward reaction speed plus 20%. Ding. Senju Tobirama produces a strong unbelievable emotion and rewards water-style spell power plus 10%. Ding. Senju Hashirama produces a strong praise emotion and rewards chakra recovery speed 2. Ding. Uchiha Izuna generates a strong praise emotion and is rewarded with Sharingan pupil power enhancement. Ding. Uchiha Madara has a strong fear emotion and the reward is Uchiha bloodline enhancement. Shugao Yi. In the system space, Hitaki Tsukumo's pupils shrank suddenly. Namikaze Minato was also shocked. Is this the first Hokage-sama, the wood-style technique that was once famous in the ninja world? It's so powerful. Although, Namikaze Minato also shocked the ninja world in the name of Golden Flash. But, he is very self-aware. Golden Flash and Ninja God, these two titles are not at the same level. How can it be? Uchiha's strongest fighter, Senju Tobirama's expression changed wildly. This time, his shock level was far greater than that of Wood Clone. After all, the birth of the tree world can be regarded as a very advanced wood-style technique. This evil Uchiha brat clearly just awakened the wood-style blood successor limit yesterday. How is it possible that such a large-scale wood style can be performed today? And, where did he learn this technique? He clearly remembered that Danzo only gave Uchiha Liu a wood clone scroll. Could it be that Uchiha Liu understood the essence of wood style from a mere wood clone? Have you realized the birth of the tree world? Is this possible? Tisk. Senju Hashirama looked surprised. This kid has such a strong understanding. He is much better than I used to be. The corners of Uchiha Izuna's mouth raised slightly. The more I look at Uchiha Liu, the more pleasing I feel. This junior is really outstanding. Being able to master even wood style so quickly will surely lead the Uchiha clan to glory in the future. Uchiha Madara in the corner looked a little gloomy. Uchiha Liu's talent simply shocked him time and time again. Every time he takes action, his strength seems to have made a qualitative leap. This will continue to develop. Can Obito and Nagato really deal with this brat? Can the great project Tsuki no Mi still be successfully implemented? What are Zetsu and Obito doing? There are people in Konoha who have awakened Sharingan and wood style at the same time. Can such important news not be discovered? Hurry up and nip this scourge in the cradle. 032 wood style Sharingan's perfect match. Beat up Uchiha Shisui. 3271st. 032 wood style Sharingan's perfect match. Beat up Uchiha Shisui. What are Zetsu and Obito doing? There are people in Konoha who have awakened Sharingan and wood style at the same time. Can such important news not be discovered? Hurry up and nip this scourge in the cradle. What Uchiha Madara doesn't know is, at this time, Uchiha Obito is secretly observing the battle. And it's quite shocking inside. Ding! Uchiha Obito produces a strong, shocked emotion and is rewarded with wood style cutting technique. This kid's wood style is so strong. In fact, Obito himself also uses wood style. But it's just some small moves that can't bring out the true power of wood style. After all, he had never met the ninja god back then. Even Obito once thought, wood style, that seems to be what it is. It sounds very mysterious, but in reality it's not as powerful as Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan. But, see you today. It had a powerful impact on his heart. Is this the orthodox wood style? He has just awakened and already has such power. How can he still do it in the future? Thinking of this, Uchiha Obito licked his lips greedily. This little brat, I'm going to make a decision. We must absorb him into the organization. Black Zetsu was overjoyed when he heard this. Call out. A sound broke through the air. Uchiha Shisui's figure instantly appeared on the square. Looking at the huge sea of trees beside him, the pupils of the top master of Uchiha suddenly shrank. Ding! Uchiha Shisui produces a strong shock emotion, and the reward is Phantom Shadow Clone Technique. He looked at Uchiha Liu, his eyes full of shock. This Uchiha Liu, besides having the water style of second Hokage, he actually awakened Master First Hokage's wood style. It's amazing. Could it be that he really has the blood of that family in his body? And the reason why he is so close to the top management of Konoha may also be traces of the brand in his blood. Uchiha Liu was not surprised at all by his appearance. He had long sensed that Uchiha Shisui was nearby. Uchiha, who was hoisted up, saw Shisui appear, as if he saw a life-saving straw. Shouted, "Shisui, hurry! Save us! By the way, teach this little brat who doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth a lesson." Although Uchiha Liu's wood style is shocking, however, the Uchiha people still have great trust in the strength of Shisui. Alas, Uchiha Shisui sighed. He didn't choose to take action immediately. Instead, he said to Uchiha Liu gently, "Liu, your strength is really surprising. But now that you've won, they've learned their lesson. Then, can we let them go? After all, they are Jonin, and they are the seniors of the clan. Keeping them hanging like this is detrimental to the reputation of the Uchiha clan." Uchiha Liu glanced at him sideways and interrupted him with a sneer. "Uchiha Shisui, are you already here? When these two bastards attacked Itachi, you didn't see you coming to stop them. When they joined forces to attack me, you didn't stand up. Now, I win. You, the #1 master of Uchiha, have come out to seek justice. Are you worthy? This is quite unkind. Uchiha Shisui was choked and a little overwhelmed. But he still reluctantly explained. Well, I wanted to see Itachi before. No need to explain. Uchiha Liu interrupted him again. Your face is of no use to me. These two people, I am going to hang them here today. Let all the Uchiha people who pass by see how ridiculous their so-called clan's glory is. For Uchiha Liu, the Uchiha clan who disobeys must be given a good beating. He can lead the Uchiha clan to glory, but only if these clansmen know the current affairs. You can tell who is the big and small king. Uchiha Shisui frowned when he heard this. Flow, it's good that you hold the whole of Konoha and the will of fire in your heart. But, your current behavior is a bit too extreme. The honor of a clan cannot be tarnished either. Uchiha Shisui is such an extremely complex character. He longs for peace. There is also a burning will of fire in my heart. But at the same time, he was burdened with the expectations of all the Uchiha clan members, and he could not let go of the clan's glory in his heart. In the original novel, he has been trying to find a way for Konoha and Uchiha to coexist peacefully. It's a pity, I don't have a good brain. In the end it can only end tragically. Seeing Uchiha Liu was not moved at all. Uchiha Shisui said solemnly, if you insist on not letting me go, then forgive me for offending you. Ha, Uchiha Liu sneered. Then come on, let me see, what are you, the so-called top master of Uchiha, really capable of? I'm offended. Uchiha Shisui's eyes were slightly closed. When I opened it again, 3 Tomo Sharingan had been opened. His hands suddenly formed seals. Phantom Shadow Clone Technique. With a soft drink, Uchiha Shisui's Sharingan shines brightly. The next moment, from his body, dozens of clones sprang out. Immediately afterwards, the clones all got into attack stances. This is Uchiha Shisui's unique technique. Utilize the Phantom Shadow clone created by Sharingan. It's obviously not an entity, but it can attack instantaneously like an entity. Extremely fast. This is where the name, Shisui, comes from. Today, Uchiha Shisui starts with this move. It shows how afraid he is of Uchiha Liu. Fancy. Uchiha Liu sneered. He has already obtained this reward before. He knows the characteristics of this technique better than anyone else. It is indeed a very difficult move. If you encounter it suddenly, you will inevitably be a little confused. However, things are completely different now. The previously released Tree World Advent still exists. This is his battle home ground. I saw Uchiha Liu's palms clasped together suddenly. With the injection of chakra, the tree trunks that had been stagnant began to grow wildly again. There is no need to aim at all, just cover the sky with earth coiling towards the dozens of Uchiha Shisui. Puff puff. Although the Phantom Shadow clone is tougher than the ordinary Shadow clone, it is not an entity after all. Their energy all comes from Uchiha Shisui's Sharingan power. So, under such an indiscriminate map cannon attack, Uchiha Shisui's chakra and eye power are consumed rapidly. He didn't last long at all, and the dozens of Phantom Shadow clones were popped one by one like balloons. As for the Uchiha Shisui body, then use Sharingan and body flicker technique to move back and forth in the gaps in the sea of trees. For a moment, he was not tied up. It can also be seen from this that his strength is much stronger than that of Uchiha and Inari. However, Uchiha Shisui was not happy at all, but rather worried. It's not good. The amount of Uchiha Liu's chakra is too large. How can you continue to control such a huge tree world? You can't get close at all. The corners of Uchiha Liu's mouth raised slightly. You are very good at hiding. Try this. The next second, he also suddenly turned on his Sharingan. Then, his hands formed seals again. Under Uchiha Liu's precise form control, the heads of those tree trunks began to become sharp, like wooden spears. While moving, a terrifying and sharp light emitted. And, with Sharingan's dynamic vision aid, those branches and vines are no longer dancing overwhelmingly. Instead, they all seemed to have eyes, and they all rushed towards Uchiha Shisui with precision. No matter how he blinks or changes direction, they can't escape the attacks of those wooden spears that follow them everywhere. This should be the first perfect collaboration between Sharingan and wood style. See this scene. Within the system space, almost all the undead's eyes widened at the same time. As this, a collaboration between Sharingan and Wood Style. How could such a miraculous effect be achieved? Wood Style is originally a technique that can be used to open and close, and to defeat 10 skills with one force. However, at this time, it almost achieved a precision strike. This is something the ninja god who is best at Wood Style, Senju Hashirama, has never done before. After all, he doesn't have as strong an insight as Sharingan. 033 Ding. Your Mangekyo Sharingan has arrived. 3371st. 033 Ding. Your Mangekyo Sharingan has arrived. This is something the ninja god who is best at Wood Style, Senju Hashirama, has never done before. After all, he doesn't have as strong an insight as Sharingan. Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Madara both looked a little ugly. No one thinks. At this time, Uchiha Liu is already comparable to Senju Hashirama in terms of Wood Style attainments. But again, anyone can see Uchiha Liu's future ceiling. I'm afraid it will be better than the Senju Hashirama of the year. The thought of this, Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Madara, these two guys usually have a very bad relationship. At this time, they suddenly felt sympathy for each other. A Konoha that thinks about itself. A think about my own project Tsuki no Mi. They all sighed at the same time. Well, ding. Senju Tobirama produces a strong worry, emotion, and rewards. Water style power plus 2-0. Ding. Uchiha Madara produces a strong worry, emotion, reward. Uchiha Taijutsu Essence Uchiha Madara version. ... On the square. This sudden change in the birth of the tree world was completely beyond Uchiha Shisui's expectations. As a result, no matter how strong his body skills are, he can no longer dodge. No solution anymore. It seems, that's the only way to use it. Uchiha's face was solemn and determined. The chakra was concentrated in the eyes, and the originally scarlet eyes immediately shone brightly. Immediately afterwards, the three Magatama spin suddenly like an electric fan. Interconnection. Change. Finally, a four-cornered windmill shape is formed. Then, the green chakra surged, gathered into a green defensive skeleton. Wrap Uchiha Shisui's body firmly in it. ... This is... Senju Tobirama raised his eyebrows. Ding. Uchiha Izuna has a strong surprise emotion and is rewarded with fire style spell power plus 10%. Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Izuna stood up. This brat named Uchiha Shisui, has he started Mangekyo Sharingan at such a young age? It seems that my Uchiha clan is indeed full of talents. TCH. Senju Tobirama sneered. What's the use? Isn't there internal strife now? Uchiha Izuna's face suddenly darkened when he heard this. Tobirama. Shut up. Susanoo. Senju Hashirama's eyes were full of memories. What a long-lost technique. ... Just in the middle of a conversation between a few people, above the square, there was a loud bang. Sharp wooden spears struck Uchiha Shisui's Susanoo wildly. Such a powerful impact. Even with Susanoo's body protection, Uchiha Shisui's figure was still constantly being pushed back. His Susanoo had just awakened not long ago and had not been used at all. It's a half-baked level. It is very reluctant to open a primary form. Moreover, the eye power is also being consumed rapidly. As Susanoo was continuously bombarded, blood and tears continued to pour from Shisui's eyes. His originally gentle face turned a little ferocious. How can the opponent be so strong? Can't even Susanoo resist. Ding. Uchiha Shisui produces strong shock, emotions, reward. Mangekyo Sharingan left. Mangekyo Sharingan left an advanced pupil technique superior to the 3 Tomo Sharingan. Even though there is only one, it still has amazing pupil power that is hard to fathom. Insight, illusion ability, etc. will be greatly improved. Comes with Uchiha Shisui Mangekyo Eye Technique, Distinguished Heavenly Gods. System Tips. 1. The host has Sage Body and Wood Style Blood Inheritance limits. When using Mangekyo, the consumption of vision is minimal and there is no risk of blindness. At the same time, the cooldown time of Distinguished Heavenly Gods is shortened 10 times. 2. Get a whole pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, your eye power will be further improved. And awaken the ultimate secret of the Uchiha clan, Susanoo. Call. After receiving the system prompt, Uchiha Liu raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Mangekyo Sharingan. Finally waiting for you. Uchiha Shisui. What a treasure. When Uchiha Liu was intoxicated with the newly awakened power, Uchiha Shisui only felt that the burden on her body was getting heavier and heavier. Make a prompt decision. No, we can't keep fighting. So, under the protection of Susanoo, I turned around resolutely. Rushed to the side of Uchiha Rice Fire and Uchiha Iron Fire quickly. Susanoo suddenly exerted force and shattered the vines wrapped around the two of them. Then, Susanoo spread slightly outward, protecting the two of them. Walk! Uchiha Shisui shouted. The three of them did not dare to hesitate at all. Under the protection of Susanoo, quickly escape into the distance. An excellent reward was received on Uchiha Shisui, and Uchiha Liu was in a good mood. You know the current situation. I'll let you go today. He stamped his foot violently. Take back the remaining vitality and chakra in the tree world into your body. The thick branches and vines slowly dissipated. However, the small square that was originally intact was completely messed up and it was difficult to recover. Uchiha Liu clapped her hands with satisfaction. Finish and call it a day. He turned around and met Uchiha Itachi's eyes full of admiration. Nissan, you are so awesome. Ding. Uchiha Itachi has a strong admiration, emotion, and the reward is transcription seal. As the battle comes to an end. In system space, some were silent, while others were happy. Uchiha Izuna praised happily. Good, good. Well done, Ryu. There is a successor to Uchiha. Senju Tobirama was in a bad mood to begin with. Seeing his old rival so excited suddenly made him even more unhappy. He said sarcastically, "TCH. What's there to be happy about? Izuna, did you see that? Uchiha's Sharingan lost to my Senju's wood style again." Uchiha Madara's face darkened. Why do I always feel like I've been shot while I'm lying down? Uchiha Izuna was also choked for a moment, but quickly said with a sneer. Can that thing used by Uchiha Shisui be called Susanoo? Obviously you just woke up not long ago, so you're not yet proficient at it, right? That's why I was almost bombarded by wood style. Besides, what about your Senju's wood style? So sorry. Now, I only see Uchiha's wood style. Izuna you. Senju Tobirama was choked and his face turned red. As the most determined Uchiha fighter in the entire ninja world, he wanted to say something. But I don't know how to refute it at all. It took a long time to hold back a sentence. Damn Uchiha. 034 Obito's frame up. A routine that leads to the same goal through different paths. 3471sts. 034 Obito's frame up. A routine that leads to the same goal through different paths. A dark place that no one knows about. Uchiha Obito's face was shocked and he stood there stunned. It took a long time to recover from the battle just now. That one just now is Susanoo from my Uchiha family, right? The legendary, ultimate secret of Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Liu's wood style technique can't even block Susanoo. Compared to his, my wood style is like a child's play. Ding. Uchiha Obito produces a strong shock, emotion, and the reward is Uchiha Fire Formation. Obito's voice was full of shock. This is the first time he has admitted that his skills are inferior to others after his blackening. Ding. Black Zetsu produces a strong fear, emotion, reward, mayfly technique. Black Zetsu's face was equally solemn and he murmured, your wood style was obtained through cell transplantation after all. It's nothing like this kind of natural awakening. It is rumored that Senju Hashirama was able to use wood style to suppress Uchiha Madara's complete Susanoo. Although, this child is still far from reaching that point. But, the potential in the future is immeasurable. At this time, Black Zetsu suddenly had a strange thought in his heart. If Uchiha Liu is the reincarnation of Ashura or Indra, I'm afraid starting Rinnegan will be even smoother than Uchiha Madara's back in the day. Thinking of this, Black Zetsu suddenly felt a murderous intention in his heart. He originally thought that Uchiha Liu was just a lucky kid who accidentally awakened to wood style. That's why he wanted to recruit him to the Akatsuki organization to work for him. Did not expect, Uchiha Liu's power was completely beyond his expectation. Once it grows up in the future, I'm afraid it will become an uncontrollable existence. No one can predict what impact this will have on the plan. It's best to kill it directly. It's a pity. He himself has little fighting ability. And Uchiha Obito, this idiot, is obviously very interested in Uchiha Liu and wants to take him under his wing. Forget it. Just take it one step at a time. Black Zetsu shook his head and could only comfort himself in this way. Really? Uchiha Obito immediately licked his lips after he completely came to his senses. This Uchiha Liu must be recruited into the organization. But, Black Zetsu frowned. At present, it seems that it is a bit difficult to recruit him. As you can see, this kid is a staunch successor to the will of fire. He even went so far as to turn against his own people for this reason. Moreover, he is quite valued in Third Hokage, especially Shimura Danzo. It's impossible for him to betray Konoha directly. I think his only weakness is his younger brother. How about threatening him with his brother? When Uchiha Obito heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. We want to recruit Uchiha Liu into the organization to play for us. It's not about forcing him to become an enemy. If you attack his brother, there will be no room left. It will only make him hate us. Ju spread his hands. Then what do you think we should do? Do not worry. Uchiha Obito waved his hand confidently. I've got a great idea. Oh, Ju's brows raised slightly, a little surprised. When did this idiot have such a bright mind? Doesn't he love Konoha very much? Isn't the will of fire in his mind? A mocking smile appeared on Uchiha Obito's lips. I want to design it to make Konoha abandon him or even hunt him down. Think of that wonderful scene. Being misunderstood, wanted, and hunted by Konoha, whom I am most loyal and loving to. The most beautiful thing in my heart was suddenly shattered. This kid must be quite devastated, right? At that time, I will suddenly appear again. To guide him who is confused to another bright road. Ju, what do you think of this script? FK. Black Zetsu's mouth twitched slightly. In my heart, 10,000 grass and mud horses are galloping past. Let's just say, do you guys from the Uchiha clan have such strange brain circuits? If I remember correctly, Uchiha Madara, is this how you were designed by Uchiha Madara? They all first shatter the beauty in their hearts, and then stuff the darkness inside. This wave of different paths leading to the same destination belongs to yes. Obito, now you regard others as pawns and play with their destiny at will. Little did he know that he was actually a poor chess piece. Your destiny has already been planned. Of course, the same goes for Uchiha Madara. Certainly. These words, Zetsu was just thinking about it in his mind. What he opened his mouth to say was, wonderful. It's really wonderful. Once the frame-up is successful, I don't have to worry about him not taking the bait. Very good. Uchiha Obito nodded proudly, seeing that he admired his wisdom very much. Then do it. After the words fell, the space became distorted. The two figures disappeared instantly. Uchiha Liu, after returning home, immediately lay down comfortably on the bed. I am quite skillful in turning off the live broadcast, and then start counting today's harvest. It seems that today's harvest is slightly worse than yesterday's. Mainly because the rewards on the undead were so huge. Moreover, after Uchiha Liu's continuous destruction, the emotional resistance of these undead has increased visibly. However, in general, today's harvest is not bad. Especially the awakening of Mangekyo Sharingan made Uchiha Liu quite satisfied. Unfortunately, there is only one at the moment. The right eye Mangekyo. I'm afraid it's going to land on Uchiha Obito or Kakashi. Obito, what are you doing? Hurry up and recruit me. In fact, the reason Uchiha Liu used Wood Styles technique today was certainly not to show off. The most important reason, it's because he wants to show his worth and quickly attract Uchiha Obito's attention. In this way, the other party can't wait to appear in front of him and recruit him. Then, he can implement the subsequent mask removal plan to reap the rewards. But, it's already night. Uchiha Obito hasn't shown up yet, which is a bit beyond Uchiha Liu's expectation. Shanji, are you really so calm? Is there anyone who doesn't know what Shanji is? Almost at the same time, Uchiha Obito, who was, thought deeply and eagerly awaited, by Uchiha Liu, took advantage of the darkness to lurk near Hokage's office. Prepare to implement your own, framing plan. 035 Danzo is furious. The show is about to begin. 3571st. 035 Danzo is furious. The show is about to begin. Almost at the same time, Uchiha Obito, who was, thought deeply and eagerly awaited, by Uchiha Liu, took advantage of the darkness to lurk near Hokage's office. Prepare to implement your own, framing plan. He plans to find a lucky Anbu and kill him with wood style. In this way, the blame can be smoothly placed on Uchiha Liu. Anbu members are killed, third Hokage will be furious. When the time comes, will you still worry about Uchiha Liu not defecting? However, Uchiha Obito observed for a long time. Finally, it was discovered that Anbu members basically work together, so it is not easy to start. Of course it is easy to kill someone. However, it is difficult to avoid being aware of it. After all, his main goal is to blame Uchiha Liu. If someone else discovers the clues, it will be a complete failure. Moreover, setting the blame once failed once. Next time, it won't work. Therefore, Uchiha Obito must be cautious. Looking at Obito, who has been unable to succeed, Black Zetsu was speechless. Sure enough, this kid has made no progress at all. Still so stupid. He had no choice but to send out his white Zetsu clone to find out the information. Not long after, Black Zetsu spoke. Forget it, it's not easy to start with Anbu. The same goes for killing a root ninja. The clone just sent news that a root ninja just entered the village and rushed to the root base alone. Great. Uchiha Obito breathed a sigh of relief. Go, go, go. Squatting near Hokage's office for a long time made him very irritable. Under Zetsu's guidance, Obito quickly blocked the lucky guy. This man is tall and has orange hair with a very cool hairstyle. It is Shimura Danzo's crony, Yamanaka K's. Suddenly being blocked by a masked man in black, Yamanaka Fang's expression immediately became solemn. He shouted in a deep voice, "Who is it?" Hee. Uchiha Obito's figure slowly walked out of the darkness, revealing an orange-red mask, along with the signature Scarlet Sharingan. Sharingan. Yamanaka Fang's pupils shrank suddenly. Are you from the Uchiha clan? What do you want to do when you block the road late at night? Lend me your life, Uchiha Obito said calmly. Presumptuous. Yamanaka Fang's face became stern. Uchiha, do you know who you are facing? I serve under Lord Shimura Danzo. Sorry. The corners of Uchiha Obito's mouth raised slightly, showing a mocking smile. It is precisely because he is Shimura Danzo's subordinate that he must die. Feeling the chill in this person's words, Yamanaka Fang's heart was shaken. Lord Danzo's reputation cannot scare the other party at all, and it seems that this person's target is originally the root of Lord Danzo. Thinking of this, Yamanaka Fang's big hand quickly climbed to the handle of the knife behind him. Shameless talk. Clang. As a root elite, Yamanaka Fang's strength is obviously good. The long sword was instantly unsheathed. Quickly slashed towards Uchiha Obito in front of you. Ridiculous move. Uchiha Obito sneered. Without any movement, he just stood there in a daze, letting the long knife slash at him. And then, with knives and people, they all passed through. Nani? Yamanaka Fang's pupils shrank suddenly. Come through directly. What kind of magic is this? However, he didn't wait for a reaction. Uchiha Obito behind him suddenly turned around. A wooden thorn burst out from his sleeve. Wood-style cutting technique, accompanied by this cold voice. Sharp wooden thorns suddenly appeared in Yamanaka Fang's body. Everywhere on the body was pierced, dripping with blood. The appearance of death is extremely miserable. Even, his eyes were still open, and his eyes were full of disbelief. After all, the opponent's moves are really incredible. Far beyond the scope of ordinary ninjas. Until Yamanaka died, he didn't know how he was missing. Tisk, tisk. Uchiha Obito was very satisfied with the death of Yamanaka Fang. He greeted Black Zetsu somewhat proudly. Ju, come and admire my masterpiece. Look at his expression now, how perfect it is. Is it like the expression of disbelief when you are suddenly stabbed in the back by a teammate you trust? The corners of Black Zetsu's mouth twitched slightly. Good guy. This business is really for you to understand. In order to successfully frame Uchiha Liu, was even the death expression included in your plan? Perfect indeed. This expression, coupled with the wood thorns in the body. If you say it wasn't Uchiha Liu, no one will believe it, right? Uchiha Obito looked even more proud when he heard this. With a big wave of his hand, he ordered, when it's almost dawn, throw the body at the entrance of the root base. Remember, don't ruin this perfect look. Okay. White Zetsu responded excitedly, just wait and see. As he spoke, he picked up Yamanaka Feng's body and slowly sank into the ground. Uchiha Obito covered his face with his hands and laughed wildly. Uchiha Liu, be my chess piece. Ha ha ha. When it was just dawn, the entire Konoha was extremely quiet, and most people were resting. However, the root base remains brightly lit. At the gate of the base, there are still people patrolling diligently. Snap! Suddenly, a strange sound came. Who? The root ninja who was on duty, Nobu, was suddenly startled. Shin, Sai's brother. Before he finished speaking, he quickly rushed to the place where the sound came from. What he saw was the miserable corpse of Yamanaka Feng. Wind. Shin's pupils shrank suddenly, but after all, he is an elite at the root and has not lost his mind. He instantly pulled out his long knife and looked around cautiously. However, with his strength, how could he discover the hidden white Zetsu? After not finding the enemy for a long time, Nobu slowly relaxed his vigilance and stepped forward to check on Yamanaka Feng's body. In his mind, thoughts were racing. Root's personnel walk in the dark and perform the most dangerous missions. Death is actually a common occurrence. But it was the first time in history that someone dumped a corpse at the door of their house. This is simply a provocation to the roots. Lord Danzo will definitely be furious. And Shin quickly noticed the ferocious wooden thorns, and his expression changed wildly. Wood style. Is he the kid who was taken away by third Hokage this morning? Or is it the Uchiha who's new to the organization? No, it must be reported to Lord Danzo immediately. With that said, he immediately called other colleagues to guard the scene. He quickly rushed deep into the base, arrived outside Shimura Danzo's bedroom, and knocked on the door. Danzo-sama, who considers his roots as his home. How conscientious he is. It makes me cry. Baga. Danzo, who was disturbed, roared angrily. He suffered a big loss yesterday and was already in a very manic mood. I tossed and turned all night last night. I finally fell asleep and was woken up. Of course I was in a bad mood. However, when he was brought to the scene and saw the body of Yamanaka Feng, he immediately lost any sleep. An old face, filled with murderous intent. 036 Tobirama ecstasy. Danzo, you finally woke up. 3671st. 036 Tobirama ecstasy. Danzo, you finally woke up. However, when he was brought to the scene and saw the body of Yamanaka Feng, he immediately lost any sleep. An old face, filled with murderous intent. Damn it, I once again lost a member of the Delhi Admiral. Especially when he saw the ferocious wooden thorns in Yamanaka Feng's body, his expression changed even more. Thoughts in my mind raced. Wood style. Who is it? Is it? No. That's not right. This is not in line with the child's character. Killing people at will is not the way of a monkey. Besides, he just hit me hard. It's impossible for him to do it again in such a short period of time. Is that Uchiha Liu? But why would he do this? Shimura Danzo frowned, puzzled. Simply stop thinking about it. He waved his hand and said in a deep voice. No one is allowed to spread this matter. Also, 2 people, go and escort Uchiha Liu over to me. Yes, sir. 2 root ninjas immediately disappeared from the spot. Go straight to the Uchiha clan. He. White Zetsu, who was hiding in the dark, laughed. Obito, your plan really worked. The show is about to begin. Go and have a look. The corners of Uchiha Obito's mouth raised slightly. After the words fell, the figure also disappeared into Uzumaki. At this time, in the home of the Uchiha clan leader, Uchiha Liu was lying on the bed, immersed in a sweet dream. However, next to him, there is Uchiha Liu, sitting cross-legged on the spot. It seems that he is resting with his eyes closed, but in fact he is always on high alert. This is a wood clone by Uchiha Liu. It was also a temporary insurance he added for himself. The ninja world is a place where people can die at any time. Especially the ninjas, who basically have high attack and low imitation. Although he is already very powerful now, he even has Hashirama's Mushin healing. But if someone were to attack you in your sleep, it doesn't even require any fancy ninjutsu. As long as a kunai sticks to your waist or heart, that will definitely kill you on the spot. There is absolutely no second possibility. Especially now that he has been targeted by Uchiha Obito and Black Zetsu, and they are not coming to recruit him. This makes Uchiha Liu a little worried. NND. Are these two old silver coins looking for an opportunity to kill Laozi directly? This kind of thing is not impossible. So, of course Uchiha Liu will be cautious. And, as it turns out, his caution is absolutely justified. Wood Clone's eyes suddenly opened. In his perception, two figures appeared. Already sneaked into the Uchiha clan's residence. Rushing towards this room. Untie. The wood-style clone first awakened Uchiha Liu's real body. Then he pointed to his chest and took the initiative to disable the clone technique. The information in the brain is immediately transmitted to the body. Uchiha Liu's eyes narrowed slightly. I didn't expect it, I really waited for it. I want to see what tricks you are going to play. As he said that, he continued to close his eyes and pretend to sleep. And easily opened the live broadcast permission of the system space. Soon, two root ninjas quietly sneaked into the room. Looking at Uchiha Liu who was sleeping soundly, the two looked at each other, with a chill flashing in their eyes. Next moment, two swords were instantly placed on Uchiha Liu's neck. Ding. Senju Tobirama produces strong ecstasy, emotions, reward, essence of illusion, Senju Tobirama version. Within the system space, Senju Tobirama's eyes suddenly widened at first, and there was a look of ecstasy behind him. What did I see? Two root ninjas actually put a knife on the neck of this D Uchiha Liu. Okay. Danzo, you are truly worthy of being my disciple. Although I was deceived before, fortunately I reacted quickly. Discover the true nature of this evil Uchiha imp. If you know you are wrong, correct it. We will still be good comrades from now on. What are those two little brats hesitating about? Just take the knife. Killing this evil Uchiha brat will be your greatest contribution to Konoha. The person who knows Senju Tobirama best is his old enemy Uchiha Izuna. One look at this guy's expression and you can tell what he is thinking. He immediately sneered and said, "Stop dreaming, Tobirama. This kid Liu has obviously woken up a long time ago. Otherwise, how could we possibly see the outside world? Besides, with these two losers, do you really believe that you can kill Liu?" Senju Tobirama's face turned dark when he heard this. Have to admit, Izuna makes sense. Outside world. Uchiha Liu's eyes slowly opened. He had never expected that the person coming would be a root ninja. What the hell is that old guy Shimura Danzo doing? Although there was a blade on his neck, he was still very calm. Calmly asked, "What does this mean?" "What do you mean?" Shin curled his lips. "Uchiha Liu, do you think you can escape punishment if you do something like that?" Huh. Uchiha Liu looked confused. What did I do next? Still pretending. Shin sneered. Don't tell me that you didn't kill Yamanaka Feng. In the whole of Konoha, no. I should say in the entire ninja world, how many wood-style ninjas are there in total? Uchiha Liu, relying on the wood-style blood inheritance limit, you not only killed your companion, but also arrogantly threw his body at the entrance of the root base. If you were so brave then, why don't you dare to admit it now? Uchiha Liu raised his eyebrows slightly. You mean, Yamanaka Feng was killed? And, is it still using wood style? HMPH. Shin snorted coldly, not wanting to talk nonsense to him anymore. There's no point in pretending anymore. When we get to the root, explain it to Lord Danzo yourself. As he spoke, he exerted slight force on his hands. The shining blade immediately got closer to Uchiha Liu's neck. Hee. Secretly, Uchiha Obito had a panoramic view of this scene. The corners of his mouth were raised slightly. Murmured. Uchiha Liu, faced with such a dead situation, What choice would you make? 037 Senju Old Ghost. Feed your will of fire to the dogs. 3771st. 037 Senju Old Ghost. Feed your will of fire to the dogs. Ding. Senju Hashirama produces a strong, angry, emotion, and rewards, wood-style wooden ingot wall. Within the system space, Senju Hashirama's eyes flashed with anger. He shouted in a deep voice. Liu, why did you kill your comrades in the village? Before Uchiha Liu could answer, Senju Tobirama spoke first. Brother, are you stupid? This kid is so scheming, how can he kill people casually and teach others to take advantage of him? What's more, if he really wanted to kill someone, he wouldn't be able to use the much anticipated wood style. It is even less possible to throw the body at the route entrance. Obviously, someone is setting this kid up. It is obvious that the IQ of this Uchiha fighter is quite online. Tisk, it's really rare. Uchiha Liu said with some surprise. I never thought that one day, Master Second Hokage would speak up for me. TCH. Senju Tobirama curled his lips disdainfully. Have I ever wronged a good person? Besides, even if I help you speak, what's the use? In the eyes of outsiders, it's impossible to wash away your charge of killing fellow villagers. You evil little devil, you spend all your time thinking about schemes and deceiving people. I didn't expect it, but now I'm being framed. I don't know who did it. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Liu sneered and replied. Old Senju, you look excited. Anyway, a Konoha shinobi died, right? As an ancestor Hokage, you don't feel sad, but feel happy. Where did your will of fire go? Have you fed the dog? Bah. Senju Tobirama spat and said nonchalantly. It doesn't matter. If I remember correctly, it was Yamanaka Feng who used despicable means to kill White Fang. You be *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** It will take his life to wake Danzo up so that he will no longer be blinded by you, brat. Even, I will kill you directly as a traitor. Is there anything better than this? Ding. Senju Tobirama produces a strong, satisfied, emotion and rewards, water-style water prison technique. Senju Tobirama version. I have to say that Senju Tobirama is really smart. Just a few seconds, he has already analyzed the future script in detail. At this time, Senju Tobirama, though, was still kneeling on the ground. But it's quite high-spirited. Looking at his excited brother, Senju Hashirama frowned. He said in a deep voice, Tobirama, since he was not the comrade who was killed by Liu, how could you rejoice in his misfortune and curse him for being killed? Even if he is from the Uchiha clan, he is still a ninja of Konoha. Moreover, it is obvious that someone is doing something secretly now, and even has wood style. Konoha is in crisis at this time. You actually think this is a good thing? Is this the consciousness a Hokage should have? Faced with the lesson from his elder brother, Senju Tobirama shook his head. Brother, you don't understand. What kind of intruder is far less dangerous than this evil Uchiha brat? This kid is so insidious, cunning, extreme in ideas, and extremely talented. When it grows up in the future, it will definitely be the source of trouble for Konoha. Take advantage of this perfect opportunity to get rid of him. There will be absolutely no harm at all. Ha, Uchiha Liu said with a sneer. Senju old ghost, it's too early for you to be happy, isn't it? How do you know that I will definitely not be able to break the situation and clear the suspicion? Moreover, you are too confident in your disciple's mind. Shimura Danzo, since you can be fooled by such a simple frame-up. Then if I fool him again and make him believe me, it doesn't seem to be that difficult. This. Senju Tobirama was stunned when he heard this. Immediately afterwards, the raised corners of his mouth drooped unconsciously, and his face gradually became gloomy. Uchiha Liu's words seemed to have a direct, silencing, effect on him. Ding. Senju Tobirama produces a strong disappointment, emotion, and rewards. Water-style Grand Falls technique, Senju Tobirama version. The conversation in the system space seemed to take a long time. In the outside world, less than 3 seconds actually passed. Nobu put the sword on Uchiha Liu's neck and shouted unceremoniously, "Walk." Uchiha Liu glanced sideways at the blade beside his neck and said calmly, "I can go with you to see Lord Danzo." But put your broken knife away. I can walk by myself. HMPH. Shin snorted and shouted sternly. Kid, do you think I will believe you? Be obedient and don't try any tricks. Uchiha Liu smiled and closed her eyes slightly. When he opened it again, it was already scarlet. When Shin saw these eyes, he felt bad. Sharingan. Not good. As he said this, his heart became fierce and he decided to use the knife. Uchiha Liu must be put to death directly. However, the idea had just emerged. There was no time to take action. His eyes have lost their sparkle and his expression has become confused. The same goes for his companions. Immediately afterwards, the two of them threw the knives aside at the same time. He fell to his knees with a thud. Master Liu, we are guilty, we should not. While talking, he kowtows and slaps his own cheek. After a hard slap on the face, the two of them suddenly came to their senses. He said in shock and anger, Kid, how dare you cast illusions on us? Ding. The letter generates a strong, angry, emotion, and the reward is Ninja Technique Super Beast Fake Painting. Uchiha Liu said indifferently, I have warned you, right? Now, do you know the gap between us? With your strength, if I really want to run away, can you stop me? The two root ninjas looked at each other after hearing this. They all saw the anger and panic in each other's eyes. Yes, this kid is so strong. Just a glimpse. The two of them fell into the illusion unknowingly. If Uchiha Liu had chosen to kill them just now, then wouldn't they end up like Yamanaka Feng? Thinking of this, both of their backs were instantly soaked with cold sweat. Ding. The letter generates a strong fear, emotion, and the reward is sealing technique, eyeing the bullet. Looking at the two people who were frightened, Uchiha Kaichang Liu sneered. That slap just now was my gift to you. Remember, meet me Uchiha Liu in Konoha in the future. Keep your head down and be a human being. Let's go. Now I can go to the route with you and meet Lord Danzo. With that said, he took the lead and walked out. The two root elites looked at each other with extremely ugly expressions. This impolite brat, relying on his strength, dared to insult old people like them. This is simply unreasonable, but then I thought about it. Where is your future? Once you go, Lord Danzo will never let you go. Prepare to pay for Yamanaka with your life. 038 Obito. No, is he sick? 38 71sts. 038 Obito. No, is he sick? Where is your future? Once you go, Lord Danzo will never let you go. Prepare to pay for Yamanaka with your life. Think about it this way. The two of them suddenly felt relieved. A little kid, let's be a little more arrogant before dying. As a senior, you should be considerate. The two looked at each other again and quickly followed Uchiha Liu. Although Uchiha Liu said he would not run away, they also know that if the other party really wants to run, they can't stop him. However, out of professional ethics, the two root elites still maintained due vigilance. Along the way, my eyes were fixed on Uchiha Liu. A dark place that no one knows about. Uchiha Obito and Black Zetsu looked at each other. No, this Uchiha Liu's performance is too calm, right? Why wasn't he worried at all? Doesn't he know how serious a crime it is to kill his companions in the village? Moreover, didn't he realize at all that someone was setting him up? What to do next? Black Zetsu asked in confusion. What else can I do? Uchiha Obito was helpless. Follow us and take a look. This kid, why can't I see through it? Two root ninjas, escort, Uchiha Liu. I was on tenterhooks all the way. I didn't relax until I stepped into the root base and saw Shimura Danzo. Shin quickly walked forward and half knelt on the ground. Danzo-sama, Uchiha Liu has been brought. Shimura Danzo nodded and asked in a deep voice, has he ever thought about running away? Shin hesitated for a moment. In order to get revenge on Uchiha Liu, he really wanted to say, yes. However, out of absolute loyalty to Lord Danzo. In the end, he answered truthfully, no. I understand. Shimura Danzo nodded. Then he waved his hand and said, everyone, get down. A flash of astonishment flashed across Shin's face. Sir, what if this kid treats you? Shimura Danzo sneered and looked at Uchiha Liu. His eyes were extremely complicated. Don't worry. I believe that he will not take action against my savior. Yes. Shin did not dare to say any more, and led a group of root ninjas to quickly disappear from the spot. Leave the space completely to the two rightful owners. Uchiha Liu first looked down at Yamanaka Feng's body. I thought to myself, tisk tisk. Wood style takes action, accurately and ruthlessly. Even, Yamanaka Feng was specially asked to retain this expression before he died. Uchiha Obito, what a wonderful design. Regarding Obito's thoughts, Uchiha Liu has a clear idea. Design a frame-up to make him defect to Konoha, and then recruit himself into the Akatsuki organization. But, isn't this just idleness? As an inherently evil Uchiha, faced with the solicitation from the Akatsuki organization, could I still refuse? Just come here and recruit. Why go in such a big circle? Was it you, Shanji, who should have come up with such a complicated frame-up plan? It looks like there is a deep gap between myself and my future boss. Thinking of this, Uchiha Liu shook his head speechlessly. Then, he looked at his current boss very calmly. Shimura Danzo's eyes narrowed slightly. His eyes were as cold as a blade, staring at Uchiha Liu. He really wanted to see emotions like shock, confusion, and so on from Uchiha Liu's face. There is still a 1 in 10,000 possibility. Yamanaka Feng was not killed by him. But, no, this child's expression is so calm, so natural. Ding. Shimura Danzo generates strong, angry, emotions, and rewards. Wood-style thrusting spear. At this moment, Danzo's expression was extremely complicated. Yesterday, just yesterday, he also regards the kid in front of him as his most trusted subordinate. Consider it your hope for a comeback. In the blink of an eye, the other party gave him such a big surprise. Not only killed one of his admiral, he even arrogantly dumped his body at the route entrance. This is simply unreasonable. A long time. Danzo then said in a deep voice. Although, seeing your expression, I already understand everything. But I still want to hear you tell me personally. Yamanaka Feng, was it really you who killed me? Uchiha Liu shrugged and said very calmly. Yes, that's right. Yamanaka Feng, I was the one who killed him. ... Quote ? Quote. Within the system space, almost all the undead's eyes widened at the same time. Ding. Senju Hashirama produces strong shock, emotions, rewards, wood-style laughing Buddha jutsu. Among them, Senju Hashirama is the most puzzled. No, why am I a little confused? Not to say, did someone frame you for the death of Yamanaka Feng? Then why are you admitting it now? Soon, Uchiha Liu's indifferent voice came. What else can we do? The real murderer cannot be caught for the time being. White Fang told Danzo that it wasn't me who had such red lips. Can he believe it? I won't do this stupid thing of surrendering trust. But, Senju Hashirama was still a little worried. If you take the blame like this, Danzo is afraid. It doesn't matter. Uchiha Liu's voice was full of confidence. When I implement a little plan, maybe the trust level will increase instead of decreasing. Everyone, please open your eyes wide and watch my operation. The system space fell into silence again. However, every undead's eyes really widened. For Uchiha Liu's unconventional operation. They are also curious about how things will turn out. ... A hidden, dark place that no one knows about. Uchiha Obito staggered. He couldn't help but ask Black Zetsu beside him. No, did I hear wrongly? This kid just admitted it. The corners of Black Zetsu's mouth twitched slightly. Yes, you heard that right. He did admit it. Ding. Uchiha Obito has a strong shock, emotion, and the reward is sealing technique tail unlocking seal. Uchiha Obito was completely shocked. There is still such an operation. Before that, he had imagined 10,000 possibilities. Uchiha Liu, whether it's denying it outright, arguing angrily, trying to prove your innocence. Still crying, he tried to win Danzo's trust with emotion. Even, in a rage, he turned against Konoha. No matter which of the above options, Uchiha Obito won't find it strange. After all, these behaviors have their reasonableness. But now, Uchiha Liu admitted it directly. This is really for Uchiha Obito. He never dreamed that such an option would be available. Not bro. Do you know what you are talking about? Did you kill Yamanaka Feng? It was obviously me who killed him. I'm setting you up, framing you. You admit it directly. It makes me feel no joy of success at all. Ding. Uchiha Obito has a strong, crazy, emotion, and the reward is wood-style hell chaos. Dot 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. P.S. New Year's Day is coming soon. The author would like to give you a gift. What gift? Let me tell you about the subsequent plot design. First, I have to finish writing the unmasking plot, and then the Cloud Shinobi hijacking incident. Moreover, this Cloud Shinobi plot leads to the plot of the title of this book. This should give you some peace of mind. It's not like selling sheep's head to dog meat. At the same time, there are many interesting plots planned later. I hope everyone can always support the author. Don't run away after watching Tsunade. At last, good night, dear readers. 039 Lord Danzo, you are a rat who cannot stand on the stage. 3971. 039 Lord Danzo, you are a rat who cannot stand on the stage. I'm setting you up, framing you. You admit it directly. It makes me feel no joy of success at all. Ding. Uchiha Obito has a strong, crazy, emotion, and the reward is wood-style hell chaos. This moment, Uchiha Obito's mood is extremely painful. Even though Uchiha Liu personally admitted to killing Yamanaka Feng, the crime has been completely proven, and it will be difficult to change it. This is equivalent to the frame-up plan was a perfect success. For him, it should have been beneficial and something to be happy about. However, Uchiha Obito is really not happy at all. Mainly, it's too outrageous. Obito now only has one feeling. The development of things was completely out of his control. He was really confused about what would happen next. Inside the base, seeing Uchiha Liu admit it personally, Shimura Danzo became furious. Ding. Shimura Danzo generates a strong, angry, emotion, and is rewarded with wood-style burial of roots. He shouted a little lost his temper. Okay, just admit it. Then tell me now why you did this. Why do you want to kill my most capable general? Yamanaka Feng. Did something offend you? How can I be sorry for you? Facing Danzo's questioning, Uchiha Liu said with confusion. Lord Danzo, what's wrong with you? I am a ninja of Konoha. How could I kill my companions just because of my personal likes and dislikes? As for you, not only did you not feel sorry for me, but you were so kind to me. I killed Yamanaka Feng for your sake. What? Shimura Danzo was confused. You killed my right-hand man and you said it was for my own good. It's for your own good. Uchiha Liu said matter-of-factly. You don't know yet. Yamanaka Wind. He is the spy who hides deeply. What did you say? Shimura Danzo's eyes suddenly widened. This is impossible. Yamanaka Feng has been following me for a long time and has always been my right-hand man. That's the fact. Uchiha Liu shrugged. Lies come as soon as you open your mouth. The wood clone I sent out to scout last night. Watching the Yamanaka Wind meet an Anbu ninja. I didn't hear exactly what they said. When Shimura Danzo heard this, his pupils shrank suddenly. Could this be true? You are still investigating this matter in the middle of the night. Uchiha Liu nodded seriously. Yes. I can see that Lord Danzo is very worried about this spy. As Lord Danzo's most loyal subordinate, I must share your worries for Lord Danzo. Digging out this spy as soon as possible is my most important task at the moment. And isn't night a good time for spies to meet? So, I separated a total of 5 wood clones and monitored 5 root ninjas respectively. I didn't expect that I was able to catch Yamanaka Feng all at once. Shimura Danzo heard this and was suddenly moved. This kid, you are so loyal to me. In order to help me dig out the spy as soon as possible, I worked hard all day during the day and continued to work at night. Note that even when using a clone, the final feeling of fatigue must be fed back to the main body. Actually, having said that, Shimura Danzo has basically believed what Uchiha Liu said. After all, this kid is the person he trusts the most. And, think about it. If Uchiha Liu really betrayed him and wanted to cut off his wings, it's impossible to use wood style to kill people so blatantly and throw them at the entrance of the base. Isn't this self-destruction? Who could be so stupid? Not to mention, Shimura Danzo thought about it carefully. The inner ghost was Yamanaka Feng, whom he had previously valued highly. It doesn't make sense at first glance. But think about it, actually very reasonable. Precisely because he is someone he trusts so much, he has not been exposed for so long. Therefore, we can discover the existence of A. and report this news to Sarutobi. Right, everything is right. For a moment, Shimura Danzo's mood suddenly became relaxed. But he still taught him a lesson with a straight face. Even if Yamanaka Feng is a spy, you shouldn't kill him without permission. He should be captured and handed over to me. Within the system space, Senju Tobirama couldn't help but cover his face with his hands. It's over. He knew it as soon as he heard Danzo's voice. This is because I have believed what Uchiha Liu said. You are such an idiot, Danzo. How many words did this kid say in total? You were so fooled that you were confused. At least you can hold on for a few more rounds. Ding. Senju Tobirama produces strong sorrow and anger, emotions, and rewards. Senju Flow Strange Power. System Prompt. This reward has been obtained from Senju Hashirama before. After fusion of rewards. Senju Flow Monster Power, power plus 20%. Faced with Danzo's accusation, Uchiha Liu explained. That's what I originally planned. Bring the Yamanaka wind to you and leave it to your disposal. I didn't even think about killing him. That's. Shimura Danzo raised his eyebrows and asked tentatively. He took the initiative to kill you. That's not true. Uchiha Liu shrugged. However, Yamanaka Feng doesn't seem to know that I am also a spy of the third Hokage. After seeing that his affair was exposed, he actually began to lobby me and also work for third Hokage. He can help with introductions. Damn. The corners of Shimura Danzo's mouth twitched slightly. I thought to myself, Yamanaka whined this B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* He doesn't know how to be grateful, so he just betrayed me. You actually want to confuse others. Uchiha Liu didn't seem to see Danzo's expression. Continued. If it were just like this, I wouldn't be able to kill him. However, he couldn't persuade me through conventional means. The more you say it, the more outrageous it becomes. What are you talking about? There will be no future with Lord Danzo. I can only live like a mouse underground for the rest of my life. The entire route, even Lord Danzo, seems to have some authority, but in fact it is just something that cannot be put on the table. It will never be possible for a representative to stand on stage. Only by following Lord Third Hokage can we have a glorious future. He also said that in fact, he is not the only one who thinks this way, many of his colleagues at the root think so. Ding! Shimura Danzo has a strong, furious, emotion, and the reward is the tongue-eradicating seal. Idiot! Hearing these words, Shimura Danzo completely broke his guard. His life. Any bad words are acceptable. Others call him vicious, evil, dark, etc., and he can accept these. Only, it's unacceptable that people say he doesn't deserve to be the Hokage. He exhausted all his efforts throughout his life, all for the sake of one day standing in front of the stage and ascending to the position of Hokage. Admired by thousands of people. And until now, Shimura Danzo still firmly believes that he can definitely do it. Moreover, he always felt that his subordinates at the root must also believe so. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it. It turns out that secretly, they actually missed me this much. No wonder. No wonder when Sarutobi Hiruzen came yesterday, he easily shocked all the elites. It turns out that in their hearts. Do you still admire the Hokage the most after all? All the details, at this moment, seem to be connected together. This moment. Danzo felt that his inner belief had collapsed a lot. The whole person seems to have aged several years all of a sudden. 040 The Fooled Danzo. Obito doubts life. 4071st. 040 The Fooled Danzo. Obito doubts life. This moment, Danzo felt that his inner belief had collapsed a lot. The whole person seems to have aged several years all of a sudden. Uchiha Liu also seemed very angry at this time. Lord Danzo, you also know. You were the elder I respect the most. Yamanaka Feng insulted you so much that I completely lost control of my emotions. 3 Tomo Sharingan awakened on the spot. At the same time, I couldn't restrain the murderous intention in my heart and killed him directly. ... Ding. Uchiha Obito produces a strong, confused, emotion, reward, wood style, Sharingan compatibility plus 10%. In a corner that no one knows about, Uchiha Obito, who saw it all from start to finish. At this time, the whole person was numb. He turned his head somewhat mechanically. Somewhat confused, he asked Black Zetsu next to him. No. If I remember correctly, I should have killed Yamanaka Feng, right? He even used the uncertain word, should. Ding. Black Zetsu produces a strong, dazed, emotion, reward, spore technique. Black Zetsu was also confused. It should be, that's right. As a 1,000-year-old silver coin that has been dormant for many years. He has seen too many strange people. All kinds of incredible thinking and operations, it should be said, are no longer strange. But this person Uchiha Liu, it was completely beyond his expectation. He couldn't understand it at all. This little devil, how about making up a story on the spot? And this story, isn't it too realistic? Time, place, cause, process, logic, and even psychological activities are all compiled clearly. Hearing the murderer himself made him doubt himself. Isn't that outrageous? Within the system space, all the undead were also dumbfounded. Still, is there such an operation? No. Can there be a word of truth in your mouth? As for your Sharingan, hasn't it been awakened long ago? Senju Tobirama gritted his teeth and asked. Kid, this is such a lie to Danzo, won't your conscience hurt? Don't you think it's too much? Uchiha Liu said nonchalantly. Hey, what's wrong? He still has to thank me. Huh. Senju Tobirama was a little confused. Root base. Danzo almost burst into tears on the spot after hearing what Uchiha Liu said. The old guy stretched out his hand tremblingly and patted Uchiha Liu heavily on the shoulder. Good kill. I saw you right. Wait. Danzo suddenly reacted mid-sentence. Looking at Uchiha Liu in disbelief. What did you just say? Your Sharingan has awakened. Yes. Uchiha Liu nodded. The chakra moves to the eyeball and immediately manifests the pattern of 3 Magatama. Good. When Shimura Danzo saw this, he was overjoyed. Ding. Shimura Danzo produces a strong ecstasy, emotion, reward, wind style wind blade. Sharingan plus wood style. The physique I have always dreamed of has finally been achieved. Just give this kid a little more time to grow up. Let me ask, who in the ninja world can stop me? Yamanaka wind. Yamanaka whined. Before you died, you even opened Uchiha Liu's eyes. It seems that I really have to thank you. Uchiha Liu put the Sharingan away and continued. Besides, the reason why I threw Yamanaka Feng's body at the entrance of our base. Just to shock others. Because according to Yamanaka Feng, other people in the route, although they have not betrayed Lord Danzo for the time being, have fallen to the 3rd Hokage. But in my heart, I already have a bad opinion of Lord Danzo. This is something I absolutely cannot tolerate. Loyalty is not absolute, it is absolutely disloyal. I just want to send Yamanaka Feng's body so that other root ninjas who are not so determined can take a look. What will happen if you betray Lord Danzo? The slightly childish voice was very sharp at this time. But soon, a hint of sadness flashed across Uchiha Liu's face. But, it seems that Lord Danzo does not agree with my approach. Sorry to disappoint you. Please punish me. As he spoke, he lowered his head very consciously and waited for disposal. When Shimura Danzo saw this, his heart suddenly suffocated. This kid, everything he does is for my sake. Even the night is busy. I actually doubted him. I really deserve to die. After some inner self-condemnation, Shimura Danzo waved his hand. He said in a deep voice. No, child, I didn't blame you, and I want to thank you. Thank you for venting your anger on me. You also eliminated a scourge for the organization. Loyalty is not absolute, but it is absolutely disloyal. This makes a lot of sense. From now on, you must keep up your efforts. For me, keep an eye on everyone here. Uchiha Liu was also very moved and shouted Kaido. Yes, Lord Danzo. At the same time, there was silence in the system space. All the undead stared blankly at this outrageous scene. Danzo, was he so fooled into lameness? Not only did he lose a right-hand man in vain, he was also scolded by this brat in front of his face. Finally, do you still want to thank others? Even, listen to the meaning of the last sentence. He also gave Uchiha Liu the authority to continue to monitor the entire Anbu. It is not difficult for everyone to imagine. How will the roots of the future be harmed by Uchiha Liu? Danzo, really, what a miserable man. The next moment, Uchiha Liu's proud voice sounded in the system space. Senju, look, what did I say, and he still has to thank me. Senju Tobirama covered his face with his hands and didn't want to speak at all. Shame on you, what a shame. Danzo, where's your usual cleverness? When you framed the White Fang boy, weren't you very clever? Why are you being played by a kid so easily now? Ding. Senju Tobirama produces strong sorrow and anger, emotions, and rewards. Combat experience Senju Tobirama version. Uchiha Obito and Black Zetsu lurk in the shadows. He was completely stunned on the spot. Who I am? Where am I? In the end, what happened? Why did the script develop into what it is now? He has a carefully designed frame-up plan. I thought it was perfect and easy to get. But actually, the person who was being framed didn't even deny it. He took the pot right away. What's even more outrageous is, he directly admitted to murder and nothing happened. Not only was he not suspected, wanted, or hunted, but he was even more respected. By doing the operation himself, not only did he not harm Uchiha, but he also seemed to have helped him. 041 explode fiercely. The ruined Obito. 4171sts. 041 explode fiercely. The ruined Obito. By doing the operation himself, not only did he not harm Uchiha, but he also seemed to have helped him. Ding. Uchiha Obito has a strong, unwilling, emotion, and the reward is Genjutsu Sharingan Uchiha Obito version. Ding. Black Zetsu produces a strong, speechless, emotion, reward, pretending to be technique. Disguise technique. It is completely different from the general transformation technique. After absorbing other people's chakra, it transforms into the same chakra as it is. Even the most familiar people or perceptive ninjas cannot recognize it. It is the most powerful transformation technique in the ninja world. After a long while, Jukai asked in a dull voice. What should we do next? What to do? How do I know what to do? Uchiha Obito was obviously very excited. He said angrily. Black Zetsu said tentatively. How about, we kill someone else tonight? Forget it. Uchiha Obito waved his hand helplessly. This kid is so glib. The trick of murder and framing doesn't seem to work very well. I think we should slow down the pace. I don't believe that this kid will be indifferent to the fact that he is framed. Let's wait and see what happens and see what his plans are. It makes sense. Black Zetsu nodded in agreement. This time the recognition. It comes from the heart. Within the root base. After Shimura Danzo knew all the causes and consequences. My suspicion of Uchiha Liu has been completely eliminated, and I even trust Uchiha Liu more than before. Immediately, all root members were recalled. Publicly declared Yamanaka Feng a rebel, and warn everyone not to spread this news. At the same time, in front of a group of root elites. Officially clarified Uchiha Liu's status as only under himself. The two root ninjas who had previously escorted Uchiha Liu suddenly widened their eyes. Damn it, not only was this kid not executed, but he also rose to power. It seems that when I see him again in the future, I really have to lower my head and behave. Gone. Ding. The letter generates strong, absurd, emotions, and the reward is Ninja Technique Molyu. After that, Shimura Danzo, who experienced a series of emotional changes in just one morning, chose to go back to the bedroom to catch up on his sleep. Uchiha Liu still left a wood clone hanging around the roots. The main body rushed directly to Hokage's office. Opened the door to Hokage's office. As far as the eye can see, the old man of third generation is explaining something to the two men in front of him. The leader of the non-mainstream white hair is naturally Kakashi. The other one has short brown hair and wears a forehead protector on his face. He looks like an honest man. It was Yamato. Seeing this person, Uchiha Liu's eyes rolled. A great idea came to mind. On the other side, seeing Uchiha Liu arriving, third generation greeted with a smile. Liu, come here, I will introduce you to you. This is the wood-style ninja I brought back from the roots. Now, just like you, we are all Kakashi's subordinates, codenamed Tenzo. After being trained by Danzo, this kid is very good at using wood style. After saying that, he turned to Tianzong and said, Tenzo, it is precisely because of Uchiha Liu's information that I was able to rescue you from the dark place at your root. Speaking of which, this child can be considered your benefactor. Hitaki Kakashi's pupils shrank slightly. So, Uchiha Liu actually still has a root identity. Tianzong bowed slightly. Thank you, little brother. However, such a harmonious scene. The next second, but it was suddenly torn apart. I saw Uchiha Liu forming a seal suddenly. Then, a large tree trunk suddenly sprang out from the arm. With the power of lightning to steal the jingle bells, Tenzo was firmly bound. Ding! Tianzong has a strong fear, emotion, and the reward is wood-style thorn kill technique. This sudden change, the other three people in Hokage's office were all at a loss. Tenzo asked with a confused look on his face. Little brother, did I say something wrong? Where have I offended you? The third Hokage frowned. Liu, what's wrong with you? Why take action suddenly? No matter what happens, if you have something to say, please say it. Uchiha Liu's face was indifferent and he said coldly. A ninja died at the root last night. He was killed using wood style. Ding! Sarutobi Hiruzen produces a strong shock, emotion, and is rewarded with earth-style tool and gun. Ding! Hitaki Kakashi produces a strong shock, emotion, reward, Sharingan usage experience Hitaki Kakashi version. Ding! Tianzong has a strong shock, emotion, and is rewarded wood-style tree-bound eternal burial. Nani! Sarutobi Hiruzen's face changed wildly. Are you telling the truth? Uchiha Liu said solemnly. Of course it's true. His eyes were fixed on Tenzo. Shimura Danzo has decided to keep this matter secret and suppress it. But I don't accept this result. How dare you attack your comrades in the village, it's unforgivable. Third Hokage-sama, let me kill this B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Please don't be impulsive. Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped Uchiha Liu first. At the same time, he also cast suspicious eyes on Tianzong. Ding. Tianzong has a strong panic emotion, and is rewarded with wood-style silent killing technique. Fire. Hokage-sama, it wasn't me who did it. Tenzo said with fear on his face. Yes, that's right, Captain Kakashi. I was on duty with him all day and night yesterday. He can testify for me. Huh. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Kakashi. Yes, Hokage-sama, Hitaki Kakashi assured solemnly. Since you brought Tianzong back, we have been almost inseparable for a whole day and night. He can't be the murderer. Impossible. Uchiha Liu didn't believe it at all and seemed a little excited. In the whole of Konoha, there are only 2 wood-style ninjas, me and him. Who is he if he isn't? Ding. Tenzo has a strong panic emotion, and is rewarded with Hokage-style ear-smoothing technique 10th Edict on Enlightenment Tenzo version. No. Tianzong was almost crying. Ryu. Kakashi-senpai, Hokage-sama. It's not me. It's really not me. I was wronged. Uchiha Liu's face was stern, but he smiled secretly in his heart. Nonsense. Of course I know you were wronged. The person who wronged you knows better than you how wronged you are. Give me a big reward. ... Obito, who followed all the way to Hokage's office and was lurking in secret, saw this scene. My heart suddenly felt very satisfied. Yeah, This is how someone who has been wronged should react. Although, my frame-up plan did not achieve the expected results. Didn't make Uchiha Liu a rebel ninja. But, it seems good to cause internal strife in Konoha. This kid is not as smart as he thought. No. Hatake Kakashi looked at Uchiha Liu with some surprise. Secretly said, "You said there are 2 wood-style ninjas, so why can't the murderer be you?" But then I thought about it. No, this kid is not that kind of person at all. He is the same as Obito, the absolute inheritor of the will of fire, and has always targeted the Hokage. And, he's so kind and treats Naruto so well. How could you attack your fellow villagers? What's more, if it was really Uchiha Liu who did it? Since Shimura Danzo has decided to suppress the matter, why would he stand up and self-destruct? Kakashi can think of all this. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has matured with age, can naturally think of it. It also took him only a moment to eliminate the suspect of Uchiha Liu. But at the same time, he also thought it wasn't Tenzo. So, there is only one answer. Sarutobi Konan Hiruzen, a glint flashed in his eyes. In Konoha, the 3rd wood-style magician appears. And, most likely, it's an intruder. Ding. Uchiha Obito produces a strong, unsatisfied, emotion, and the reward is Sharingan usage experience Uchiha Obito version. Uchiha Obito, who was happily eating melon, suddenly stiffened. No, what about the internal strife that was promised? Why did TMD suddenly clear his mind? Directly close to the truth.